Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Job Transfer for All. Only I can activate hidden attributes. Chapter 61. Submit Lost Wings. In the Job Transfer Temple, Guu Chang once again saw the familiar job transfer statue. Fourth Job Transfer Mission. Task Difficulty. 7 stars. Completeness. Flawless. Another golden light entered the body, and Guu Chang once again felt the comfortable feeling before. 2 words, it means Dejin. Unfortunately, beauty is short-lived. Guu Chang quickly entered the sage mode, his heart was calm and his face expressionless. Ding dong, congratulations on your successful job transfer. Upon hearing the system prompt, he immediately opened the panel data. Guu Chang, Occupation, Sanran 4th rank, Level, 100, Physique, 9,968, Magic, 10,546, Agility, 10,345. Power, 800, 9,951. Wisdom, 9,999. Skills, Fireball, Whirlwind, Ice and Snow World. Equipment, Purgatory Crown, Purgatory Staff, Purgatory Robe, Purgatory Pants, Purgatory Boots, Unbounded Divine Wings. Talent, All Things Enlightenment IV4, Invincible Lucky Star, 100 times increase, Chant of Gods, Almighty God, Breath of Chaos. Combat Power, 399 stars. After a successful job transfer, all 5 attributes basically exceed 10,000. This data is not abnormal or gorgeous. Judging from the data alone, his combat power has reached 400 stars, which is on par with ordinary 5th level professionals. After all, even Jin Kaishuan, who is level 5 and level 243, has only 456 stars in combat power on the data panel, while Guu Chang is only level 100, so his combat power is not much lower than him. But he doesn't care about this. After all, his true combat effectiveness cannot be measured by panel data. Of course, as his attributes increase, the power of his skills will also become stronger, and his true combat effectiveness will naturally be more terrifying. But what he cares about most now is the newly emerged talent. After the transformation, the enlightenment of all things was upgraded again, so he activated a new hidden talent, the Breath of Chaos. Aura of Chaos. All things are born from chaos and return to chaos. Under the cover of the Aura of Chaos, even the gods cannot spy on everything about you. The introduction is very simple, and Guu Chang immediately understood what it was for. To put it simply, no one can detect his information anymore, not even gods. Good skills. This is a good skill. This is a timely help, as Guu Chang lacks such ability. Although so far, no one has discovered his secret rate. But this is mainly because he has not yet met the kind of special professional who can detect everything. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. There are all kinds of strange professionals in this world, and he is really afraid that any professional can directly detect his talent. That's it. Although Su Meng said nicely, everyone has secrets, and the seminaries will not care. But he can be sure that once someone discovers his talent for enlightenment of all things, they will definitely arrest him and study it desperately, and the gods will also be moved. It's fine now. With the Breath of Chaos, he finally doesn't have to worry anymore. Of course, looking at the name of this talent, you know that this thing definitely does more than just mask the aura. Unfortunately, his strength is still too weak and he cannot discover other functions at all. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for reaching rank 4, do you want to start the exclusive professional mission? At this time, a message suddenly appeared on the panel, and Guu Chang was not surprised. Even though he is leveling up very quickly now, it actually doesn't matter. It can be said that as long as there are enough resources, most professionals can basically break through level 4. This is also an important reason why the top experts in Qingshan City are all rank 4. Because if it is easy difficulty before the 4th turn, then it will be a hard mode after the 4th turn, and the difficulty of upgrading and changing jobs will increase dramatically. First of all, after entering the 4th job, career tasks will begin. There are 10 tasks in total. Only by completing these can the career change tasks be started. Otherwise, even if you reach level 180, you will not be able to change jobs. Most of these professional tasks are related to the current profession, and some are even hidden tasks. If you are lucky, you can even start a hidden career of the current profession and a second career. This is also why some professionals who have just awakened to ordinary professions suddenly soar into the sky one day after the fourth turn and are out of control. That's because he got lucky and started an awesome career mission. Of course, if you are unlucky and encounter a professional task that is difficult to complete, you may never be able to change jobs in this life. There are real examples of this, and some are even included in their school textbooks. It can be said that after 4 turns, the charm and excitement of this world are truly revealed, and you can be considered a true professional. Before the 4th turn, in the eyes of many people, it was really not much different from playing house. Well, but I am a Sanren, what kind of professional tasks will I start? Guu Chang pondered, feeling curious. After all, the tasks initiated by other professions, such as mages and warriors, are highly related to this profession. He is a casual person with no professional skills and no bonuses. He really has no idea what kind of tasks he will start. Yes, confirm to open. Just after clicking confirm, Guu Chang's property panel changed immediately. Ding dong, the professional mission has been started, please check it as soon as possible. Professional mission, first round, God level guild. As the strongest all-powerful individual, how can you not have your own guild? Create a guild and start your own dynasty. Mission requirements. Create a guild. Task reward. Attribute points, unknown, reward is linked to task completion. Guild. Guu Chang thought a lot, but he really didn't expect that the task was to create a guild. Before this, he really had not thought about the idea of creating a force. After all, it was much easier for a person to upgrade and change jobs. However, guild also has the benefits of a guild, with more resources and more opportunities. Well, since the mission is like this, let's find an opportunity to create a guild. Guu Chang was not in a hurry. After all, setting up a guild was much more troublesome. If nothing else, even the lowest level guild still needs 3 people. Before establishing a guild, he must at least solve the problem of personnel. School starts in 2 days. Let's go to the academy first. Guu Chang decided to pass the examination first and join the seminaries before starting the establishment of the guild. As for the personnel issue, the worst thing is to let the love brain join in when the time comes, and then the tiger's body will shake, exuding the aura of domineering, and the younger brother will not rush to come. Let's ask Lao Jin first. He is in the 2nd rank of the academy and should understand the contents of the academy's assessment. Unknown world, unknown coordinates, inside an extremely luxurious palace. Bang! A blond man suddenly opened his eyes, and everything around him instantly turned into nothingness. How come? How could a low-level untouchable not die? HMPH, I will never allow these ants to live. He stretched out his hand, and a dazzling staff appeared in his hand, exuding terrifying divine power that destroyed everything. Destroy. No, Moral, you can't do that. At this moment, a woman who was too graceful and luxurious to describe in words suddenly appeared. Her figure is tall and elegant, as if she was shaped by the softest flowing water. She is wearing a loose divine robe, but it is still difficult to conceal her graceful figure. She seems to be exuding an irresistible charm all the time. Polina, why did you stop me? Moral, if you do this, you will expose the location of the god's domain. Once discovered by those new gods, the consequences will be disastrous. The blonde man, the sky god, frowned, his expression constantly changing, including anger, rage, dissatisfaction, and even a hint of helplessness and frustration. I don't know how long it took, but the scepter in his hand disappeared and his expression returned to its previous calmness. No one could see his inner thoughts. They are just a group of despicable plunderers. I will destroy them sooner or later. But no matter what, that matter must not be exposed. The ant thief must die, and the unbounded divine wings must be brought back. Thinking of this, Sky God couldn't help but feel a headache. He also got that divine wing by chance. Although it is not as powerful as his divine wing in the sky, its potential is much greater. It's a pity that the transfer was too embarrassing and I couldn't take him away. Now his condition is greatly damaged. If he can merge with Wuji, he may be able to regain his full strength. Then he will definitely tear up those despicable greedy people. I will send my divine power to transform into the lower realm. Hearing his words, the woman Polina shook her head. No, they are always paying attention to your aura. Once in the lower realm, even if it is just the incarnation of divine power, they will find it immediately and lock it here based on the aura of divine power. We can't take the risk. Then what do you think we should do? Are we going to let the secret be exposed? Or do you want others to know that the great sky god was cuckolded dozens of times by an idiot? The sky god's tone was full of impatience, even a bit reproachful. Let me go. Not many of the new gods have seen me, and they are not familiar with my aura. My divine power is transformed into the lower world, so it is difficult for them to discover it. Good. The sky god nodded and agreed directly. I believe you. If you kill the thief, everyone who knows this secret will die. You must get Wuji back. After saying this, he turned into a golden light and disappeared. This charming woman was the only one left in the faint temple. Her eyes were as deep as the sea, shining with a mysterious and charming light, as if she could see into all the secrets of the world. Hey, it's such an eventful time, and I don't know whether the lower realm is good or bad this time, so why am I feeling a little uneasy? Guu Chang didn't know that because he had spied on the secret of the cuckold god in the sky, a mysterious god had descended to the lower world. Of course, if he knew, he might be very excited. But at this time, he was having a friendly exchange with Jin Kaishuan and Mei Qiluo, so he didn't have time to think so much. What? You are a new student at the seminary. Jin Kaishuan, who was limping, looked at Guu Chang in disbelief. Not yet. Guu Chang nodded and added calmly, we haven't taken the exam yet, why did we just fail? Jin Kaishuan was instantly petrified, and couldn't help complaining in his heart, Nima, if you fail, I guess the dean can chop off the assessment teacher's head and use it as a chamber pot. Then why didn't you tell me? I didn't expect you to be my junior. His heart is very complicated. At first, because he didn't know his strength, he never thought that he could enter the seminaries of the gods. Just treat him as an ordinary professional. Later, Guu Chang showed unparalleled strength and potential, and he actually thought about inviting Guu Chang to enter the seminaries of the gods. But then I thought that such a super monster would be qualified to become the second series of the theological academies when he awakened. He was a top genius secretly cultivated by some superpowers. Unexpectedly, this guy suddenly asked him, what is the assessment content of the seminaries? You didn't even ask me. Guu Chang shrugged innocently, then looked at Mei Qiluo, besides, I call you Senior Qiluo, right? Mei Qiluo nodded, while Jin Kaishuan was stunned. It seems so, this guy has indeed always been called Qiluo Senpai, which makes sense. Forget it, why bother with this? He smiled slightly at Guu Chang and said, haha, if you want to ask about the assessment, I am the right person for you. I'm afraid I know the content of the assessment best. There is someone above me. Guu Chang nodded and acted as a loyal audience. The assessment content of the college is different every year, and even the assessment teachers will change, but this year's examination questions are really special. It is definitely the most special in more than 10 years. The topic is Secret Realm Rating. Secret Realm Rating. Guu Chang searched the memories in his mind, but found no information about this. Yes, actually you probably don't know that in addition to natural secrets, there are also man-made secrets. The core of the man-made secret realm is the heart of the secret realm. As long as there is the heart of the secret realm can be generated. This time the Academy took a secret realm heart for assessment. When the time comes, the secret realm passage will be opened and you will be assessed. Your performance not only determines the quality of the secret realm, but also determines whether you can join the Academy. Guu Chang digested the information in his brain, pondered for a moment and spoke. If I understand correctly, the heart of the secret realm will generate a temporary secret realm to assess our new students. The better our performance, the higher the quality of the secret realm. Then what if our performance is poor and the quality of the secret realm is very low? Then let's just have it as a salad. A heart of secret academy can't be wasted. Jin Kaishuan said it very easily, but Guu Chang was extremely shocked in his heart. The levels of the secret realm are divided into ordinary, rare, advanced, top level and legendary. This means that as long as the performance is good enough, a secret heart can even shape a legendary secret realm. The value and resources represented by any legendary secret realm are immeasurable. But the theological academies directly use the heart of the secret realm that can shape the legendary secret realm to assess the new students. What a big deal. This is a big deal, this is the real trench. At this moment, Sui Suiluo suddenly spoke. Junior Gu, don't hide your strength in this assessment. If the quality of the secret realm can be upgraded to legendary, the profession with the highest contribution will be able to obtain the authority of the secret realm. Secret realm authority. Secret realm authority. Yes, you can understand it as part of the power to control the secret realm. Mei Qiluo explained a lot in a rare way. Of course, you cannot directly manage the Academy's secret realm, but you can directly share part of the proceeds from the secret realm. Dividends. That's understandable. Even if there is only 1% of the income from the secret realm, it is enough to support your cultivation to level 7. Guu Chang's eyes suddenly lit up. Although Mei Qiluo did not say the specific amount, he knew how terrifying the benefits from a legendary secret realm were, and it was also a secret realm controlled by the theological academies. That was definitely an amount he couldn't imagine. Originally, he thought that his performance during the assessment would be mediocre and he would just be able to pass the assessment. But now he has changed his mind. What is the most important thing when upgrading and changing careers? Talent. Wrong, it's resources. As long as there are enough resources, a boar can also have love with a princess. The true so-called skillful woman has a hard time making a living. If she doesn't have resources, even if her talent is abnormal, it will be very difficult to upgrade and change jobs. What is before him now is an opportunity to control massive resources, which can even be said to be a golden mountain. If he gives up, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Jin Kaishuan on the side was not too excited. Of course he knew the news, but why didn't he tell Guu Chang? Because this is almost impossible to do. Why is the legendary secret realm so rare? It's because it's so difficult to appear. Not to mention the new students, even the top second-tier geniuses in the academy would have a hard time creating the legendary secret realm, let alone gaining the authority of the secret realm. In his opinion, Cousin Qiluo is completely giving Guu Chang a cake, chicken soup. Although it will make Guu Chang full of motivation, when he faces the secret realm rating test and feels the suffocating difficulty, he may not be able to bear it. In serious cases, he may even become depressed and give up on himself. Therefore, he had to give Guu Chang a psychological injection in advance. Brother Guu, don't put too much pressure on her, and don't listen to her nonsense. If you want to create a legendary secret realm, it cannot be done by just one person, nor by freshmen like you. This is impossible. As for the authority of the secret realm, even if the legendary secret realm is created by luck, at least one person must contribute more than 50%. Who can do this? So it's good to have motivation, but you shouldn't think too much. Okay, I know. Guu Chang smiled and nodded. It seemed that he didn't take the matter of secret realm authority to heart. In fact, he had already made up his mind to get the secret realm authority no matter what. He didn't believe that a world of ice and snow plus a hell dragon couldn't be rated as a legendary secret realm. If that doesn't work, then add the unbounded god. By the way, senior, how do you know so detailedly? Guu Chang asked casually. Because the person who asked the question this time is my teacher, the variety witch. Ah, he was stunned for a moment, then looked at Jin Kaishuan. So, there is someone above you. Is he talking about senior sister Mei? Yes, okay, you are awesome. Guu Chang smiled and shook his head. The three of them continued chatting for a while, and then he proposed to leave. The academy will start in 2 days, and I'll leave as soon as I can. Don't worry, I have a teleportation array at home that leads directly to the seminaries of the gods. Jin Kaishuan said with a smile, let's go to the academy together then. Don't worry, we will protect you and no one in the academy will dare to bully you. In this world, there are often large or even super teleportation arrays between big cities, making travel very convenient. It's just that Donghai province is too remote and only a few cities have teleportation arrays, so Guu Chang didn't see it. The demon city where the seminaries are located is one of the top 10 super cities in the world, so there are naturally no shortage of formations. Although it was said that the Jin family's teleportation array could be used to teleport directly, Guu Chang still refused. No need, my strength is not quite there yet, I want to improve my level on the road. The upgrade is naturally real, but he has a more important reason, and that is the unbounded divine wings. When normal people get new toys, they want to try them out immediately, and Guu Chang is certainly no exception. The unbounded divine wings are a magical weapon. He has long wanted to try out the so-called random special effects. He can't hold it in anymore. Okay, then you should go slower on the road. If you need help, you can go to the Golden Lion Guild in major cities for help. That belongs to our Jin family. Jin Kaishuan took out a token certificate, which meant that Guu Chang made them the most distinguished guest of the Jin family. His father Jin boldly asked him to give it to him. Of course he regarded Guu Chang as a good friend, but he didn't think so comprehensively. Okay, thank you. Guu Chang did not refuse and handed over the token with a smile. Then I'll take the first step. The transparent wings on his back spread out, and Guu Chang flew hundreds of meters away in a swish. This speed was truly astonishing. He's so handsome, brother. Jin Kaishuan looked envious. He discovered that Guu Chang was definitely the most handsome regardless of whether he was awesome in terms of skills or equipment. Hey, when will I be as handsome as brother Guu? In the sky, Guu Chang was also a little surprised by the speed of the unbounded divine wings, which was already the slowest. But just now, even a 5th-level professional couldn't catch up with him. Unbounded divine wings. Quality. Myth. Equipment level. 121. After devouring almost all the equipment on his body, Wuji Divine Wings successfully reached level 121. His abilities have improved a lot, but he has also become a pauper again. He is really a rich man who swallows gold. The authority of the secret realm can be obtained no matter what. At this time, he also flew into the air more than 10 kilometers away from Jin's house and looked around carefully. It's deserted here, there's nothing. Try the special effects here, no one should be able to notice it. Without any hesitation, he took a deep breath and mobilized his power to activate the unbounded divine wings. Ding dong, the random special effect of unbounded divine wings has also been selected. This special effect is 7-color divine light. 7-colored divine light, what the hell? Before Guu Chang could react, he felt an extremely majestic force suddenly surge from behind him. All I can see is the glow of the sun, and the color of the field is right behind me. Guu Chang is like a high god, wrapped in 7-color divine light, and everything in the world loses color in front of him. What the hell? The next moment, Mono Zhao's 7-color divine light took him through space. In the alien space, countless greedy demons stretched out their claws towards him, but the next moment they were instantly extinguished by the 7-color divine light. A few minutes later, the sky above the demon city, a million miles away, was filled with colorful divine light, and the sky was dyed red. Hundreds of millions of creatures raised their heads, staring at the 7-colored divine light in stunned silence, while their bodies trembled involuntarily. This is. The gods have descended into the lower realms. Which god is it? Countless powerful men who were in retreat were also looking up at the 7-color divine light, but they didn't dare to get close to it at all. Such a powerful force has even surpassed the 9th rotation. It's too big. At the gate of the magic city, Guu Chang was hidden among the crowd. Looking at the long-lasting 7-color divine light in the sky, he was shocked in his heart. He just tried some special effects. This is too exaggerated. No, next time, I will definitely not turn on the special effects casually. If I accidentally destroy the world, it will be really screwed up. Teacher, what is this? In the seminaries of the gods, Su Meng looked at the 7-colored divine light in the sky, his cold face full of shock. In front of her, a young boy with his legs crossed and floating in the air, with white eyes and black hair, wearing an ancient robe, looked very strange. This is the power of the gods. The young man said lightly, but his young voice revealed a tone of vicissitudes and surprise. Although he looks very young, there is probably no one in the entire theological academies who has lived longer than him. He is the dean and deputy of the seminaries, one of the 9 turn giants, and a wise man. Strange. What's the matter, teacher? I can't see through this divine power at all. It's also very unfamiliar to me. It's never appeared before. Could it be that a new god has appeared? It's impossible. If a new god appears, it's impossible for this little movement to happen. The wise man was puzzled. In normal times, he might have calculated one or two, but now just having this thought, he felt the aura of danger. This divine power cannot be calculated, otherwise there will be great danger. Teacher, Guu Chang is here. At this time, Su Meng raised her head and said, Girlmo went to pick up Guu Chang, and they have already met. The wise man's response was very dull, but he thought about a lot of things in that moment. According to Su Meng, this Guu Chang can summon the Hell Demon Dragon, which can temporarily have a combat power of stars comparable to 7 turns 1000. Although it won't last long, it's still very unusual. He had made calculations about this person more than once, but to no avail. His past and future are all blank in his calculations. There are only 2 possibilities for this situation. The first is that there is a strong person covering up the secret or equipped with special props. If you want to completely deceive him, you must at least have a 9th rank or a divine weapon to do it. The second is to have great luck, which is the so-called Son of Destiny. But now he has a new guess. The 7-color divine light has just appeared in the Magic City, and this Guu Chang has arrived. If it were the original, he would definitely not have doubts about the relationship between the two. But the previous changes in the Sky Temple were indeed related to Guu Chang, which had to make him make some guesses. The reincarnation of an old god, a clone of divine power, or a successor of a god. Whether it is an enemy or a friend, we don't know yet. But no matter what the outcome is, this person must pay special attention. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of guesses and possibilities have appeared in the mind of the wise man. Okay, you go down first. I will pay more attention to him during this assessment. The wise man nodded and continued, you can also pay attention to the girl from the Magician Guild and the boy from the Examen family BGDA. They have good talents and will be qualified to become the first rank in the future. Is teacher. Su Meng quickly left, and silence returned to the room again. The era of the old gods has passed. This is also my last chance to become a god. Poor morale, I will not let you escape this time no matter what. It's so lively. It's a magical city. Everything is for sale. On the streets, people are coming and going, and there are professionals everywhere. Mages, who are rare in Qingshan City, are almost everywhere here, and many of them even have special professions. Guu Chang, a 4th-level professional who could dominate Qingshan, seemed mediocre here. Yeah, if I hadn't come to Magic City, I wouldn't have known there were so many powerful professionals in this world. Beside her, Mo Qingshe, dressed in a snow-white dress, said with emotion. After not seeing her for a month, her appearance has not changed much. Even though she is still rare in the Magic City, her temperament has changed a lot. They had already discussed it on the smart card. As soon as Guu Chang arrived in Shanghai, she came to pick him up. The two of them did not go directly to the academy, but walked around the Magic City first. Don't tell me, Guu Chang really gained a lot of knowledge during this walk. Equipment, pets, mounts and even professional scrolls, almost everything you can think of is sold here. It's a pity that the price, even if he now has more than 1 billion, he doesn't dare to shout loudly here. Mad, why are you still so poor? When will he be able to shout coolly in the magical city, I will pay for your purchases today, Mr. Guu. After wandering around for a while, the two of them walked towards the academy. In the Magic City, it is forbidden to fly under the 7th rotation, unless you are taking transportation. There are not only carriages here, but also spaceships, public speed cars, rune puppet chariots, etc. Hey, classmate Guu, I'm already level 51, how awesome can I be? The two of them were talking while walking, with smiles on their faces, and Mo Qingshe directly showed her level. After 3 turns to level 51, the change in strength is indeed huge. In less than a month, he changed jobs once and rose to almost 30 levels. This speed is absolutely unbelievable in Qingshan City. Love brain, oh, not bad. Guu Chang smiled and nodded, not too surprised. He studied with the 7th turn Valkyrie, so it was not surprising that he improved so quickly. Hey, what level are you at? You're not as good as me. Mo Qingshe looked at Guu Chang confidently. She remembered that when the two separated, Guu Chang was also level 50. Now only a month has passed, and Guu Chang is alone again. Without the guidance of a rank 7 master like Teacher Su, he can't level up faster than her. Well, how can I compare with the love brain? It's just level 100. He originally planned to level up by slaying monsters on the road, but he didn't expect that Wuji Divine Wings would take him to the Magic City all at once, and he would not even have time to level up. But he is not in a hurry, there should be enough wild monsters for him to upgrade in this assessment. Haha, it's only level 100. You might as well have followed Teacher Su with me. Mo Qingshe said with a smile, but as soon as she finished speaking, she felt something was wrong. Ah, level 100. No, how is this possible? She stared at Guu Chang with wide eyes, full of disbelief. Although she was extremely shocked, she did not doubt Guu Chang's words. She knew that classmate Guu would not lie. Since it was said to be level 100, it must be level 100. But this is too fast. It's only been less than a month, why is it already level 100? Isn't he alone? How can he be faster than her who is studying with Teacher Su? I originally thought that the gap between me and classmate Guu would become smaller, and I would even be able to protect classmate Guu in the academy. Now it seems that the gap between them is even wider. Classmate Guu, you are too quick. She had a look of resentment and an expression of hopelessness. Hey, love brain, don't eat randomly, and don't talk randomly. What do you mean I'm too fast? You haven't tried it, how do you know I'm fast? Be careful if I sue you for libel. Mo Qingshui's face turned red instantly, she rolled her eyes at Guu Chang, and then looked at the college in front of her. Okay, we're at the academy. Let me take you for a walk. The academy is really huge. I feel like it's almost as big as half of Qingshan City. It has everything. Those students live in villas. Guu Chang also raised his head and looked at the endless academy in front of him, his eyes full of expectation and curiosity. The seminary, the only 6-star college in the world, a place that I once never dreamed of. I, Guu Chang, am here. Hi, Senior Qingshe, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet here. Is he your friend, the Guu Chang who awakened Sanran? It's really good. At this time, a hearty voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. Senior Qingshe, what a coincidence. At the entrance of the seminary, a short, rather muscular man looked at Guu Chang and Mo Qingshe with confidence. Behind him, two guys who looked like henchmen at first glance also looked at the two of them with smiles. Holy shit, college bullying. Guu Chang looked at the three of them in surprise. This scene was so familiar. Isn't it just like in some bullshit novels? Some seniors or second-generation rich people see a girl bullying others, and then they pretend to be cool and slap her in the face. In his previous life, when he saw this kind of scene in a novel, he couldn't help but complain that it was so bloody and he didn't even want to read it. But when he met her, his blood boiled instantly and he was so excited. According to the development of the plot in the novel, it will be time for him to show off and slap the face, step on the bad boy, and punch the dean in the background. It's really exciting to think about it. Senior sister, why don't you let me show you around? You're not very familiar with this academy. The purple-haired man said with a smile, and then looked at Guu Chang. I'm Lu Qingfeng, the third rank of the seminaries, you must be Guu Chang. You are indeed very good at being able to enter the academies of gods with a Sanran profession. But this assessment is not easy. Why don't I take you around the academy and teach you 2 tricks? You should have no problem passing the assessment. Looking at the extremely confident smile of Ling Qingfeng in front of him, Guu Chang almost couldn't hold it in anymore. It tastes right. Classmate Guu, I'm not familiar with him. At this time, Mo Qingshe said to Guu Chang very seriously, the smile on her face was gone. Senior sister, you can't say that. We have talked a lot during this time. Before Lu Qingfeng finished speaking, Mo Qingshe rolled her eyes and said to Guu Chang. Just 3 sentences in total. You can't say that. Junior sister, you remember that I said 3 sentences to you, which shows that our relationship is still very good. Ah, Guu Chang on the side was stunned. Lick it. Senior sister, this assessment is different from before. Even Teacher Su didn't tell you. Lu Qingfeng continued, with deep disdain for Guu Chang flashing in his eyes. But I know that as long as I give you a little help and guidance, I can easily help you pass the exam and join the academy. You don't want your best friend to be unable to join the academy. Guu Chang's eyes widened. He knew that according to the usual development of the plot, he would need to pretend to slap this guy in the face next. So he lowered his head and raised his right cheek slightly toward the sky at a 45-degree angle, feeling full of sedimentation. Ha, who are you? We can enter the academy without you. Who am I? Becoming the top third rank of the academy in 1 year, a level 4180 storm warrior, and one of the 10 outstanding young men in the Magic City, any one of them will be beyond your reach in your life. If it weren't for the sake of my schoolmates, I would never communicate with a country bumpkin like you. At this time, Lu Qingfeng no longer concealed it. He believed that as long as he showed enough strength, this girl from a small city would definitely fall in love with him regardless of the cost. He didn't know how many girls like this he had won. Coming from a small city, I was fascinated by the colorful world when I first started fighting demons. I have little knowledge and can easily take advantage of it by just showing some strength. At this moment, an imposing golden lion suddenly flew out of the academy, and the powerful figure on the H side attracted everyone's attention. Seeing this figure, Lu Qingfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Boy, did you see that? The second rank of the academy, a 5th-level bloodline warrior, the son of the Jin family in western Sichuan, and the top figure in the Magic City. Guu Chang nodded, thinking about how he should show off for a while. He is my good buddy and big brother. As long as our relationship is in place, I can even take you to make friends with him. When the time comes, let alone the seminaries, you can all walk sideways in this magical city and western Sichuan province. Lu Qingfeng glanced at the powerful figure on the golden lion and whispered proudly. He knew that a country bumpkin like Guu Chang must have known something about the famous figures in the academy before coming here, especially a super genius like Jin Kaishuan. Looking at Guu Chang, he found that the boy looked at Jin Kaishuan with a little surprise, and he couldn't help feeling secretly happy. Humph, I'm dumbfounded. Seeing that I have such a good relationship with Jin Kaishuan, I must be extremely admired. Next, he didn't even need to do anything. This guy would take the initiative to say good things to Mo Qingshe for him. Such people are so easy to handle. No. At this time, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. Jin Kaishuan was walking over here. Hey, I should just be passing by, don't panic. No, it seems like I really came here. Lu Qingfeng panicked all of a sudden, even though they were all top geniuses and college students. But the gap between him and Jin Kaishuan is bigger than Donghai. The two of them are from different worlds and have little contact with each other. But he soon regained his composure again, feeling a little happy in his heart. Jin Kaishuan came over here, maybe it was him who said hello. After all, the person who came here had exchanged words with each other. Strictly speaking, he was considered a friend. He raised his head involuntarily, with a flattering smile on his face. Brother Jin, you are here. These are the new juniors and juniors. I will show them around the academy, ********. However, facing his words, Jin Kaishuan didn't even blink and said coldly. Who are you? Without waiting for an answer, he continued. Whoever you are, get out of my way and block my way. After saying that, he looked at Guu Chang, showing an even more exaggerated smile than Lu Qingfeng's face just now. Brother Guu, you are here and you miss me so much. Well, we just met yesterday. Guu Chang looked helpless. I was just about to show off, and you came over. He really doubted this guy did it on purpose. Hey, as the saying goes, 1 day without seeing you is like 3 autumns. Brother Guu, let's go, I'll take you to visit the academy. This is Junior Mo Qingshe, I heard Brother Guu talking about you. Ah, Mo Qingshui's face lit up with joy and she couldn't help but ask, what did he say about me? Ahem, he said you are beautiful and have a very good resume. 0. Of course Jin Kaishuan didn't tell the truth, because what Guu Chang said was, this girl is good looking, has a lot of money, and is a super love-minded rich woman. At this time, he suddenly turned his head and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. What is your job? Before Guu Chang could speak, Qingshe spoke immediately. He said he would take classmate Guu and I around, saying that without his help, it would be difficult for us to pass the assessment. Guu Chang couldn't help but laugh. He had not forgotten that this girl was very sinister. What? Jin Kaishuan's expression suddenly changed. With just these words, he could already guess what happened just now. You're looking for death. If you dare to bully brother Guu, get out of here. Without saying a word, he slapped him away with a slap. The eyes of everyone around him widened, but no one dared to step forward. Brother Jin, I was wrong, I was wrong. Lu Qingfang was also panicking at this time. He had never expected that Guu Changge would have such a good relationship with a super genius like Jin Kaishuan. No, he had obviously already investigated it. This man was just a country bumpkin from a small city. How could he have such an irreconcilable relationship with Jin Kaishuan? Which link is the problem? That's right, did you offend my brother? Why are you apologizing to me? I tell you, if my brother doesn't forgive you, I will kill you. Jin Kaishuan looked angry and his tone was very firm. He wasn't kidding. Even if this guy offended him, he might not be that angry. But it was Guu Changge who offended him, which is unforgivable. Without Guu Changge, he would not have been able to find Sky Island, let alone get the blood of Thunder Lion. We are even halfway there. At this time, Guu Changge's eyes lit up and he suddenly said to Jin Kaishuan. Ah, let me interrupt. Is it true? Brother, I was really wrong, please forgive me. At the gate of the college, Lu Qingfang was crying, bending over and apologizing to Guu Changge. She was about to burst into tears. The two younger brothers behind him had already disappeared. As the saying goes, if nothing happens, the younger brother will go first, and if something happens, the older brother will go first. I deserve to die when I step on a horse. Why did I offend this Guu Changge? I'm really stupid. I can enter the academy with just a casual profession. How can I be an ordinary person? I'm a super werewolf. At this time, he also realized that Jin Kaishuan, a super genius in the academy, had such a good relationship with Guu Changge, who had just arrived. No need to think about it, this person is definitely not simple. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have dared to offend him even if he was beaten to death. Look, that's not Lu Qingfang. I'm going, it's Jin Kaishuan from the second series. Lu Qingfang has offended him. He is doomed now. He deserves to be a let him have nothing to do and like to hook up with those new girls. 1. Haha, I remember you seemed to have taken the bait too. No, he's not apologizing to Jin Kaishuan, he's apologizing to the handsome guy next to him. Yes, I wouldn't have noticed it unless you told me. Who is that person? He looks so handsome. I know this ball, he must be a freshman, maybe a super genius from some school, otherwise Lu Qingfang wouldn't be able to do this. Yes, but I've never heard of it before. I wonder who is better compared to the X-Men family and the Magician's Guild. I guess those two are stronger. After all, there are superpowers behind them, not much weaker than our academy. Everyone around was talking a lot, almost all of them ridiculing Lu Qingfang and being curious about Guu Changge's identity. Lu Qingfang didn't care at all. To be honest, if there weren't too many people here, he would have knelt down and apologized. But no matter what, he is still a genius. If he really knelt down and begged for mercy in front of the public, then his life would really be over. Of course, it would be a different matter if there was no one but Guu Changge and him. Not to mention kneeling down, even if Guu Changge makes some requests that no one can know, he can do it. Anyway, as long as he can get Guu Changge's forgiveness, he can still be saved. Otherwise, given the relationship between Jin Kaishuan and Guu Changge, one sentence would make it difficult for him to survive in the academy. Brother, what do you say, do you want to kill him? There was a faint smile on Jin Kaishuan's face, but this smile almost made Lu Qingfang pee. Guu Changge did not answer immediately, but glanced at Lu Qingfang, then looked at the sky, and said to himself. Oh, the consumption in this magical city is so high, so poor. Ouch, whose card is missing? Lu Qingfang's eyes suddenly lit up, he was not a fool, and then a gold card slipped from his fingertips. Brother Guu, is this your card? I just saw that the card seemed to have fallen from your body. Oh, it's really mine. Guu Changge took the gold card and his eyes widened when he saw the numbers on it. He knew that this gold card was issued by the Magicians Guild. It had no password and could withdraw cash from the Magicians Guild or even directly from Smart Card H. And now there are a full 1 billion on this card. 1 billion, 1 billion, if it were placed in Qingshan City, I wouldn't be able to spend it all. Ahem, let's go. You're here. Let's go take a look around the academy. After putting away the gold card, he said nothing more. After all, people are already so enlightened, and it would not be appropriate for him to do anything else. Of course, another reason is that this is a seminary after all. Beating and scolding is okay, but killing is definitely not okay. If it was in the wild, he would have thrown hundreds of fireballs. People who don't talk too much will live happier lives. Thank you, Brother Gu. Thank you, Brother Gu. Don't worry, I will never harass Mo Qingshe again in the future. Lu Qingfeng kept her head down, not even daring to look at Mo Qingshe, for fear of accidentally offending Guu Chang again. When the three of them left, he breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he found that he was sweating profusely without knowing it. Ah, I almost offended Jin Kaishuan. No matter what identity or strength this Guu Chang is, I can't offend him. I can't even think about revenge. Maid, if you see him in the future, you will have to walk around him. I can't afford to offend you. Guu Chang didn't know what Lu Qingfeng was thinking. He was in a good mood at this time. After all, he got 1 billion in vain. Who could be unhappy? By the way, does Lu Qingfeng, who is one of the top 10 young people in Magic City, have any influence on you? He asked casually. This title sounded pretty awesome. Harm, this is nothing, rubbish honor. Don't forget that we are a 6-star college. If any student goes out, he will have a lot of such lousy honors, or are others rushing to give them to you. You will understand when you actually enter the academy. Countless forces are rushing to give you money every day, sometimes just to let you participate in an event. Jin Kaishuan looked unconcerned. He had hundreds of such rubbish titles. So that's it. Guu Chang nodded, and it was not his fault. After all, he had just arrived in the Magic City from Qingshan City, and he had not yet adapted to the huge changes in his identity and environment. By the way, the assessment will begin tomorrow. You don't have to worry about other people. With your strength, they won't pose a threat to you at all. But there are 2 people, you can pay more attention to them. Examen Wenshan, a member of the Examen family in the Demon City, is a hidden professional holy knight. He is currently at level 4 and level 120 with a strength of around 300. Anna, the granddaughter of the vice president of the Magicians Guild, also has a hidden profession, a death mage. She should be around level 4 to 125. This profession is very evil, so be careful tomorrow. Do they level up so quickly? Guu Chang couldn't help but ask. He thought that he could reach level 100 in 1 month, but he didn't expect that both of them were above level 100. This not only made him feel like he had forgotten to cheat. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. The 2 of them have very old backgrounds. They awakened individually when they were just 16 years old. There is no need to participate in collective awakening, so now they have probably been awakened for close to a year, not a month. So that's it. Guu Chang initially held a group awakening in school. Some people had just turned 16 but some were already almost 17. This is because ordinary people simply don't have the money to hold an awakening ceremony alone, but the general calendar is different. Once someone has just turned 16, they will immediately start the awakening ceremony, and they don't care about money or anything. Therefore, these 2 people have been awakened for a year, and their cultivation time is much longer than Guu Chang. Understood. Guu Chang nodded, remembering the names of these 2 people, but didn't pay much attention to them. Now that his true combat effectiveness is close to rank 7, 2 rank 4s will indeed hardly pose a threat to him. Strictly speaking, his strength has already surpassed that of the younger generation, and his real opponents have gradually become those rank 7 bosses. Even if he has only been awake for 1 month. There is no way, you just do whatever you want. The assessment will be held tomorrow. I wonder if the hidden attributes will be activated if I get the authority of the secret realm. School of the Gods, Square of the Gods. Guu Chang stood in the crowd. Today was the day of assessment, but it was not as lively as he expected, and even a little deserted. The huge square was just over 100,000 square meters in size, with a statue of 100 meters high shining brightly in the sun. However, in such a huge square, there were only a few hundred people, not even 1,000. Such a scene is very rare even in the lowest one-star academy. After all, even a one-star college can recruit hundreds or even thousands of students every year, and with the invitation of many powerful people, the scene is also very lively. However, the new students of the 6-star theological seminaries seemed particularly deserted when they started school. There were only more than 100 freshmen this year. Although the number of people is pitiful, everyone without exception is considered a top genius in the world. The lowest level is level 50, and such levels are rare among freshmen in 5-star colleges. You know, most of them guess that they have only been awake for a few months. But here, the top talents are almost ruined. The rest of the people were old students and teachers, and not many came. As for those who came to watch the battle, there were only 5 people, and without exception they were all rank 8 bosses. What a strong exclusivity. The ceremony has not yet begun, but Guu Chang has already felt a strong sense of xenophobia. The seminaries do not seem to welcome outsiders. At this time, a boy who was only 12 years old suddenly appeared above the square. He was dressed in a large white robe, and his eyes were extremely deep, as if they contained the infinite starry sky. He did not look funny because of his appearance. To all the geniuses from all over the world, I am so lucky to meet you. He made a low voice, which sounded ordinary but very comfortable. The wise man. See the wise dean. Everyone present nodded in response, but they were not too serious. Instead, they were full of joy. 9 turns. Guu Chang's face froze. The moment this young man appeared, he immediately felt a sense of danger. Mud, don't think about it. This guy is definitely a 9-turn guy. Absolutely. This is also the most powerful professional he has encountered so far, and there is no one. Guu Chang subconsciously compared the two, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it were a life-and-death battle, he should not be able to defeat this deputy dean of the seminaries, the top powerhouse in the world, the 9th-turn boss and wise man. But he shouldn't even think about killing himself. It's probably a 50-50 shot. After all, he has never really used the full calendar so far. The wise man in the air was suddenly startled. He naturally noticed Guu Chang's gaze, but for some reason, at that moment, he felt extremely dangerous. Perhaps it's an illusion. How can a little guy who has just turned 4 be a threat to me? Even the reincarnation of the old god is impossible. Without thinking too much, the wise man just thought it was an illusion, and then said almost the same words as in previous years. He didn't like nonsense either. He only talked for a few minutes before taking out a glowing white light group. Students, next I will start the secret realm rating. Your performance will determine your treatment and status after entering the academy. Come on. After crushing the light group, the space above the square was suddenly torn open the next moment. No one panicked, they all knew that this was a new secret realm being created. Secret realm. Ancient battlefield, Demon Sea. Level. Normal, tentative, can be upgraded. Restrictions. Under 20 years old. The rating of the secret realm is about to begin. Please enter the battlefield to meet the revenge and infection of the ancient souls of injustice. Quote. The cold blood red characters appeared in front of the space crack above the square, which looked so creepy that it made people afraid to move forward. But these freshmen are all lawless geniuses, how can they be afraid of this? Without any hesitation, they stepped into the space crack one by one, and the square suddenly became more deserted. It turns out to be an ancient battlefield-type secret realm. Now we're in trouble. On the viewing platform, Jin Kaishuan and Mei Qiluo sat together, one on the left and the other on the right. Several imposing guys on his left looked curiously at the projection in the sky, which was showing everything in the secret realm. He is the Guu Chang you mentioned, doesn't he look very good? Shut up, you idiots know nothing. Brother Guu is definitely the most talented person I have ever seen. Tisk, how strong is it? Could it be stronger than the Qiluo sequence? After the person next to him finished speaking, he immediately looked cautiously at Mei Qiluo next to him. The person next to her was completely different from Jin Kaishuan. There was no one on the right for several hundred meters. The originally lively atmosphere suddenly became deserted. Several other people's expressions also changed slightly, and they all looked at the speaker with some resentment. Even Jin Kaishuan couldn't help but complain in his heart. If you don't know how to talk, just stop talking. Junior Gu is better than me. At this time, Mei Qiluo, who had been silent until now, spoke. The other people were stunned and didn't even react. Did they hear it correctly? Qiluo sequence actually said that Guu Chang, who has not officially entered the academy, is more talented than her. You know, it only took 2 years for this person to become the second sequence. The average time it takes to become a second-tier player in the academy is 4 to 5 years, which doesn't seem to be much different, and there's nothing remarkable about it. But more than 95% of students simply cannot become the second sequence. Graduation is also the first primary sequence. In such a comparison, her talent is simply unimaginably terrifying. Now she is only 19 years old. She has only been in the academy for 3 years and is already a strong person in the second sequence. It is very possible to become a first sequence in the future. Both in the second sequence, Jin Kaishuan is far inferior to this in terms of strength and status. But such a super genius now actually admits that he is not as good as this unheard of Guu Chang. Their eyes instantly became strange. If you say Guu Chang is very talented, will they believe that he is even more powerful than Qiluo sequence? What nonsense is this? They would rather believe that there is some hidden story between this handsome boy and Qiluo sequence. Although Qiluo sequence has always been cold, she is still a woman. Kaishuan, since he is holding it in his mouth like this, what kind of profession is it? It can't be a hidden profession that can be ranked in the top 10. Several people couldn't help but ask, but Jin Kaishuan took a deep breath and said speechlessly and helplessly. I asked, he said Sanren, but I don't believe it. When Guu Chang told him that he was a Sanren, Jin Kaishuan was unwilling to believe anything he said. But then he gradually felt normal. After all, this guy is so perverted, and it seems reasonable to be able to cultivate the Sanren profession to be so strong. A few people rolled their eyes, assuming that Jin Kaishuan didn't want to tell them. Some professions were relatively mysterious, so naturally he didn't want others to know. We don't believe it either. Several people showed casual smiles on their faces. They first looked at Mei Qiluo carefully, and then looked at Guu Chang with curiosity. They want to see how strong the man the Academy's super genius Qiluo sequence can like. Can it give them a little shock? On the endless Black Sea, there were inexplicable corpses everywhere. Demonic energy was billowing, and the sea water was as red as black. Hundreds of students suddenly appeared, looking at the scene in front of them with shock in their eyes. There are many types of secret realms, and those present are all geniuses. Naturally, they have all entered secret realms before, but this is the first time for them to encounter the secret realm of the ancient battlefield. This type of secret realm is the weirdest, most terrifying, and the most difficult. Likewise, the mortality rate is also the highest. Now we're in trouble. The faces of several teachers in the academy also changed when they saw it. The secret realm generated by the heart of the secret realm was random. They had not messed around before and it turned out to be an ancient battlefield. You know this, they will definitely not use it for these student assessments, but participate in it themselves. After all, the mortality rate in ancient battlefields was high, but the rewards were also quite astonishing. But since it has already happened, it can only be like this for now. Anyway, with the wise dean here, there will probably not be any big problems. Ding dong, please note that under the influence of mysterious power, the souls of the ancient battlefield are undergoing a strange resurgence, and the first wave of attacks is about to come. In the secret realm, just as the system prompt was issued, all the terrifying corpses in the demonic sea suddenly stood up one by one. The corpses had red eyes, were densely packed, and exuded an extremely strange aura. There were thousands of them. Roar! They let out an intrusive roar and ran toward them very quickly, biting everyone they saw without any sign of reason. Careful, someone reminded them that they were not fools, and no one was bitten. A shocking battle was about to break out. Kill, Ancient Resentment Corpse. Level 82. The soldiers on the ancient battlefield were contaminated by resentment and turned into strange and resentful corpses. Please be careful not to be bitten by him, definitely not. Most of the thousands of resentful zombies are between level 50 and 100. Apart from being fast and biting like crazy, their individual combat effectiveness is not particularly strong. Except for some panic at the beginning, everyone quickly reacted and easily killed the resentful corpses with their powerful strength. After all, they are all top geniuses, and it is too easy to leapfrog the competition. Whoosh! Guu Chang was in the sky behind the crowd, holding a hunter's longbow, shooting one arrow at a time, easily hitting the bar. Mo Qingshe waved her staff behind him. Each bright spell just managed to restrain these resentful zombies, and an auxiliary dealt a lot of damage. But compared with others, they seemed ordinary, and even the students and teachers watching the battle outside didn't notice him. This looks ordinary. Several people around Jin Kaishuan looked puzzled. Although they easily killed many resentful zombies, almost all the freshmen could sit high like Guu Chang, not to mention that he was working with 2 people. They really couldn't see what was outstanding about Guu Chang compared to other freshmen. He was just an ordinary top talent. Facing the doubts of several people, Jin Kaishuan was very calm and did not rush to explain. After several days of contact, he was very confident in Guu Chang's strength, and he also knew that this person didn't like to be in the limelight from the beginning. So, he smiled at a few people and said very calmly, "Let the bullets fly for a while." He was right in his guess. Guu Chang did it on purpose. It wasn't that he didn't want to show off, but it was just the beginning and there was no need at all. There are only so many resentful zombies, and they are so weak. Even if they are all defeated, the points are not enough to fill the gaps between nails. It's better to wait until later, when everyone else has been squeezed dry, then he takes action and shows these people what it means to be a real man. Not 3 seconds. Yes, one of the criteria for this assessment is points. Every time you kill a wild monster, you will get points. The higher the points, the better the final evaluation and results will be. Of course, this is not the only criterion, it also depends on the performance in the secret realm. After all, a profession like Mo Qingshe that favors support would definitely kill fewer enemies. If it were calculated based on points, it would definitely be unfair. In this world, support is still very important. After all, the main website is everywhere. An awesome wet nurse is really hard to find, and even the seminaries are in short supply. Now these resentful corpses are worth 1 point each. Guu Chang is 32 points. Unsurprisingly, the ones with the highest points were the 2 super geniuses from the superpowers that Jin Kaishuan mentioned before. Examen Wenshan was a man about 2 meters tall, riding a unicorn and rushing to the front, waving a large lightsaber in his hand. Don't tell me, the Holy Knight is really fierce against these resentful zombies. For glory, he raised his voice and struck down with his sword, purifying dozens of resentful corpses in one go. Now he has 485 points, killing half of them. In second place is little Loliana from the level 9 Magicians Guild, with 341 points. She had a small ponytail, a JK skirt, and a pink suit. She didn't look like she was here for an assessment, but rather like she was on vacation. But they do have the capital. If they don't pass the academy assessment, they will go home and inherit the property of the level 9 Magicians Guild, which is worth trillions. Guu Chang said that he was really not upset. Isn't it the superpower, the 9th level Magicians Guild? When he creates the guild, he will be upgraded directly to level 9. By then, he alone will be a superpower. Of course, these are things in the future, but it will definitely not take too long. Little Loliana's fighting style is completely different from Examen Wenshan. She crosses her fair legs and sits on a suspended flying board in the air. 2 7 or 8 meter tall skeleton lords, holding big axes, one with each axe, swept dozens of resentful corpses and disappeared. In addition, there are more than a dozen skeletons around her, 3 or 4 skeleton warriors for close protection, and the rest are skeleton shooters and skeleton mages, who protect her from 360 degrees in all directions without blind spots. The little Loli just sat on the hoverboard, swaying her long white legs in boredom, using almost nothing, and her points kept rising. He's so handsome. Seeing this scene, Huong Qian's Guu Chang's eyes suddenly lit up. He wants it too. Don't get me wrong, he's not talking about little Lolita, but those skeletons. Being able to summon so many skeletons, he is worthy of being ranked among the top 50 hidden professional death mage. If he is trained well, he can even be on par with teacher Sus Valkyrie. Think of a way, we must get the grain. Guu Chang was very moved. The skill of summoning skeletons was so cool. He just asked the skeletons to do illegal work without having to do anything. It made him feel happy. He had thought about trying it before, but skills in this area were indeed so rare that they were not sold at all. But now that I have met this little loli, maybe there is a way. Maybe she has such skills. Casually shooting a resentful corpse 100 meters away, Guu Chang quickly searched for vague memories about this book in his mind. 3,000 Skills of Lolita. Loli licking is so good that Iron Shen can't stand it. This is a great book. In the secret realm, everyone's faces were full of solemnity, and the initial relaxation was no longer there. Many people were more or less injured. By this time, they had been fighting for almost 2 hours, but the enemy was getting stronger and stronger. Among everyone, Examen Wenshan and Anna were still the ones with the highest points, and they were leading at the break. Their points have reached 3,000 and 4,000 respectively, while the third place only has more than 1,000 points. Guu Chang's points have also reached more than 800, which is not at the bottom, but around the middle and slightly above. After all, although he hid his strength, but with his strength on display, he wouldn't say that he deliberately didn't kill the enemy. That would be out of his mind. A hunter's longbow can easily kill an enemy with just 2 arrows. Unfortunately, I didn't kill many wild monsters, so I only upgraded to level 2, and now I'm only at level 102. After reaching level 4, the experience required for upgrading will also double. Tip, the 17th wave of zombies has arrived, please pay attention, please pay attention. Upon hearing this reminder, everyone's expressions became more serious, and a layer of dew appeared on the vast sea surface. Powerful and strange figures are coming out of the fog. This wave of attacks has already put a lot of pressure on them even before they appear. Ding dong, reminder, it is detected that the secret realm is negatively affected by the mysterious smoke, and the attack of all professionals is reduced by 3%. At the same time, this bad news also made everyone look even more embarrassed. 3% may not seem like much, but in fact it has a huge impact on combat effectiveness. Not to mention 3%, even 1% can determine the outcome of the battle. Boom, 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 the dull figure came out of the fog, as if it hit everyone's heart, shaking their hearts. Then, 200-meter giants slowly walked out of the fog. The moment these huge figures appeared, everyone felt an indescribable sense of oppression. 100-meter giant corpse. Level 300. The mysterious corpse from the ancient battlefield. He is infinitely powerful and possesses unimaginable strength. If you want to defeat him, do it in the next life. Skills: Immortality, Curse Power, Infinite Strength. Combat Power, 450 stars. What? Level 300, 450 star combat power, this is no joke. Behind the 100-meter giant corpse, there is also a dense army of monsters. Each of them is around level 100. They are obviously much stronger than the first wave. 450 star combat power, are you kidding me? It's already at the level of a 5th level professional. This is the freshman assessment. Why do I feel like this college wants my life? I just want to go to school. Let's play ball. We can only reach level 103 times at most, and our combat power can reach 100 stars. 100 versus 450, let's play ball. I don't want to play anymore, I want to go home. Looking at the 100-meter giant corpse whose head could not be seen clearly, even the top geniuses couldn't help but feel despair. Although all of them have extraordinary talents, after all, their awakening time was too short, and they have not seen any big scenes. For glory. But at this moment, Examen Wenshan, who was more than 2 meters tall, jumped up. The big sword in his hand emitted a 10-meter-long golden light and slashed towards the head of one of the 100-meter giant corpses. Bang! The power of the 10-meter sword was unstoppable, and coupled with the blessing of sacred attributes, it actually pierced the body of a 100-meter giant corpse and directly cut off a finger. At this time, Sikong Wenshan stood in front of the 100-meter giant corpse holding a big sword. Although he was very small, he seemed to be more dazzling than the 100-meter giant corpse at this time. So strong. Classmate Examen is awesome. Hey, I always thought that I was the top genius, but now I realize that there is a world out there, and there are people out there. Compared with classmate Examen, I am indeed much inferior. Seeing this scene, everyone else couldn't help but sigh, with admiration in their words. This guy is awesome. It's almost certain that he will become the second rank in the future, and it's not impossible for him to be the first rank. The eyes of the people around Jin Kaishuan were full of shock. He had not yet officially entered the academy, but with such strength, it was only a matter of time before he caught up with them. Although they are a little helpless, they have adapted. After all, there are always one or two such super geniuses every year. After thinking about it, they couldn't help but glance at Guu Chang and then turn to look at Jin Kaishuan. Although he didn't say anything, Jin Kaishuan knew what they were thinking with his butt. Let the bullets fly for a while. BGEA, although he looked very calm on the surface, he couldn't help but panic in his heart. He looked at Guu Chang with a hint of resentment in his eyes. No, brother Guu, eldest brother, eldest father. Please, show off now. I feel uncomfortable if I don't watch you show off for a day. Guu Chang didn't know what Jin Kaishuan was thinking, but he was indeed ready to take action. Others could not deal with this 100-meter giant corpse at all. Even though Examen Wenshan cut off a section of his finger, it was actually useless. Look, I'm back to health again. At this time, everyone suddenly discovered that the severed fingers of the 100-meter giant corpse had recovered as before, without losing any blood. What's going on? I understand, this is his innate skill, immortality. What the hell, is it invincible? Then it's a hammer. Why don't we all commit suicide by wiping our necks? No, of course he is not truly immortal, but if he cannot be killed instantly, all his injuries will recover as before. I wipe it. What the hell, are you kidding me? Instant kill. To be able to kill this guy instantly, you need at least 5 turns. Can any of us do it? No, how is it possible? If you can have the strength of rank 5 just a few months after awakening, then you are not a human being, but a species. For glory. At this time, Examen Wenshan in the sky raised his sword in the air with both hands, roaring louder, and the sword in his hand became more golden. Don't tell me, aside from the facts, it's really a bit of a god. Bang. Then, the next moment, he was stepped on by the 100-meter giant with a bang, and was instantly killed. The sound is very pleasant, and the death is quite fast. Of course, this is definitely not true death, just being eliminated. It's over now. Even classmate Examen has been eliminated. We can't get over this wave. But it's not bad. We withstood 17 waves of attacks. The level of the secret realm should be high. Everyone was talking about it, and little Mengliana also quietly withdrew her little foot that she had just stepped out. In such an exciting scene, of course she wanted to stand out. She had long been displeased with the stupid big guy. But if you can't beat it, then don't go up. Hey, that's great. Jin Kaishuan couldn't help but laugh, which made several teachers not far away look very ugly. According to the current trend, only high-level secret realms can be formed, and the heart of this secret realm must be at a loss. Although they had been mentally prepared before this, they never expected that it would be an ancient battlefield type of secret realm, which was too rare. But now they are being ruined alive and can only form a high-level secret realm. It is really more uncomfortable than letting them eat Huong. So when they heard Jin Kaishuan's laughter, they almost couldn't help but take action. Hehe, great. Brother Guu, no one else can do it anymore. Hurry up and take action, it's your turn to show off. Brother, please kneel down and beg you, hurry up and show off. Perhaps hearing his inner prayer, Guu Chang raised the hunter's longbow and aimed at the head of the 100-meter giant corpse. Boom! Within the secret realm, there were colorful lights, skills flying around, and roars resounding everywhere. Many freshmen fought fiercely with monsters, and the scene looked very powerful. However, the teachers outside were all very calm and did not express anything. After all, for them, who are at least level 7, this is really not much different from playing house. Only those who perform well will be occasionally commented on by the group. Of course, some teachers have already left directly. The elimination of Examen Wenshan means that the secret realm rating will ultimately be only high level, not even top level, let alone legendary. Such a rare secret realm had such a low level. They were really distressed, so they might as well just stop looking at it. Whizzing. At this time, new students suddenly appeared in the square. They looked at each other with unwillingness on their faces. It's not that they are too weak, it's that the enemy is too strong. As long as they are touched by the 100-meter giant zombie, they will be eliminated directly. Only a few minutes passed, and only half of the freshmen were left in the secret realm. They fought and retreated, not coming into contact with the 100-meter giant zombie, and instead killed the mobs, trying to get as many points as possible before being eliminated. Be careful, I'm on board, Guu Chang said to Mo Qingshe, and then faced the 100-meter giant corpse. Yeah, you should be careful too. Mo Qingshe nodded heavily and did not say anything to stop him. She knew classmate Guu and knew that he would not do anything he was not sure of. But she still couldn't help but look up at the giant corpse. Can student Guu really defeat such a terrifying monster? Be careful, hide quickly, the big guy is coming. At this time, the 100-meter giant corpse suddenly turned around and rushed over, and the remaining freshmen hurriedly avoided it. It was so dangerous, I almost got hit. Oh, the combat power of level 300 and 450 stars is simply beyond what we can handle. Look, who is that? Why is he standing still? I remember that his name seems to be Guu Chang. It is said that he is somewhat related to the young master of the Jin family in the second sequence. What is he doing? Why doesn't he move? He won't be frightened. It's possible, maybe he wanted to take the initiative to be eliminated. A few hundred meters in front of a giant corpse of 100 meters, Guu Chang stood motionless, showing no intention of hiding. Others naturally noticed it. Although they were curious, they didn't care. No matter what he does, just eliminate him if he is eliminated. This way there will be one less competitor. At this time, they discovered that Guu Chang was aiming at the 100-meter giant corpse with his bow and arrow. Ah, am I right? He actually wants to attack the big guy. He's dying. If we piss that guy off, we'll all be eliminated. He doesn't think he can kill the big guy, that's a level 300 giant corpse. Maybe I was frightened and daydreaming. Everyone was talking about it and took the opportunity to kill some monsters. Whoosh. At this time, Guu Chang shot a golden light arrow from the long bow in his hand, flying towards the head of the giant corpse. It's weak and weak. It's a very ordinary arrow. Fortunately, I was still looking forward to it just now. Don't expect it. This arrow may not even be able to break the skin of the giant corpse. Agree +1. The golden light arrow seems to be very fast, but in fact it is not slow at all. In an instant, he arrived in front of the giant corpse and passed through his head easily with a swish. The 100-meter-long body stagnated in the air, and suddenly collapsed without warning after a second. Ding dong, you successfully killed the 100-meter giant zombie, level 300, and your experience is plus 950,000. Ding dong, you have been upgraded. Dong dong, you have been upgraded. A series of prompts kept ringing in his mind, and Guu Chang instantly rose to level 10, but no one else noticed this scene at all. They all looked blankly at the extremely huge body on the ground, looking at the several pieces of glowing equipment, their brains were a little hard to turn around. What happened? Snapped. Some people couldn't help but slap themselves and looked at the people next to them blankly. Am I dreaming? Was this an instant kill with one arrow just now? Okay, it seems so. They looked at each other, and the next moment they all looked at Guu Chang in unison. Who is he? How did he do it? One arrow kills a level 300 giant corpse instantly. Didn't it say that the strongest one is Examen Wenshan? Who is he? Ahem, I know, he is the strongest super genius of our generation, Guu Chang. Even the second-ranked Jin Kaishuan praised him and called himself the second child. He is a super genius. No, didn't you just say that his ejaculation was soft and weak? When did I say that? What I said was that Mr. Guu is unparalleled in archery and is the best in the world, every second of the day. Your face is made of iron. Everyone looked at Guu Chang with disbelief in their words. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, it was still hard for them to believe that Guu Chang actually killed a level 300 giant corpse. Hey, I thought Examen Wenshan was already the strongest genius in the world, but now it seems that compared to classmate Guu, he is simply vulnerable. Yes, there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. Student Guu is this sky. Hearing these words, Guu Chang had no expression on his face, but of course he was very happy. At this time, he really wanted to say, calm down, I only need to make a small move, and I am already at the limit of your segment. Outside the secret realm, several teachers who had not yet left looked at each other, with deep surprise and appreciation in their eyes. As rank 7 bosses, they consider themselves to be much more knowledgeable than these freshmen. You have to say that Guu Chang tried his best to kill the level 300 giant zombie. Although they were shocked, they were still able to accept it. After all, there are always some fighting geniuses in this world. But if the arrow is shot in seconds, that would be a bit outrageous. If they read it correctly, this kid was only at level 100, but he could kill a giant zombie at level 300 instantly. This. Well, they couldn't explain it, and it was beyond shocking. Ha. I've said it before, Brother Guu is a super genius, how about that, he's awesome. Why don't you say anything? In the square, Jin Kaishuan looked at the people next to him excitedly. Didn't you say that Examen Wen's genius is the strongest genius? Ouch, he's so strong. His imitations of several people are really lifelike. His eyes are squinted and his lips are pursed, and his expressions are really quite good. The people next to him were all silent at this time, and they were shocked in their hearts. Oh my god, why is this Guu Chang so stubborn? Letting Jin Kaishuan pretend to be cool is even more uncomfortable than killing me. In the square, the calmest person was naturally Dean Ji. He looked at Guu Chang calmly, naturally surprised in his heart. If it is the reincarnation of the old god, then it would be acceptable to be able to do this. But which god will it be? Hawkeye, it shouldn't be him. Among the old gods, his strength is average. Even if he gives up everything for reincarnation, he won't have such terrifying strength. Based on this potential, if Guu Chang is really the reincarnation of an old god, it can only be those high-level gods. Is it really them? For a moment, even he was a little confused. As a wise man, his wisdom is naturally unmatched by anyone, but Guu Chang's strength and potential have exceeded the norm, and no matter how smart he is, he can't understand it. Hey, who is this little guy? What is the purpose of coming to the gods? Should we let him pass the test and join the gods? Chapter 71. Whoosh! The golden light arrow shuttled through the void and easily killed a giant corpse in seconds. What a pervert! There were less than 10 people left in the secret realm. Seeing Guu Chang easily hunt down giant corpses, no matter how shocked he was, he gradually got used to it. After all, many things are unbearable for the first time. Although it is outrageous after that, it will be like that after many times. At this time, there were already 20 waves of attacks, most of the freshmen had been eliminated, and the remaining ones were from the genius group. Of course, Examen Wenshan was an accident. As a genius who was only a few million points weaker than Guu Chang, he was eliminated so quickly, which profoundly illustrates a truth. Don't waste time. For these new students, Guu Chang is naturally capable of protecting them and even leaving them unscathed. But he won't do that. How can these people do trivial things to him? He is not the Holy Mother. He wished these guys would be eliminated soon so that he could have the secret realm to himself. Of course, he would not say that he would actively eliminate these people. Although the rules did not explicitly prohibit it, it would not do him any good if he was eliminated. Instead, it would cause some trouble, so he did not take action. 767. If he could gain great benefits by eliminating them, he would directly eliminate them at the beginning of the assessment. Help! Along with a scream, several more people were eliminated. Soon, only Guu Chang, Mo Qingshe and little Loliana were left in the secret realm. As for Mo Qingshe, she is naturally protected by Guu Chang. What he did was not only because of his friends, but also because this rich woman with a love brain bought him before the assessment started. A total of 1 billion. Why do you feel that he is for sale? Plus, what a strange rush. I have to say, this girl is really rich. It is said that her mother was once a powerful mage. Later, she died protecting a big shot and received a lot of compensation. As for the Lord of Mo City, he bought these compensations into many properties. Now more than 10 years have passed and he has made quite a lot of money. It can only be said that the city lord has a very good vision. Woo, no more playing, no more playing. At this time, all the skeletons summoned by little Liliana were killed. She sat on the floating flying board unscathed and actually cried. That cute look, coupled with the tears, the lethality is really invincible. But Guu Chang was unmoved, let alone cry. Even if you take off your clothes, I won't let you have loving in vain. Hiss, no, no. If you really take off your clothes, hey, it's not impossible. There was a flash of white light, and little Liliana took the initiative to eliminate herself. She originally wanted to use her tears to ask Guu Chang to help her, but it didn't work at all. How abominable. Now, only Guu Chang and Mo Qingshe are left in the secret realm, and everyone's eyes outside are focused on them. To be precise, it should be Guu Chang. Everyone wants it. If it weren't for him, this half-nurse would have died long ago. Wu Cao, I'm such an idiot. In the corner outside, Lu Qingfeng was hiding among the crowd, looking at Guu Chang in the sky. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Originally, he was not interested in watching the freshman assessment. After all, he had watched it for several years, but suddenly he thought of Guu Chang and wanted to take a look. This was so unbelievable that it almost scared him to the point of urinating. I thought this person had a good relationship with Jin Kaishuan, but I didn't expect that he turned out to be a super genius. He couldn't help but be afraid for a while. If Jin Kaishuan hadn't appeared that day, would he be dead now? After staying in the academy for so many years, he knew the consequences of offending a super genius. For a moment, he actually felt a little grateful to Jin Kaishuan. No, I have to find an opportunity to apologize again. Originally, he thought about letting it go, since he had paid the compensation after all, but who knew that Guu Chang was a super genius? Even if he doesn't care, if other people find out about this, they might help vent their anger. It's not like this kind of thing never happened. If he was killed, there would be no way to deal with it. No, I have to get his personal forgiveness. If not, just give the yard to me. Bleeding is better than death. Gritting his teeth, Lu Qingfeng stared at the projection in the sky, wondering how long Guu Chang could hold on. Classmate Guu, thank you, then I will withdraw first. When the assessment is over, I'll treat you to a big dinner. In the secret realm, Mo Qingshe smiled and waved to Guu Chang, feeling very happy, and then took the initiative to eliminate herself. Being able to persist until this point has far exceeded her initial expectations. Even though she was only a support throughout the whole process and didn't kill too many monsters, just by being able to persist for so long, he was able to enter the academy. The 1 billion was well spent, and he also knew that if Guu Chang hadn't regarded her as a friend, 1 billion would not have been enough. Good. Guu Chang nodded and looked at the densely packed monsters not far away in front of him. Now he is the only one left in the secret realm, and finally he no longer has to hold it in. Then let's have a big fight. Holding a long knife to cut the waves, his body flashed, and the next moment he appeared in front of many monsters. Ah, what is he doing? No, he's obviously good at archery and long-range attacks. Why is he rushing into a pile of monsters? I'll go, I really can't understand this wave. Everyone watching the battle outside looked puzzled. They admitted that Guu Chang was very strong, but he couldn't be so reckless. Whirlwind. This is, Guu Chang gently waved the long knife, and a 100-meter long blade shot out. Boom. In an instant, a 100-meter long sword fell from the sky, and the extreme sword light instantly swallowed up all the monsters. The demonic sea was divided into 2 halves, and almost all monsters were killed instantly. Experience plus 2,345. Experience plus 3,242. Ding dong, you have been upgraded. The experience keeps increasing. At this moment, Guu Chang is directly at level 130. Everyone outside was surprised again. No, it doesn't matter if he is so strong at long range, why is he so powerful at close range? A sword can move 100 meters. What kind of skill is this? It's so powerful. It's so handsome. I want to learn it too. I think it should be a warrior or swordsman skill, at least a 4th or even 5th level skill. It must be a 5th level air breaking slash or a dragon slaying blow. He has learned such a difficult skill. How awesome. Everyone guessed the skill Guu Chang had just used, and they all thought it was at least a 4th level skill, but they didn't know that it was only a 1st level whirlwind. It's just with the blessing of hidden attributes and hundredfold increase that it becomes so awesome. No, be careful. At this time, several people watching the battle suddenly shouted uncontrollably. Behind Guu Chang, two 100-meter giant corpses suddenly appeared from the fog, waving their huge palms and hitting him hard. And he seemed to have noticed nothing, completely motionless. Stop shouting, idiot, he won't hear you at all. Oh, what should we do? The attack of the level 300 giant zombie is very strong, and it will definitely be eliminated if it is hit. I can't help it. I just blame him for being too promiscuous. Hey, did it stop at the 20th wave? He is obviously very strong, what a pity. No, look, then, what is that? Whoosh. In the secret realm, a golden arrow of light easily penetrated the heads of two giant corpses, and then flew in front of Guu Chang as if to please. Boom. The two giant corpses collapsed suddenly, making a roaring sound that seemed to hit the hearts of everyone outside. Their eyes widened even more, and they were almost speechless. All go, this is so handsome. What kind of skill is this? I'm about to cry. Teacher, I want to learn it too. I don't know how to learn shit, I don't want to learn it. Ah, this battle is so cool. If there was disbelief in the eyes of these freshmen just now, then from this moment on, they all turned into incomparable admiration. When a person is better than you are shocked and unconvinced, but when his excellence surpasses you so much that it is impossible to achieve, then all you have left in your heart is admiration. And these new students and even old students are in this state at this time. Ah, classmate Guu, he is so handsome, I really want to be his girlfriend. Are you worthy? Only I, the strongest man, can be conquered by him. Classmate Guu, choose me. There are quite a few girls among the freshmen, and all of them are beauties. This is not surprising. Generally speaking, the more powerful the professionals are, the better their appearance will be. At this time, these goddesses in the eyes of countless people have all become Guu Chang's little fans. Even some elderly female teachers looked at Guu Chang in the projection and looked at him sideways. Guu Chang didn't know this. At this time, he was using the wave-breaking knife and the hunter's long bow, which worked perfectly together to continuously harvest monsters. His level continues to increase, and waves of attacks are easily dealt with. But it was at this time that he finally ran into some trouble. In the Demon Sea, Guu Chang's figure kept flickering, and dense wild monsters were overwhelming, but they did not pose any threat to him. On the contrary, every time he slashes with his sword, he can take away the lives of hundreds of wild monsters. He is so superb and invincible. Whoosh! The golden light arrows also shuttled among the wild monsters, swishing through the heads of each wild monster easily. It seemed that the speed was not fast, but almost all the wild monsters had no time to get close to Guu Chang and were harvested by it. In this way, relying on these two ordinary but extremely powerful attacks, Guu Chang killed all the way and quickly passed more than a dozen waves of attacks. It is now the 32nd wave of attacks, and his level has reached level 150. Such an upgrade speed is unheard of, ridiculously fast. But this is normal. After all, there are no freshmen except him who can kill like this. Ding dong, the 33rd wave of attacks has arrived, please pay attention to defense. Ding dong, affected by the mysterious power, your attack is reduced by 5%. The negative influence in the secret realm has increased again, and this wave of attacks has become more terrifying than ever. Boom, nearly 20 100-meter giants stood at the front, all of them level 300 without exception, followed by endless corpses of resentment. At a glance, there are at least tens of thousands of them, and this is not the most terrifying thing. At this time, the land beneath Guu Chang began to shake violently, and the surrounding demonic sea began to boil. Boom! Suddenly the remaining ground in the secret area suddenly shattered, and a huge monster jumped up from the sea water, opening its mouth nearly 100 meters wide towards Guu Chang, and its huge body blocked the entire sky. Just the waves stirred up killed many resentful corpses. Careful, run. This is a coon whale. What? Why did the king of the offshore appear here? Coon whale king of the offshore mutated resentment version. Level 350. The darling of the ocean, a ruthless rice drying machine, if you disturb his eating, you will become delicious food. Talent, ancient behemoth, son of the ocean, crazy devouring. Combat power. 619 stars. I'm going, old friend. Guu Chang's wings trembled behind his back, and he instantly dodged 100 meters away, easily dodging the sneak attack. Seeing this behemoth, he was also a little surprised. He had seen this thing before. It was the king of the offshore sea that he had killed in the East China Sea before. But at that time, this guy was only level 320, and his combat power was less than 500 stars. The one in front of me was much more terrifying. It turned out to be like a mutant zombie. Not only had its level been improved, but its combat experience had also improved a lot. Especially the resentment on his body, which is so strong that ordinary professionals will fall into madness as long as they are touched, and whether they can still fight becomes a question. It's a bit troublesome. Swinging out a sword, the 100-meter-long sword easily cut off nearly 1/10 of the coon whale's body, and a golden arrow of light also pierced its head. Such an attack, even if it were placed on a giant corpse, would have killed it long ago. But this guy opened his big mouth and swallowed all the resentful corpses around him along with the sea water, and his body quickly recovered. This means that unless he kills all the wild monsters in the secret area, he will not be able to kill this mutant offshore king. Boom! At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the secret area wrapped in fog in the distance. 2 more offshore kings appeared with hundreds of thousands of resentful corpses. Guu Chang was stunned, with a trace of doubt on his face. This should be beyond the scope, right? Is it so difficult to grade the secret realm at his level? 3 mutated versions of the offshore king, plus an army of hundreds of thousands of zombies, let alone a new life. He can be 100% sure that anyone who comes under the 6th turn will be given away. Generally speaking, 7 turns would be enough. Not to mention anything else, the 3 offshore kings alone would be enough for them to shout. I am afraid that only a rank 7 expert like Teacher Sue can easily deal with these guys. But, isn't this just the freshman assessment? Even if it is a 6-star college, it is still too outrageous. Ding dong, special reminder, the heart of the secret realm has detected that the challenger has extraordinary strength, and hereby starts the legendary star rating test. The more monsters you kill, the higher the secret star level will be. Seeing this prompt, Guu Chang finally understood everything. It turned out that the legendary star rating was turned on, so he could understand it. As mentioned before, the final level of the secret realm formed by the heart of the secret realm is closely related to their performance. Generally speaking, it is impossible to reach the legendary level in the end because it is too rare and difficult. And once it appears, there will be a legendary star rating test, which will determine the final legendary quality of the secret realm. After all, the quality of legendary secret realms also differs, and they are also divided according to stars, with the lowest being 1 star and the highest being 7 stars. Too many of the quality of legendary secret realms in the world today are all 10 stars. This means that from now on, no matter when Guu Chang is eliminated, the secret level will be legendary. It's just that the longer he persists, the higher the star level of the legendary secret realm will be, and the more benefits it will bring to the college. Guu Chang didn't know this at first. He just heard from senior sister Kiluo that it was possible to obtain the authority of the secret realm by reaching the legendary secret realm, so he asked a few more questions. In an instant, he relaxed a lot. Since it is already of legendary quality, at least 90% of the wild monsters I have killed in the secret realm have been confirmed. The authority of the secret realm should be certain. So should we continue now? Guu Chang fell into deep thought. If he wanted to kill 3 offshore kings and hundreds of thousands of zombies with just whirlwind and archer's long bow, it would probably be difficult. But others cannot be easily exposed, such as the Hell Demon Dragon, Ice and Snow World, and Unbounded Divine Wings. Any one of these can easily kill all wild monsters instantly. But the authority has been obtained, and it would be a bit unworthy to expose these 3 in order to increase the star level of the legendary secret realm. Guu Chang in the secret realm is thinking, but everyone outside the secret realm is caught in an incredible surprise. Mysterious, legendary star rating. Ha 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 ha, it has really become a legendary secret realm. It's great. I'm afraid the strength of these colleges will increase a lot. Among everyone, the happiest ones were naturally the teachers and the old students. They knew better than the freshmen what a legendary secret realm meant to the college. Especially the teachers, Every one of them almost burst out laughing. Haha, the legendary secret realm of the ancient battlefield type must correspond to the rare materials of the ancient type. My piece of equipment can finally be crafted. Humph, Grandma, our college finally has a secret realm that can produce ancient materials. We no longer have to look at the expressions of those birds' eggs from the gods. Ha 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 ha, this student Guu is really powerful. He has the strength of a rank 5 professional just after he awakened. I am afraid our college can produce another rank 8 giant. Good thing, good thing. Then I have agreed with first, give me this Guu Chang and let me be his teacher. You're a go away. He's mine, pull it down, it's just your 3 melons and 2 dates, don't let others mislead you. Before the assessment was over, these teachers had already begun to snatch Guu Chang. The other freshmen looked confused and admired. At this time, they didn't have a clear idea of what was going on. There is only one thought left in my mind, this classmate named Guu Chang is so strong and a good teacher. Still hiding. Of all the people present, the calmest one was naturally the only 9-rank boss wise man. Looking at Guu Chang in the projection, he smiled slightly and seemed to have discovered something. Legendary secret realms are indeed rare, but for his level, it really doesn't matter if there is one more or one less, even if it is an ancient type. Compared to Secret Realm Star Review, he is more interested in Guu Chang. He was not wrong. This little guy was still hiding his strength and had no real means at all. That's not okay. He smiled slightly and closed his eyes the next moment. Hello, little one. Guu Chang was thinking when he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice in front of him. Dean. Then he saw the projection of the wise man appearing in front of him. All the wild monsters around him were motionless, and the time and even space in the secret realm seemed to have stopped. Outside the secret realm, others were still talking and laughing, not noticing anything unusual in front of Guu Chang. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, and a bad idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Time stop series. Looking at the strange scenes around him, some strange pictures appeared in Guu Chang's mind. Dry, you idiot, what are you thinking about? Guu Chang cursed secretly and looked at the wise man in front of him cautiously, but he was not too nervous. This is a 9-turn boss. If he really wanted to mess with him, he would have done it long ago. He would not pretend to be a ghost. Because according to normal logic, the gap between the two is 10,000 times larger than the difference between D cup and a cup. Little guy, actually you don't need to hide your strength. Although the wise man looked to be only a teenager, his eyes were profound. As soon as he touched his gaze, Guu Chang had an illusion of sinking. What a scary guy. Guu Chang admitted that he had underestimated this guy before. Sure enough, Jojuan is indeed the strongest in the world, and there is no simple one. Haha, Dean, I don't understand what you are talking about. Guu Chang has always adhered to a principle. When you don't understand the other party's background and purpose, respond by pretending to be stupid. At the very least, it won't make things worse. You are afraid that your strength will be exposed and it will bring you some trouble. I can understand. After all, I used to be just like you. I thought I had power and secrets that transcended everything, and I didn't let others know anything. Did you know that for this reason, I even hid alone in the mountains, spawning monsters and upgrading for 20 years, and barely reached rank 7, otherwise I wouldn't be still at rank 9 now. Although, Guu Chang felt like shit in his heart. It must be difficult to upgrade monsters in the deep mountains at that speed, but it only took him 20 years to become a 7th level boss. This talent is a bit too strong. Don't think that Guu Chang can achieve 4 revolutions in 1 month, or think that 7 revolutions in 20 years is very slow. In fact, 99% of professionals will not reach rank 7 in their lifetime. Most of the remaining ones only broke through the 7th rank after more than 50 years, naturally because they entered the difficult mode after the 4th rank. Another reason is that Guu Chang is a monster beyond common sense. It is abnormal to compare the speed of upgrading and career change with him. Besides, the people he meets now are all the top geniuses in the world, so how can their upgrade speed be slow? Later, I realized how stupid I was after I got out of the mountain. I accidentally joined the seminary. With the help of my teacher, I changed my job 9 times in 50 years. Awesome, so awesome. Guu Chang nodded repeatedly and continued to act stupid, acting as a qualified audience. Haha, I am telling you this. In fact, you don't have to worry too much about your secret being exposed. Even if your talent and profession are really great, so what? There are indeed magical spells that can be plundered, but the effect is not guaranteed. It is better to train you with all our strength and make friends with you, so that you can get greater benefits in the future. You have to remember that a real wise man thinks about how to maximize profits, rather than blindly plundering. Just like me, what I'm thinking about right now is how to train you so that you can become a god as soon as possible, and then help me become a god in the future. The words of a wise man are very naked, but when I look up, I feel very comfortable. In the final analysis, it is just a transaction between people. He joined the seminaries to become stronger, and what they want is for these geniuses to stay in the academy after they become stronger, or to establish cooperative relationships to seek greater benefits. He was not disgusted by this, and there was nothing wrong with it. Okay, I think you should understand that your value depends on your performance. As long as you perform better, the Academy will provide you with more resources and even everything you want, including artifacts, women, and treasures. Of course, it will be troublesome if too many people know about your strength, so I have arranged everything. No matter how outrageous you are, others will think it's normal and will slowly forget all about it soon. Hearing this, Guu Chang couldn't help but give the dean a big thumbs up. This skill is good. Not only does it allow him to show off, but it also prevents others from paying attention to him afterwards, and may even make him forget about it. What a magical skill for dating girls. Bah, you said it wrong, you are just pretending to show off your magical skills. But he still raised his head with a blank look on his face and said to the wise man, Dean, I also want to show off, but I'm helpless because my strength is only so much. The wise man was not angry, and still had a faint smile on his face. When the Secret Realm's rating reaches 1 star, you will be rewarded with 100 college contribution points. If it reaches 2 stars, your contribution value will increase by 200. If you reach 3 stars, your contribution value will increase by 300, and so on. He paused, thought for a while and then added, if we can reach the highest 7 stars, we will directly reward 10,000 contribution points. Although he didn't think Guu Chang could achieve this goal, he still said it. After all, this guy couldn't even see through him. Contribution. Guu Chang was thinking, but he still didn't know the specific value of the contribution value. The wise man smiled slightly, and a gold coin without any pattern and a hint of purple appeared in his hand. You probably don't know yet that 1 contribution from the Academy can be directly exchanged for 1 myriad god coin. With a flick of his finger, a clear and sweet sound sounded in Guu Chang's ears. At this time, this sound was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard in his life. 10,000 gods coin, Jin Kaishuan once mentioned it to him accidentally. This is a hard currency that is superior to all currencies, jointly formulated by all gods, and circulated in countless worlds. He couldn't remember the rest clearly, but he kept Lao Jin's words firmly in his mind. Quote, 10,000 divine coins can be directly exchanged for 100 million. 100 million. At this time, there were only golden coins left in Guu Chang's brain. 1 star was 100 contribution points, which was 1 million god coins, a total of 10 billion. 2 star is 30 billion, 3 star is 60 billion. Kixing said it has a contribution value of 10,000, so that's 1 trillion. Guu Chang felt a little dizzy. He had only seen so much money in the works of God in his previous life. When will he become a trillionaire? Just today, just today. His eyes changed instantly. He looked straight at the dean, as if looking at a golden mountain, and he stood at attention. Dean, don't worry. The college is my home, the biggest one. Even if I die today, if I jump from here, please, I will reach the 7 stars in the Secret Realm. No one can persuade me today, I said so. After saying that, an extremely powerful aura instantly erupted from his body, and the purgatory staff in his hand also exuded a golden light exclusive to legendary equipment. Seeing Guu Chang's expression of despair, the wise man felt a little complicated in his heart. The co-author has talked so much about chicken soup, but it is not as good as 10,000 contribution points, and the chicken soup literature is thick. But on the contrary, he is happy. I am not afraid that he loves money, but I am afraid that he does not love anything. This kind of person is the most difficult to deal with. In the secret realm, the phantom of the wise man disappeared, and the secret realm returned to normal. Outside the secret realm, the wise man also opened his eyes and looked at Guu Chang expectantly. He didn't know if this kid's true strength could bring him a little surprise. Hee, you little grudges, for the sake of my dream of becoming a billionaire, rise up with your little butts. I'm going to kill you all. Everyone will die for me. How long do you think this Guu Chang can last? In the stands, many teachers looked at Guu Chang with admiration in their eyes and talked to each other. I've seen it, and his strength should be above rank 5, which is almost second-order strength. He will definitely be there in 10 minutes. Zizi, these juniors are really powerful now. I remember it took me 4 years to become the second rank. I haven't even entered the academy yet, but I already have the strength of the second rank. Hey, why are you talking about this? Comparing people with each other is irritating. This Guu Chang must be the next number 1 in the academy. Comparing with him is not looking for abuse. Yes, it's a pity that the time for his awakening is still too short. The strength of rank 5 is still not enough to face 3 offshore kings and hundreds of thousands of resentful zombies. It only lasts for 20 minutes at most. Let's just pray. If he can get the secret realm to 2 stars, we can get more materials. Haha, yes, come on, Mr. Guu. While talking, several people started to actively cheer up Guu Chang. This scene was really rare. Seeing that the teachers were helping and cheering, the students couldn't help but get excited, especially the freshmen who had just arrived. They were so excited that they all shouted, Guu Chang, come on. Classmate Guu, he is handsome and the strongest. Classmate Guu, handsome, handsome, handsome. Classmate Guu, chiang. Looking at the beautiful schoolgirls shouting loudly in the square, Jin Kaishuan's eyes widened and tears almost flowed out. He didn't say who was so angry, but it was definitely not him. In the secret realm, Guu Chang looked serious and exhaled softly, feeling calmer than ever before. As a guide, let all things feel the charm of ice and snow. He waved the staff of purgatory, and the huge magic power instantly enveloped the entire secret realm. In fact, it is inappropriate to use the purgatory wand to release the 7th level ice magic in the ice and snow world. But this thing is just a cover-up. He doesn't need to recite the spell. Don't forget that he can recite the magic spell and can cast all his skills instantly. You don't even need a staff or chanting, just rub your hands together. What he did was just a cover-up. If an enemy sees it, it will be a misdirection. Ice and snow come to the world, and everything becomes silent. In an instant, the extremely dim demonic sea was covered with a layer of snow white, and a few seconds later, as far as the eye could see was ice. The entire secret realm, dozens of miles in radius, was frozen, leaving only the color white. The secret realm of the ancient battlefield turned into a world of ice and snow without even realizing it. Ding dong, congratulations on successfully killing the mutated version of the Offshore King's Resentment Corpse level 350 with an experience gain of +2458974. Ding dong, congratulations on successfully killing the mutated version of the Offshore King Zombie level 350, your experience is +2457892. Ding dong, experience +1457. Ding dong, you BGEJ have been upgraded. Ding dong, you successfully picked up the Jade Necklace Epic. A series of prompts sounded in his mind, but Guu Chang didn't care, but looked straight at the ice and snow world in front of him. This is the ice and snow world where wealth increases 5-fold. This time he was really surprised. The wise man said that he would help him cover it up, so this time he didn't hold back too much and directly used the 50-fold increase in the ice and snow world. But he didn't expect that the power would be so astonishing. The entire secret realm, which was dozens of miles in radius, or millions of square meters, would be frozen and turned into a world of ice and snow. And the hundreds of thousands of resentful corpses and all living creatures in the secret territory were also killed at this moment. Except for him, there was no breath of life in this world. Hundreds of thousands of wild monsters plus 3 offshore kings, with nearly 1 billion experience points, reaching the full level of 180 in an instant. Just a few days after he changed jobs, he had to change jobs again. Sometimes it was troublesome to upgrade too quickly. Yes, he was in Versailles. The most terrifying thing is that he clearly feels that the current power is not the limit of the ice and snow world. He estimated that it was only half as powerful, mainly because the secret realm was too small. The key is that Guu Chang only used a 50-fold increase. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying a 100-fold increase would be. The power of this blow is definitely more than 1,000-star combat power. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look outside the secret realm, hoping that the wise man had not made any mistakes. Otherwise, it would be really a big trouble if too many people only know that he has just awakened and has 1,000-star combat power. 1,000 stars. No, it's close to the 8-turn 2,000 stars, or even more than 2,000 stars. At this time, a very obvious surprise appeared on the wise man's face for the first time, and it slowly disappeared after several seconds. Having lived for almost 200 years, he has seen a lot of gods, and has personally participated in battles between gods. But what just happened was definitely the most shocking thing he had ever seen. To be honest, he was mentally prepared for Guu Chang's strength. After all, Su Meng has already said that he is suspected of being able to summon the Hell Demon Dragon and has 1,000-star combat power. So he guessed that Guu Chang should be a very special hidden profession that could briefly release magic far beyond this level at one time, and could even reach the terrifying power of 7th level dry star combat power. Although he was surprised, he could still accept it. He had seen this kind of profession before. However, there are many restrictions. Generally, if you use it once, you will be severely weakened, which will last for at least 1 month, and may even cost your life. Despite this, such professionals are among the best in the world. No matter what force they are in, they will do their best to cultivate them. But he wasn't too anxious. After all, he wanted to see for himself, find out the details of Guu Chang, and see if it was the fault of those guys from the old gods. Now it seems that all his speculations are wrong, and they are very wrong. First of all, there is absolutely no chance that this guy is the reincarnation of an old god. A mere 4th rank can unleash an attack with a combat power of 2,000 stars at the 8th rank. If those rats were really that powerful, they should be the ones hiding now. Secondly, he was not one of those hidden professions as he had guessed. If it were really that kind of profession, releasing magic with a combat power of up to 2,000 stars, the price he paid would have killed them hundreds of times. Even though he was extremely intelligent and had seen too many things, he couldn't help but become nervous at this time. After 1 month of awakening, he already possesses the combat power of 8 ranks and 2,000 stars. Although it is very likely that it is only a one-time use and cannot be released casually, it is incredible. This guy's power and terror were completely beyond his knowledge. To be honest, at that moment, he really thought about arresting Guu Chang and studying it carefully. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a thing? But in the end, his wisdom and reason defeated his impulse. Not to mention whether we can research something, whether we can catch it is still a question. Now he has realized that it was Guu Chang who initially gave him the feeling that his life was in danger. That was not an illusion. I don't want to think about it anymore, let's wipe his butt first. Smiling slightly, the wise man looked at the other people in the square. At this time, everyone was almost petrified, looking at the ice and snow world in the secret realm in disbelief. So beautiful, so beautiful. What kind of magic is this? Why do I feel a little pain in my head? It's instant kill, it's all instant kill, what are you doing? Ha 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 ha, this world is fake, everything is upside down, everything is fake. No, this horse riding is a new life and a new awakening. Do you think I am a fool? They were all going crazy. The appearance of the ice and snow world seriously broke their understanding. Most people had never seen such powerful skills and scenes. They even began to doubt their lives, and some even used smart cards to record them and wanted to send them to their friends. The wise man shook his head and took action immediately. He had naturally arranged it in advance, but who knew that Guu Chang's methods were so amazing and beyond common sense, so naturally his methods were not that effective. The God of Wisdom, grant them the power of calm. He waved his hand, and a mysterious voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Their eyes widened one by one, and Tian Fen looked at the projection in the sky in shock. Classmate Gu is so strong. They are still very shocked, but they are less crazy than before. They may even gradually feel that Guu Chang's methods are reasonable. Soon they will gradually forget about it and only think that Guu Chang is very powerful. The truly powerful method is not forced erasure, which would leave too many loopholes in front of the strong. Reasonable guidance is the best way, so even the gods can't do anything about it. Look, the secret realm star rating is out. What? So fast? Classmate Gu is so fast. Ding dong, the rating result of the secret realm is legendary, and the star rating is currently being determined based on the performance of the challenger. Please wait. Above the secret realm, a series of data attracted everyone's attention, and even Guu Chang couldn't help but become nervous. Although the ice and snow world instantly killed all the wild monsters, he was not sure whether he could reach the 7 stars. After all, it was my first time and I had no experience. 7 stars was also the highest, so it would be difficult to figure it out with my butt. Secret Realm. Ancient Battlefield, Demon Sea. Challenger. Guu Chang. Damage ratio. 99.99%. Rating. SSS Invincible Guy, your existence is the sorrow of others, your strength almost bursts the secret realm, you are so strong. Looking at the comments on the panel, Guu Chang's expression is a bit strange, and he feels like he is trying to flatter himself. Ding dong, the level of the secret realm is confirmed, it is legendary 7 stars. Ding dong, due to the amazing performance of challenger Guu Chang, we hereby reward the secret realm access 70%, 1000 free attribute points, mythical equipment diagram paper fragment 1. A series of prompts appeared on the properties panel again, and a smile appeared on Guu Chang's face. Haha, it is indeed the legendary 7 stars. What surprised him even more was that Gao actually rewarded 70% of the secret realm authority directly. Although it was not all, it was still pretty good. After all, according to Mei Qiluo, even if the damage ratio reaches 99%, he can only obtain 100% of the secret realm authority. However, he directly obtained 70%. He guessed that it should be related to the legendary 7 stars of the secret realm. In addition, he also received a full 1000 free attribute points, which averaged out to 200 points for each attribute, which greatly improved his strength. There are also fragments +1. The specific completed drawings are getting closer and closer. It is really difficult to get mythical equipment. Of course, only he himself can see the rewards such as authority and attribute points, and other people don't know, otherwise they would have to go crazy. But even so, others were frightened. Legend 7 stars. This should be the third 7 stars legend secret realm in the academy. I remember the previous 2 were created by the hands of 3 giant vice deans. Ha 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 ha, now we have announced the 7 stars legend secret realm. The materials revealed must be very rare. Hey, I am completely convinced. This Guu Chang is so outstanding that no words I can think of are worthy of him. To be honest, by this time, even though it was already outrageous, they couldn't think of any words to praise Guu Chang. I was shocked so many times that I lost my orgasm. Ha 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 ha, how about it? My brother is awesome. Jin Kaishuan also looked proud, and everyone around him nodded, their faces full of envy. Originally, they thought that Jin Kaishuan had a good relationship with Guu Chang and that it was Guu Chang who was lucky. Now it seems that the smoke is coming out of Jin Kaishuan's ancestral grave, which is really bad luck. A super monster who can shape the legendary 7-star secret realm will eventually become a rank 8 giant in the future. Being able to make friends with such a person is really my first chance to win, and I will make a lot of money. Ding dong, the secret realm is being generated. The secret realm is generated. Ancient Battlefield, Demon Sea. Level, Legend 7 stars. Restricted entry level, 450. Output materials, Ancient Star Stone, Tianxin Grass, Nebula Sand. Looking at the newly created secret realm, some teachers and students were very happy. The restricted level is 450, which means that most of the monsters inside are at this level. This means that even a 7th level teacher can enter this secret realm to experience monsters. How could this not make them happy? After all, they thought it was only level 200 or 300. This is really thanks to student Guu. Although the monster level is not as good as the two legendary 7-star secret realms, the materials produced are even more precious, especially the ancient star stones, which are special materials needed to create mythical equipment. In addition to the stars outside the sky, there are only realms of gods and some very special secret realms. In the past, their theological academies often humbly asked for places in the secret realm for these materials. Hehehehe, now it's the turn of God's grandsons to beg us. Mom, if it's not difficult for me to kill them, I'll stand on my head and have diarrhea. It was at this time that Guu Chang was teleported. Look, classmate Guu is out. Classmate Guu, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. In an instant, countless students gathered around. As soon as he came out of the secret realm, the white light in front of him dissipated, and he saw the white flowers in front of him. They are all graceful schoolmates. They all look really good looking and have their own unique shapes. Some are round, some are big, and some are soft and delicious. I want to eat. Classmate Guu, you are so handsome, can you team up with me in the future? Classmate Guu, let's be together, I like you so much. Guu Chang, I like you, be my man. Some of these seniors are aloof, some are cute, and some are big-breasted young women. Their figures are perfect. It's over. He was surrounded by senior students. For a moment, Guu Chang only felt the fragrance wafting around him, and his arm was caught somewhere, so soft that he didn't want to pull it out. Someone even had a close encounter with his little brother. He took a quick look and found out that it was a woman, and he breathed a sigh of relief. In the following time, Guu Chang just went through various opening ceremonies as if in a dream, and even forgot everything the dean said. As soon as the ceremony ended, he was dragged to the tavern in the college by his senior classmates. Yes, the seminaries of the gods have almost everything, including a lot of things to practice and play. Everyone celebrated until very late before leaving, and the protagonist Guu Chang was even more mediocre. Oh my god, drinking caused trouble, and I will never do this again. Early the next morning, Guu Chang was lying on a 3-meter-long soft bed, and the soft sunlight woke him up. When I got up, I drank a cup of flavored hangover magic potion, and I instantly woke up. This stuff sells for 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a cup outside. It is a proper drink for the rich. He just took a few sips and lost it for less than 10,000 yuan. This courtyard belongs to Jin Kaishuan. As the second sequence, he owns an independent small villa. It's just that he has a better house outside, and he hasn't lived here for a few days in several years, so he was allowed to stay last night. The magic circle is maintained all year round, and it is very clean even if no one lives here. Let's take a look at the attributes first. Using magic to squeeze a cup of juice and make a piece of barbecue, Guu Chang came to the small garden of the villa and opened the property panel while eating. Guu Chang. Occupation: Sanran, 4th rank. Level: 180. Physique: 17,898. Magic: 16,924. Agility: 17,478. Power: 17,568. Wisdom: 17,548. Skills: Fireball, Whirlwind, Ice and Snow World. Equipment: Purgatory Crown, Purgatory Staff, Purgatory Robe, Purgatory Pants, Purgatory Boots, Unbounded Divine Wings. Talent: All Things Enlightenment IV4, Invincible Lucky Star, 100 times Increase, Chant of Gods, Almighty God, Breath of Chaos. Combat Power: 500 stars. It has to be said that with 10 times the free attribute points, the gap between him and others will become wider in the later stages. Coupled with the free attribute points as rewards and some miscellaneous attribute bonuses, judging from the data alone, his combat effectiveness has exceeded many rank 5s. As for the actual combat effectiveness, it should be barely comparable to rank 8, but in a real fight, he estimated that Tubin would lose. Because although his skills are powerful, his attack methods are still too limited. I'll start studying this later and I should be able to solve it soon. Let's take a look at the authority of the secret realm first. As a 6-star academy, the Gods Academy naturally has countless skills to learn, but there is no rush. At this time, he is more concerned about the authority of the secret realm. He didn't have time to look at it yesterday. Today, he will definitely study its use and try to activate the hidden attributes. It's really exciting. Boss, there's news, there's news. Hegemony Guild, a level 4 guild that is well known in the entire Donghai province. Wei Tian, the guild president at this time, looked nervous and seemed to be facing something big. A crisp sound came, causing him to stand up straight immediately, looked at Skylark hurriedly and asked. Tell me quickly, how are the results? Call. Skylark took a deep breath and widened his eyes. Well, then City Lord Mo said that his daughter entered the academy and ranked first in the assessment results. What? How is this possible? Wei Tian, who had always been calm, couldn't help shouting, and couldn't believe his ears. He knew that Mo Shuping's daughter was a special profession, a light mage, and her talents were much better than his in all aspects. But it is impossible to enter the 6-star seminaries, but now not only has he entered, but he has also achieved an incredible result of 10th place. In the entire Donghai province, there was barely a super genius who joined the seminaries a few years ago. He remembered that his grades at that time were the 5th from the bottom among freshmen. But even this, 4 or 70, is very, very amazing. He is at most 20 years old now, but his strength is already on par with him, the boss of a level 4 guild. Therefore, when he heard that Mo Shuping's daughter, Mo Qingshe, ranked 10th, he couldn't believe it. It is true. Although Skylark was also in disbelief, he continued, the Lord of Mo City has already begun to celebrate and treat everyone to a banquet. The best he can do is to take care of it. He even exempted everyone in the city from half of the taxes this year. Wow, this old guy is so happy. Quote, Wei Tian admitted that he was a little bit sour. He was ranked 10th among the theological colleges, so why did he celebrate with such a big fanfare? But then he thought again, if it were him, he might tell the whole province, and he wished that everyone in the entire Donghai province knew about it. Shaking his head, he hurriedly asked, as for Junior Guu, has he entered the academy? Asked this, he became nervous again. Although the guy's strength was very perverted, the seminaries accepted all perverts, so there was no possibility of losing. Calm down, even that girl Mo Qingshe is ranked 10th, Junior Guu will definitely be able to enter the academy. Even though he said this, he was still getting more and more nervous inside. Boss, the little brother is number 1. First, that's not bad. He spoke subconsciously, but he froze the next moment. What? 3. How did he do it? Wei Tian was stunned, his face full of disbelief, and Skylark beside him couldn't help but smile evilly. She was like this after learning the news, so she deliberately waited until the boss asked before telling her. If she had told her at the beginning, she wouldn't be so surprised. Junior fellow student is so awesome. I understand everything. Wei Tian was very excited. At this time, he also understood. No wonder Mo Qingshe was ranked 10th. It turned out that Guu Chang won the first place. Then it suddenly makes sense. Guu Chang must have helped. Although I don't know how the process went, but being able to help Mo Qingshe get to the 10th place, Junior Guu is really awesome. But it's hard for City Lord Mo to repay such a great kindness now. Wei Tian was very excited and immediately sent a celebration message to Guu Chang on his smart card, and then started a 10-day celebration at the guild, where he had enough to drink and eat. Hey, I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. At this time, in the Lord's mansion of Qingshan City, Mo Shuping was leaning on the recliner. Although his brows were furrowed, his smile could not be concealed. When he received the news from his daughter, Mo Qingshe didn't need to tell him, he knew that without Guu Chang, this girl might not even be able to pass the exam. He was also extremely shocked when he learned about Guu Chang's performance in the assessment. More than 99% of the damage ratio, the legendary secret realm, such a super genius actually came out of our Qingshan City, I am not dreaming. Hey, I helped you too much this time, so it's really hard to return the favor. Rubbing his forehead, Mo Shuping didn't have too much of a headache. Anyway, the relationship between his daughter and Guu Chang was still good. Even if you don't get to that point in the future, it can still bring huge benefits to your daughter and yourself. Of course, he also has to show that communication is a two-way street. Waving her hands, the beautiful secretary on the side said, Xiaoro, Guu Chang has performed well. In the name of Qingshan city officials, you will reward outstanding young people with a subsidy of 1 billion yuan. Ah, City Lord, the maximum subsidy for outstanding youth is 50 million. Isn't 1 billion too much? Our Qingshan city official does not have such rewards and documents. The secretary looked confused, but Mo Shuping smiled. You are usually so smart, why are you so stupid today? No documents, you just need to create a special document. It's not up to us to decide the amount of the reward. Understand? The secretary's eyes lit up, and she suddenly understood. How could she forget that all the documents in Qingshan City were issued by their city lord's palace? It would only take one sentence to reward Guu Chang. But this is 1 billion, and she will never earn so much in her lifetime. If she had known, she would have gone to find Guu Chang, he would have become rich if he liked her. Also, as I said before, all the dozens of boutique industries on Aragonite Street will be transferred to Guu Chang's name. Are the rewards also given in the name of the city lord's mansion? No, it's in my own name. The secretary couldn't help but swallowed and said, those are the best industries in Qingshan City, and the value of dozens of them combined is difficult to measure. Anyway, it must be at least 5 billion. Oops, I'm so envious. I am only 16 years old, and I don't have to do anything, but someone is rushing to give away assets worth tens of billions. But as for her, she has been awakened for almost 10 years and has been by people for everything. In addition to being given 1 trillion lives, the money she earns is less than a fraction of others. Comparing people to each other, I don't want to live anymore. Yes, I'll do it right away. Seeing the secretary leave, Mo Shuping breathed a sigh of relief. He knows that now that Guu Chang is in Shanghai, these properties are of no importance to him. But he still has to give it away. Sometimes value is important, but attitude is also indispensable. If you don't give it to someone else, then he will be the one embarrassed. Secret Realm. Ancient Battlefield, Demon Sea. Secret Realm Authority Manager. Guu Chang 70%. Specific Authority. Access Authority, Material Output. Looking at the permission introduction, Guu Chang quickly understood. To put it simply, he can control the quota of others to enter the Secret Realm, and can also directly obtain various materials in the Secret Realm on a regular basis. If he clears the dungeon himself, his experience will be greatly improved. There were hundreds of other rights and interests, large and small, which dazzled his eyes. In short, in one sentence, he made a lot of money. But that's not the point. He smiled slightly and started to take action. Enlightenment of all things. Ding dong, the hidden attribute of the Secret Realm Authority has been successfully activated, please check it as soon as possible. Hidden Attribute 1. Authority increase, current authority is 100%. Hidden Attribute 2. The material harvest available is increased by 200%. Hidden Attribute 3. Second home, you can teleport to the Secret Realm anytime and anywhere. Hidden Attribute 4. Life Binding, after you are killed, you can be reborn in the Secret Realm at any time. The Secret Realm is immortal and you will not die. I'll wipe it. Immortal. Looking at the 4 hidden attributes, Guu Chang stood up excitedly for the first time. He was not too shocked by the first 2 attributes of 1.9. At most, he had full permissions and more benefits. But the last 2 are too perverted. First of all, he can teleport to the Secret Realm at any time. If he encounters danger elsewhere, he can teleport directly and run away. This is simply a life-saving skill. Of course, what if I didn't escape accidentally? It doesn't matter, we can resurrect in the Secret Realm. As long as the Secret Realm is immortal, we cannot die. As for the Secret Realm being destroyed, he will not die because of it. But this possibility is too small. After all, don't forget that this is the Secret Realm of the seminaries. You think it is just a lie. To casually want to destroy other people's secret realms is to challenge the dignity of the gods. Little brother, are you tired of living? At this time, it can even be said that Guu Chang is immortal. After all, no one would have thought that he could rely on the Secret Realm to continuously resurrect. But why did he have the illusion that he abducted the daughter of the seminary, slept with her, had a son, and then asked her to raise him for him? Lao Dang, the will-o'-the-wisp stopped downstairs, is it okay? In the mountains behind the seminaries, there are courtyards, some next to lakes, some under waterfalls, each with its own characteristics. This is the residence of the teachers of the academy. Everyone is a top-notch villa, and everything is perfect. It is no worse than the top villas in the Magic City. After all, the lowest people living here are rank 7 professionals, and their strength and status are considered top-notch even in the Demon City. Guu Chang came here and said lightly to the air, "Dean, I'm here." The next moment, a white cloud took him and flew slowly towards the floating island in the sky not far away. Yes, the wise Dean's residence is a floating island in the sky, which is also the most special and awesome thing here. Guu Chang doesn't know how big the floating island in the sky is, but he feels that it is at least tens of thousands of meters long and wide, which can be said to be a small city. And this is just the home of the wise Dean. I'm sore. Looking at the endless floating islands as far as the eye can see, as well as various palaces that are even more luxurious than the Sky God's Island in the sky, Guu Chang's joy at just getting 10,000 contribution points is much less. At this moment, he really wanted to say, "Dean, how about you move out and let me live?" Well, I can only think about 16 for the time being. Coming. At this time, the wise man was in an extremely spacious hall filled with books, and the atmosphere was full of magic. As soon as he entered the room, Guu Chang found that the surrounding space seemed to be constantly changing, and even his feet were densely familiar. He knew that this was not what the wise man showed him deliberately, but it was just like this. I have to say that this Dean is really strong. Sit down. The wise man did not raise his head because of his arrival, but still stared at the book in his hand that was larger than his whole body. With a tap of his fingers, Guu Chang felt the space change again, and he couldn't help but sit on a rather soft chair. How does it feel here? Well, it's different from what I expected. It's quite luxurious. Guu Chang told the truth, and the wise man smiled slightly. Haha, you wouldn't think that I am an ascetic and live in a very simple place. I wouldn't do that. Isn't it just for a better life and enjoyment when people upgrade and become stronger? If you become stronger, your life will become more miserable. What if I'm a rope worker? Guu Chang nodded repeatedly. He agreed very much with these words and had a better impression of this wise Dean. This Dean rarely talks about those crappy chicken soup for the soul. Instead, what he says is very realistic, but not offensive. It's more real this way, and he likes it better. The contribution value has been transferred to your smart card, you can take a look. Guu Chang opened the smart card. The panel had changed, and the logos exclusive to the seminaries were very conspicuous. Yes, the college does not have any special student ID card. It is directly connected to the smart card. All his data in the college can be viewed with the smart card. I have to say, this is really convenient, and I really have to give the designer a thumbs up. Theological colleges. Student. Guu Chang. Identity. Third sequence. Contribution value. 10,000. Learning points. 100. Honor. First place in the freshman assessment, creator of the legendary 7-star secret realm. Seeing a total of 10,000 contribution points, Guu Chang couldn't help but laugh. That's 1 trillion. Hee, now in the Magic City, he should be considered very rich. At the same time, he also noticed that his identity had changed to the third sequence. Generally speaking, all freshmen enter the college in the preparatory sequence. It usually takes a year to become the third sequence. Because of his outstanding performance, he was directly promoted to the third sequence by the wise man. This year, he is the only freshman in the third rank, and only wise men have this power. Rank is very important in the seminaries. The authority of the secret realm of the ancient battlefield belongs to you. How are you going to deal with it? The wise man asked. He was quite surprised when he found out that Guu Chang had full authority, but he didn't care too much. I want to leave it to the college to manage it. Although he has all the permissions, it is unrealistic and a waste of time to let him manage it by himself. Professional matters should be left to professional people, and managing secret realms is naturally what the academy is best at. Okay, let's do that. Then I'll tell you about the conditions of the academy. First, the academy will fully manage your secret realm. All profits obtained will be divided into 20% by the academy and 80% by you, divided once a month. Second, the academy will purchase the materials you get from the secret realm at a price that is 10% higher than the market price. The rarer the material, the higher the price. If you are not satisfied with the price, you will set the price. Third, you have all the privileges in the secret realm. As long as you don't threaten the lives of other challengers, you can do whatever you want. Of course, if a challenger takes the initiative to attack you, you can kill him immediately, and then give me a report and explain it, and I will approve the note. The wise man talked a lot, and finally took out a thick agreement and placed it in front of Guu Chang. These are the conditions of the academy. If you find anything you are dissatisfied with, you can change it now. Forehead. Guu Chang was a little confused at this time, not satisfied, but too satisfied. The first point alone surprised him. This is equivalent to him getting 80% of the benefits of the secret realm without doing anything. That may sound like a little, but it's actually a lot. After all, the various costs involved in managing a secret realm are quite large, and the original secret realm 963 heart of this secret realm was provided by the academy. This is equivalent to him getting 80% of the income from secret realm management without doing anything. This is definitely a lot. The college only gets 20%. He can be very sure that it must be a loss. But he also knew that the academy didn't care. They were not short of money, they just wanted the rare materials produced in the secret realm. After all, many materials cannot be bought with money. However, Guu Chang will definitely not suffer any loss. Not only can he obtain materials, but he can also obtain unimaginable benefits. After all, the college would purchase the materials he obtained at a price higher than the market price. Really, for the first time, Guu Chang felt that the seminary was so conscientious. He also knew that this was because the academy regarded him as one of its own, and it was said that the 7-star secret realm was too rare. If you want to try it as an outsider, I will give you 80%. If I don't rob you, I will burn high incense. Subsequently, Guu Chang signed the agreement directly without any hesitation. After that, he just lay there and collected the money. Days like this are really exciting. Okay, then let's get down to business. At this time, the wise man finally put away the books in front of him and looked at Guu Chang very seriously. Guu Chang, I have good news for you. A god is interested in you. Still a goddess. What the hell? Guu Chang almost thought that he heard wrongly, that he was attracted by a god. But what he was confused about was why the dean emphasized that she was a goddess. Could it be? Some gossip about the gods could not help but emerge in his mind. It is said that some goddesses have some strange hobbies, such as keeping various slaves in captivity. Could it be that he was attracted by the goddess Ming because he was too handsome? If this is the case, then he must not obey. Dhamma. Don't think so wildly. It's the gods of the academy in the realm of gods. After learning about your situation, they thought you had good potential and wanted to accept you as a disciple. That's it. Guu Chang breathed a sigh of relief, but was not too excited. Above the 9th rank is the divine realm. To be accepted as a disciple by a god, anyone else would be extremely excited. But for him, with the talent of enlightening all things, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a god. So, are you interested? If you are, I will respond to them and apply. The wise man was not too surprised by Guu Chang's dull reaction. At his level, it was very clear. Disciples of gods may sound very noble, but in fact they are just that. Forget it, I'm not interested. Oh, why? TCH, it's very simple. If my guess is correct, some god must have said it casually. If he was really interested in me, he must have come down to find me directly. The next step is definitely, Dean, you apply for the opportunity, and then I will review a lot of content, and finally found that the god actually has many disciples. Finally, if I continue to compete with his disciples in various ways, the gods may take a high look at me and focus on training me. I'm right. The wise man smiled and nodded. Haha, I didn't expect you to see things very clearly. You said a lot. The process of becoming a disciple of a god is probably like this, but if you are really valued by the god, the benefits are also good. Come on, I'm not interested. Guu Chang waved his hand. If he really followed this approach, it would not only waste a lot of energy but also not waste more time. Even if he becomes a disciple of a god in the end, he is in this world and the god is in the realm of gods. He must be very busy every day, and there is no time to take him to practice. The gain outweighs the loss. It is not as fast as his own cultivation speed in the academy. After all, he has a plug-in. Okay, then I wonder if you are interested in being my student. Student. This time, Guu Chang was somewhat interested. Yes, I am not a disciple. Just like Su Meng, you can be my student. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask me directly. I will also give you some guidance when I have time. Of course, I will not provide you with training resources, I will only provide you with a correct guide for upgrading your training. It's up to you whether you want it or not. I won't force you. The wise man said it very casually, but he still couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion in his heart after being dull for many years. He has taught a few students, but this is the first time for someone with unlimited potential like Guu Chang. Naturally, he hopes to teach him something. Chang has met the teacher. As soon as the wise man finished speaking, Guu Chang stood up immediately and bowed respectfully to him. To be honest, even if the wise man didn't say it, he still wanted to be his student. This person is impeccable in terms of strength, wisdom, and character. It is true that his purpose in contacting him is definitely hope that he will be rewarded in the future, but it is precisely this that makes him feel more at ease. After all, this is normal, and he himself is like this. It would be strange if he doesn't pursue interests. As long as he doesn't hurt him, it's a win-win situation. If there really was someone who would do anything for his own good and pursue nothing, he would be afraid. Okay. The wise man smiled happily. Who could not be happy to have such an outstanding student? Since you chose to be my student, I naturally have to give you a welcome gift. I'll give you this book. Read it carefully. You will benefit a lot from it if you study it thoroughly. He picked up a mediocre book from the bookshelf and handed it to Guu Chang. As soon as he took it, he felt a heavy feeling. After putting the book away, Guu Chang seemed to suddenly remember something and asked. Teacher, on the day of the freshman assessment, it seems that someone used a smart card to record the scene in the ice and snow world. Will it spread out and cause trouble? The wise man was stunned for a moment, then gave him a huge critical hit. Haha, you don't have to worry about this. Guess why Zika's name is Zika? At that moment, Guu Chang was completely confused. Smart cards were actually invented by a wise teacher. This is so much money. Afterwards, the two talked for a long time. The wise teacher explained to him a lot of knowledge about professionals. This knowledge was not advanced, and even a lot of it was basic, but it made Guu Chang suddenly understand, and many of his previous confusions suddenly became clear. It turns out that he has taken so many detours and is still like this after upgrading and changing jobs. It turns out that he can still be stronger. Half a day passed quickly, and Guu Chang left the floating island with a smile and surprise on his face. Although his level and attributes have not improved at this time, his combat effectiveness has increased by at least about 10%, which is really an astonishing number. I actually took so many detours, this teacher is really worth it. Afterwards, he returned to his residence, where the college had assigned each new student a place to live. Although it is not a villa, it is still an independent courtyard, with an area of about 200 square meters. Although the place is not big, it is well equipped with everything. It is better than most houses in the Magic City outside. And this is only the most basic treatment of the theological colleges. The higher the status of the students, the better the treatment will be. I can only say that it is worthy of being a 6-star college, it is really YYDS. Coming to the special meditation room in the courtyard, Guu Chang took out the book given by the wise teacher. The cover is dark without any logo. As soon as I opened it, a strong sense of history hit me. The book instantly became more than 10 times larger, like a big stone floating in the air, and an elf with white light also emerged from the book. Hey, hello, little guy, my new master. The elf is very pink and tender, only the size of 2 palms. It is covered with soft snow-white fluff and has a pair of snow-white wings on its back. Yes, this elf is a little white cat. ... Is this a book spirit? The knowledge points he learned in high school immediately appeared in Guu Chang's mind. When some mysterious ancient books are infected with the breath of strong men or other powers for a long time, it is possible to give birth to elves, that is, tree spirits. However, he had only heard of this kind of thing and had never seen it before. Let alone Donghai province, there is not much money for books in the whole world. It's not that it's powerful, it's that it's rare. The function of shuling is similar to a catalog, which can help people quickly find any knowledge in the book, but it is much more powerful than the catalog. Dear handsome little master, I am your tree spirit, bye-bye. What do you want to see? First introduce this book. Until now, he still doesn't know the content of this book. Okay, this book records 2,387,892 kinds of wild monsters in the world, including elves, demons, goblins. There are also introductions to secret realm dungeons of major maps in the 39 provinces, as well as introductions to 8,972 skills and 357 professions. Just the introduction of the content, Xiao Shuling talked about it for almost 10 minutes. When Guu Chang finished listening, he was completely confused. Shit. Although this book does not contain specific skills, it is just an introduction to skills, creatures, and professions, but this is exactly what he needs. His enlightenment of all things can activate Huong Nujiao, the hidden attributes of all things, but in the end he knows too few things. Let's talk about skills. Most of them just learn whatever they encounter. This will actually make his career development and combat very confusing. Just like now, several skills he has mastered are indeed very strong after activating hidden talents, but there is no coordination between them. His fighting method is also very simple, just throw skills and kill instantly. It's easy to face someone who is not as strong as him, but if you encounter someone with equal strength, it will be a bit troublesome. His goal and plan is to be an all-powerful Sanjin, but this is not to learn everything, but to learn what is useful to him and form a perfect system, so that he can exert his strongest combat effectiveness. And this book can help him achieve this goal. It was only then that he truly understood how valuable this book was. If nothing else, it is at least comparable to a piece of mythical equipment. You must master this book as soon as possible, and then formulate a suitable upgrade route with perfect skills. Taking a deep breath, Guu Chang suddenly felt energetic. But just when he was about to study, his eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, I almost forgot, this book seems to be able to activate hidden attributes too. The enlightenment of all things. Ding dong, the hidden attribute of the Secret Realm Authority has been successfully activated, please check it as soon as possible. Hidden Attribute 1. Learning efficiency increases by 300%. Hidden Attribute 2. The content of the book increases by plus 100%. Hidden Attribute 3. The content skill section will automatically display skill fitness. Hidden Attribute 4. The book spirit's combat power increases slightly. These are the 4 hidden attributes activated by the nameless book. Although they are not very abnormal, they are quite practical. The first is the increase in learning efficiency, which means that you can learn the content in the book faster. After the content is increased, the introduction of each major section is not only more detailed, but also includes new categories, which are also very rare knowledge points. As for the third hidden attribute, Guu Chang thinks it is the most practical. He doesn't know many skills, and the awakening time is too short. It's hard to tell which skill he will learn at the moment. But this book can automatically display the compatibility between skills in him. He only needs to entertain the ones with the best compatibility and then learn. This value is the magical skill of skill training. You can't leave a lot of time, but you can also enhance as much strength as possible. As for the last point, increasing the combat power of Shuling is not bad. In the next few days, Guu Chang entered a frantic learning state, reading the contents of the self-study book and looking for skills that suited him. Then came class. After the freshman assessment, no other ceremony was held. The Seminary 900 just started classes quietly. Unlike many academies, although there are not many classes in the seminaries, it can even be said to be very few. There are only 3 classes in total every week, and each class lasts half a day. In other words, it only takes 1.5 days of classes in total per week. In addition to the 3 compulsory courses for every student, which are professional basics, professional disciplines, and combat basics, the others are all electives. Students can choose at will, or even not choose them. From this point of view, students in the seminaries are quite free, but the fact is exactly the opposite. Almost every student here is very busy. Because the school's requirements are very strict, almost perverted, First of all, the academic point requirement for all freshmen in the first year is 100. Even if you pass all 3 compulsory subjects, each subject only provides 5 learning points, and the total is only 15 points. The rest is the responsibility of the students themselves. If the goal is not achieved in the first year, then sorry, please get out of the gods. Secondly, there are not many subjects, but the teacher's requirements are very strict. The final full credit point for a subject is 10 points, but it is very, very difficult to pass the exam, which is 5 points. As for absenteeism, joke. If you dare not come, the teacher with the lowest strength level 7 will really dare to run directly to your residence and raze it to the ground with a single skill. This kind of thing really happened, and the college didn't care about it at all. Even the money to repair the yard has to be paid by the students themselves. But Guu Chang was lucky. Because he performed well in the freshman assessment, he received a 100-point reward and skipped the preparatory sequence directly to become the main sequence. At least you don't have to worry about it for the first year. But he didn't relax. If he didn't make progress in cultivation, he would retreat. Having cheats didn't mean that he needed to work hard. So after careful consideration, he temporarily signed up for 5 courses. Basic Knowledge for Professionals, Basic Course for Mage, Basics of Combat, Basics of Warriors, Detailed Explanation of Professional Skills. Since his goal is the almighty Sanran, he naturally cannot just study mages. For now, he will focus on both spells and warriors until he becomes familiar with them and then learn more about other professions. Step by step, steadily, take your time. Anyway, his upgrade speed is already very fast. After a few days, he learned a lot of different knowledge, and the teacher was so gentle to him in class. There are even many female teachers who take the initiative to ask him to go home to make up lessons in the evening. A week has passed, and he has been busy enough, but it is also very fulfilling. Although the level has not improved, the strength has also changed a lot. Brother Guu, I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you so much. At the weekend, Jin Kaishuan and Mo Qingshe came to his small courtyard, and the 3 of them had a small party. As for the wine and barbecue arrangement, this was specially customized by Jin Kaishuan from the top gourmet guild in Shanghai. Just this one meal costs at least several 100,000, which ordinary people with money can't even get. Hey, what a pity. Kiluo was originally going to come, but her teacher suddenly took her on a mission. As you know, the witch is so elusive that nothing happens unexpectedly. Jin Kaishuan said to Guu Chang, I apologize to you on her behalf. She will treat you next time. It's okay, she told me, it's nothing. Guu Chang waved his hand and then asked. By the way, Lao Jin, help me use your authority to check a few items from the school's exchange bank. Okay, you can say it. The warehouse of the seminaries is open to all students BGAA, and as long as they have enough contribution value, they can exchange for any items. However, different sequences have different permissions. He had checked before and found that several items he needed did not have permissions, so he had to find Jin Kaishuan. Are there any artifacts? How many are there? How many contribution points are required for each? Guu Chang's words instantly silenced Jin Kaishuan. Man, there's no need to check this at all. I can tell you directly that the school must have mythical equipment, at least 4 or 5 pieces, but I am not qualified to redeem or inquire. At least it must be in the first series to be eligible. Okay, then you check the blueprints of mythical equipment. That should be okay. Jin Kaishuan immediately took out his smart card and started searching, and then said with a smile, it seems that there are no blueprints for the time being, but there are 2 blueprint fragments, and they are both for the main weapon. There are 2 in total, each with a contribution value of 1,000. 1,000 contribution points, no fear. Ah. Jin Kaishuan was stunned and almost thought he heard wrongly. Brother Guu, you are my brother, listen to what you are saying, 1,000 contributions is not expensive. I've been in the academy for 4 years, and my total contribution points are only over 300. That's already a lot, okay. Well, it turns out that contribution points are so hard to get. Although he already understood it, Guu Chang found that he still ignored the value of contribution value. In a certain aspect, this is more precious than the Wanshen coin, because it can be directly exchanged for many items that cannot be purchased with the Wanshen coin. Of course, it is also very difficult to obtain contribution points. Basically, they can only be obtained by completing tasks. Most of the tasks in the academy can only be completed by those in the third sequence, and the rewards are pitiful. Only then did he truly feel how valuable the 10,000 contribution value given to him by the wise man was. But now the contribution value is enough, but he has encountered a new problem, that is, insufficient authority and no way to redeem the fragments. Trouble. Students in the seminaries are divided into preparatory sequence, third sequence, second sequence, and the highest first sequence. If you want to advance to the rank, in addition to meeting the two requirements of strength and learning points. The learning point requirement for the third sequence is 100, the second sequence is 500, and the first sequence reaches an astonishing 1,200 points. It is more difficult to obtain learning points than contribution points. In addition to completing a certain subject, there are only some special tasks or making great contributions to the school. In short, most students can only earn credits by continuously learning new subjects. Guu Chang originally wanted Jin Kaishuan to exchange it for him, but the college did not allow this kind of thing. There is no other way but to complete professional tasks and create a guild first. It seemed a bit difficult to quickly advance to the second rank, so he decided to create a public tier first. This not only completes professional tasks, but also adds 1 credit point. Yes, if you can create your own guild in the academy, you can get 1 learning point. No matter how small an ant is, it is still meat, so Guu Chang took Mo Qingshe to the branch of the guild temple in the college. After learning that Guu Chang was going to create a guild, Mo Qingshe immediately offered to join. This also happens to solve one of the basic conditions for creating a guild, which is that at least 3 people are needed. As for the other person, he also had a candidate in mind, and this person took the initiative to contact him. Guu Chang, here I come. So you agreed to sell yourself to me. At the front desk of the guild temple, little Loliana was sitting on the suspended flying board, dangling her white legs, looking at Guu Chang very happily. Hey, don't eat indiscriminately, and don't talk indiscriminately. Guu Chang looked at the little Loliana in front of him, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Noticing the strange looks from other people around him, he hurriedly spoke loudly. What is selling? We are cooperating. Don't you mean the same thing? The little Loli raised her head. Her big eyes looked very cute, but the occasional flash of a bad smile proved that she was not that innocent. For a moment, Guu Chang had a feeling that the Loli in front of him was a big bad Loli and needed to be spanked. Stop talking nonsense, I haven't promised you yet. Guu Chang looked helpless. 2 days ago, this little Loliana took the initiative to contact him and said that she was willing to pay a high price to cooperate with him. The price was whatever he wanted. Although he loves money, he really doesn't lack contribution value in a short period of time. I originally wanted to refuse, but thinking that I still needed someone to create a guild, I decided to make an appointment to talk first. In fact, he knew that as long as he proposed it, Jin Kaishuan and Mei Kilua would most likely not hesitate and would definitely be willing to join his guild. But these 2 people are both vice presidents of the warrior and mage guilds within the academy, which are both level 7 guilds. Even if they were willing to leave the guild, Guu Chang would be embarrassed, so he thought of little Loliana. Oh, Guu Chang, I just want to ask you for a favor. You can give me whatever conditions you want, anything. Guu Chang almost couldn't help laughing when he saw the little Loli tugging at the shoulder strap, but nothing changed at the small airport. This Loli is very bad, but has no breasts. Ha 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 ha. What's the big deal? You tell me first. Well, it's actually very simple, just take a trip to the world of the dead with me. Question mark. There were several question marks on Guu Chang's forehead instantly, and he stared directly at the little Loli. No, it's a small airport. Tell me who gave you the courage to say simply. Ah, what is a small airport? It's not important. You answer my question first. Guu Chang was so angry that he almost laughed. This was the world of the undead, the king of the most dangerous place. For example, if the danger level of the ancient battlefield secret realm during the freshman assessment is 1, then the danger level of the world of the undead is 1 million. Yes, this is really not an exaggeration. Because the world of the undead is a gathering place for undead creatures in the entire universe. Liches, undead dragons, the most despicable and terrifying creatures are all here, and even the abyss demon god will be hidden in it. Not to mention his small fourth turn, even if the god entered rashly, he would be beaten until his pants were gone. No matter how confident he was, he would not dare to go there. Haha, you misunderstood. Although it is the world of the undead, it is only a small plane within it, and the strongest undead creature is only level 300. Soon, Guu Chang understood everything. It turns out that little Loli triggered the hidden mission of this profession and summoned the undead dragon. However, the undead dragon is a high-level undead creature, and the prerequisite for summoning it is to defeat and conquer it. With the talent of the necromancer, she can teleport to the undead plane and challenge the undead dragon, and there is only one chance to challenge. If she succeeds, she will completely master the skill of summoning the undead dragon. If she fails, she will never be able to learn it. And this challenge is still limited time, only 3 months, and now 2 months have passed. Because of this hidden mission, she can find another partner to challenge as a team. Of course, there are also restrictions on team partners, that is, they are level 4 like her, which means that she must find a top talent with super combat power. It was also for this reason that she came to the seminary. Originally her target was the Holy Knight Examen Wenshan, but after seeing Guu Chang, she was completely conquered. She was originally very nervous, but after seeing Guu Chang's strength, she firmly believed that as long as she teamed up with Guu Chang, she would be able to complete this hidden mission. If Guu Chang can't do it, then no one in this world can complete this hidden task. So that's it. Guu Chang fell into thinking. If it was little Loli's hidden mission, then there would definitely be no powerful undead creatures in that undead plane, at least there would definitely be no gods. These are the rules of the world. Otherwise, who can complete the hidden mission? Of course, there are no gods, but there is a probability that a powerful creature of rank 8 or 9 will appear, but this probability is close to 0. Okay, I can promise you, but I have 2 conditions. First, join my guild. Second, I need a skill book for summoning the undead. Haha, great, no problem. Anna was very happy. I will join your guild now, but I'm afraid the second condition won't work. Why? Because the necromancer is a hidden profession, there are almost no necromancer-type skill books. They are all innate skills. Anyway, there are no level 9 magician guilds. I really didn't lie to you. Guu Chang is somewhat disappointed, that's it. Quote. Besides, even if you have a skill book, you won't be able to learn it unless you are a necromancer. But if you want to summon undead creatures, I have a way. Anna took out a purple mysterious scroll and said, this is a contract scroll. Come with me into the world of the undead. If you can defeat a powerful undead creature, you can use this to forcibly sign a contract with him, and then you can summon the undead creature to fight. Quote. Guu Chang took the scroll and the specific information immediately appeared on the panel. Undead Creature Contract Scroll. Usable level 100. Quality Golden Legend. Description. After using it, you can be forced to sign a contract with any undead creature. It will recognize you as its master. You can summon it to come to the world to fight at any time. Legendary Quality. Guu Chang was shocked. It was a legendary item, the granddaughter of a level 9 Magic Tribulation Guild boss. It was such a rare scroll, and he was convinced. No wonder it was said that out of 10 Lolita, 9 were rich, and 1 was super rich. This was the truth. Okay, I agree, but if you give me the scroll now, aren't you afraid that I will regret it? Don't be afraid. Seeing Guu Chang take away the scroll, Anna did not object, with a sly smile on her face. If you don't come with me, I will ask my grandpa to beat you. He is the 9th turn holy mage. He can release meteorites as big as those of the theological academies. Quote. Guu Chang was speechless for a while, but couldn't find any reason to refute. What you say makes sense. Okay, now come with me to create a guild. Okay, the person who received the 3 people was a beautiful elder sister. Guu Chang found that the reception staff in major temples were basically beauties. He had to say that this trick worked really well. After all, not only men like beautiful women, but women also like them. Student Guu, I'm sorry, because this classmate already has a guild, you are not yet qualified to create a guild. It's me, I almost forgot, the guild hasn't withdrawn yet. Anna suddenly jumped up from the floating flying board, and then quickly operated on the panel a few times. Guu Chang seemed to have remembered something and hurriedly grabbed her and said, no, it's a small airport, wait a minute. Unfortunately, it was too late. The next moment the big sister at the front desk looked generous. Student Guu, since your guild founding member Anna has officially withdrawn from the level 9 Magician Guild, you have received a special reward and a chance to directly become a level 3 guild challenge. Are you sure to challenge the factory? Chapter 81. Imperial Capital, Magician Guild. In an extremely silent mysterious space, a complex sound suddenly came from. Guild President, someone has quit the guild. Humph, Elder Tomb, you are not old, are you? You still have to report such a trivial matter to me. A red-haired old man with a red face, strong muscles, and a height of more than 2 meters like a hill appeared in the space with a look of disdain. As a level 9 guild, the Magicians Guild has very few formal members, but each one is extremely powerful. It can be said that as long as someone joins the Magicians Guild, almost no one will quit. Anyway, this kind of thing has not happened in recent years, so it is still very rare for people to withdraw from membership, and it is also a relatively serious incident. But as the vice president under one person, it would be a bit too fussy to tell him such a thing. President, the person who quits this time is a bit special. Special. The red-haired old man rolled his eyes and looked at his muscular arms, feeling that his whole body was filled with infinite power. The harvest from this training is very good, the physical body is stronger, and 080 is in a very good mood. It is really a day full of energy. The tomb elder on the side complained in his heart, why do you, a Dharma king, increase your strength every day? Do you want to destroy the world? Humph, what's so special about it? The red-haired old man's tone increased slightly. Elder Tomb, please remember, in our Magicians Guild, no one is special, no matter who you leave, there will be no problems. We have no shortage of members. If you want, let him go. If you want to use this to blackmail me, it's impossible. Elder Tomb knew that the president had misunderstood, but when the words came to his lips, he really couldn't say them out. Tell me, who quit the membership? Is it that Ghost King? No, yes. Oh, you, Elder Tomb, I'm not telling you, you are already old, why are you still fool like a girl? Who is it? Please tell me. Yes, it's Miss Anna. Not the Ghost King. Then whatever. The red-haired old man suddenly turned his head, his eyes suddenly widened. What did you say? Anna, Elder Tomb, are you kidding me? Do you think I have no brains because I practice my physical body every day? Anna is my granddaughter, how could she quit the guild? The red-haired man said with a smile, but when he saw that the tomb elder still had the same expression as before, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. No way, Anna really left the guild. Taking a deep breath, the red-haired man asked, what's going on? Has she joined another guild? Yes, Miss Anna suddenly left the guild. She did join another guild, but her level is a bit low. That's it, let's keep it low. Since she doesn't like it here, let her go. Although the Dark Guild is only level 8, it is better at dark magic and can provide her with no less resources than mine. Guild leader, no, it's not a dark guild, it's a lower level. Now the smile that was forced on the red-haired face disappeared instantly. Lower. Isn't level 8 low? How much lower can it be? It must be a level 7 guild, isn't it? Does this girl have such low expectations now? She can go to a stinking ditch guild like a level 7 guild. It really pisses me off. Looking at the president's angry face, Elder Tomb felt that his heart was about to stop. He really didn't dare to say anything, but it was impossible not to say it. He is so unlucky, why is he on duty today? President, yes, it is a level 1 guild. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. There was silence all around, and even the air was so cold that he dared not breathe. Most of the anger on the red-haired face disappeared at this moment. Level 1. After being silent for a long time, he didn't even know what to scold anymore, and suddenly he couldn't stop himself. The level 1 guild was really weak beyond his understanding. At this time, the tomb elder suddenly said, No, it's not level 1, it's level 3. This guild has just been upgraded to level 3. Lao Tum, do you think there is a difference between level 1 and level 3? A voice full of murderous intent came, and the tomb elder suddenly felt his chrysanthemums go cold. It's over, the president is going to go crazy. Not long after, both the red-haired man and the tomb elder sat down on the ground, with expressions of disbelief on his face. You mean, Anna went to the theological academies to look for geniuses for a hidden mission? He sent you a message a few days ago saying that he has found a super genius. As long as you team up with him, you will definitely be able to complete the hidden mission. You can do whatever you ask her to do. Then today he suddenly left the guild and joined that guy to create a new guild. Yes, the tomb elder himself felt that it was extremely outrageous, let alone the red-haired old man. Old Tomb, let's go to the seminaries and beat someone up. I'm going to kill that pretty boy. Ahem, don't be impulsive. The tomb elder hurriedly stopped him. President, I am also very angry, but we can't defeat the wise man. The red-haired man was silent again. This old Yinbi deserves to die. I suspect this is that guy's conspiracy. HMPH, what a bullshit wise man. Wait until I've finished tempering my body, and then I'll tear down that crappy academy of yours. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. To be honest, if you wanted to switch to any other 9th rank, he wouldn't be afraid. But the wise man is really unbeatable. However, he was relieved in his heart. Although this guy was very sinister, he would not plot against a junior. He is still very self-aware. With his own strength and brains, Lao Yinbi will never start with his granddaughter. It is completely unnecessary. Hey, what should we do? This girl has fallen in love with that boy, right? He couldn't help but have random thoughts in his mind. Before, he always thought about letting little Anna grow up quickly, but now he finally grew up, and ended up quitting the guild for a pretty boy. He wanted to cry so much. Little Anna, why didn't you take Grandpa with you when you left the guild? I'll go with you. As he thought about it, a lot of random thoughts appeared in his mind. Suddenly, he grabbed the shivering tomb elder next to him. Lao Tomb, you think little Anna won't be pregnant? Puff, definitely not. President, what are you thinking? Little Anna's brain is 10,000 times smarter than yours. Hey, Guu Chang, can you do it alone? In the seminary of the gods and the guild temple, little Loliana asked innocently with her eyes wide open. Humph, are you kidding? Men can't say no. Guu Chang grinned, smiled slightly, and then disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in an open space in the forest. This was naturally a direct challenge to the level 3 guild. To be honest, he really didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he learned that Anna had left the 9th level Magicians Guild. That was the strongest level 9 guild in the world, and this little Loli was the granddaughter of the vice president. To put it bluntly, she was her family's property. He could already imagine that the Magicians Guild must be in chaos at this time, and it was estimated that his detailed information would appear in front of many big bosses. In fact, the vice president giant even wanted to kill him. After all, he had kidnapped his granddaughter. But since it has already happened, it doesn't matter. There are all these little lowly girls, but he is so cowardly that he can just do it hard and be done with it. Roar. At this time, a roar interrupted Guu Chang's thinking. A black orangutan as tall as a small building appeared in front of him, waving his arms and beating his chest angrily. Bloodthirsty orangutan, angry, Level 250. Skills: Bloodthirsty Fury, Cloak Hammer, 100 Monkey Mad Baboon. Professionals, you are very unlucky. This is a furious bloodthirsty orangutan. Its combat power is increased by 20%, lasts for 30 minutes. Please persevere, so that you can have a chance of survival. Combat power: 3,561,423 stars. Level 250, a 5th level professional level combat power. In the eyes of many people, this is definitely a terrifying enemy. However, among the many wild monsters Guu Chang encountered, this was not a very powerful opponent. He didn't even need to use powerful skills. A 100-meter long sword could kill him instantly, but he didn't do that. The reason why he took on the challenge alone was because Guu Chang wanted to test his recent learning success. Let me see how the several skills I have learned recently will perform in combat, right? The violent roar exudes crazy killing intent. The bloodthirsty orangutan grabs the ground with both hands and swings its limbs rapidly at an extremely fast speed. Letting out another roar, the huge body nearly 10 meters high jumped up and hit Guu Chang heavily. Unstoppable and amazingly powerful. If he was hit so directly, he would probably have to lie down even in the 5th rank battle. However, Guu Chang did not hide and allowed his huge body to hit him. But when he was less than 10 centimeters away from him, he suddenly raised his long knife to cut off the waves and smiled slightly. Life or death was uncertain. Block. Boom. A white light flashed on the wave-breaking knife, and like a spark hitting the earth, the bloodthirsty orangutan flew out at a faster speed and hit a big rock not far away, and his body sank directly into it. Flash step. At the same time, Guu Chang stepped forward and appeared in front of him just as the bloodthirsty orangutan crashed into the mountain. Cross cut. The cross sword flashed away and penetrated the orangutan's body in an instant. It paused for less than a second and then fell apart. The huge head lay quietly on the ground. Ding dong, congratulations on successfully killing the bloodthirsty orangutan, completing the level 3 guild challenge in 59 seconds, evaluating the SSS, and receiving the special reward guild buff, upgrading to Speedmaster. Closing square bracket. Is this how powerful skill coordination is? At this time, Guu Chang was also quite surprised. He had only used skills just now, but he almost killed an enemy with nearly 500 star power in an instant. You know, he uses only the most basic skills, and no one is even willing to learn them. Blocking is a basic skill for warriors, and almost everyone can't do it. Although it can withstand enemy attacks, it is too difficult to grasp the moment. If you are not careful, the door will be wide open and you will be killed. However, the 4 hidden attributes activated by this skill are quite abnormal, and their compatibility with him is 100%. Block. Skill level 1. Occupational restriction. Warrior. One of the basic skills of a warrior. When used perfectly, it can withstand 100% of enemy attacks. The upper limit is its own strongest defense. Hidden attribute 1. The upper limit is increased by 10 times. After perfect use, it can withstand 10 times the attack of its strongest defense. Hidden attribute 2. Perfect moment. You can always use the blocking skill perfectly at any time, and the timing is always perfect. Hidden attribute 3. After blocking, all damage from the enemy will be reflected, and the enemy will be frozen for 2 seconds. Hidden attribute 4. The blocking range is 360 degrees with no blind spots. When he saw these 4 hidden attributes, to be honest, Guu Chang couldn't help laughing. How should I put it? Although blocking is only a basic skill for warriors, it is also recognized as one of the magic skills. After all, as long as it does not exceed one's strongest defense, one can withstand all attacks. The skill level is still low, and there are no complicated learning requirements. Otherwise, it is a magic skill. But if you look closely, you will find that there are almost no warriors who use this skill in reality. That's because blocking is very demanding on the timing of its execution, a bit like a stuck point. Only with perfect timing can you withstand all attacks. If there is no perfect timing, it is useless and becomes a target. This kind of thing happened too many times in the beginning. He was originally a very strong warrior, but ended up failing to block, exposing his weakness and giving it away. What's even more uncomfortable is that the timing of blocking for different attacks is also different, and it is even related to the environment, level, etc. If there is a slight change, the timing of blocking will also change. Warrior professionals gradually discovered that it is extremely difficult to achieve perfection, and even if you try it 100 times, you may not be able to get the perfect timing. This is the magic skill that can be seen but not eaten, so the block fell to the altar and slowly disappeared from people's eyes. But now, Guu Chang can use block 100% perfectly. And no matter what the situation is, no matter how dangerous it is, even if he is running naked, he can block instantly. Coupled with the upper limit of 10 times the strongest defense and the 100-fold increase in talent, that's a 1,000-fold defense. This means that unless the enemy's attack is 1,000 times greater than his strongest defense, he can block it perfectly and even reflect the damage. This is an inappropriate magical skill. It can be said that only such a skill makes him invincible. Then some people say, what if the enemy's attack exceeds the defense by 1,000 times? Nonsense. If it really exceeds him, it means that the enemy's strength is completely superior to him, so what a slap in the face. If you don't run away quickly, what are you thinking about? In addition, Flash Step and Cross Slash are also level 1 and level 2 skills, but after activating the hidden attribute, they are both ridiculously strong. The key is that after these 3 skills are connected and coordinated, they are really almost perfect, the damage is high, cool, and very fast, and the consumption is almost nothing. After seeing what he had just seen, Guu Chang estimated that this set of combos would be instantaneous at turn 7 or below. At level 7, he might be seriously injured even if he can't be beaten to death. And this is just one of the combos he has learned during this period. Not only warriors, but also mages, he has learned dozens of skills alone. Although most of them are first and second level, after activating the hidden attributes, they are even more useful than high-level skills in battle. It can be said that now he can easily kill his previous self in an instant. The Gods Academy is worthy of being a 6-star academy. It really has all the skills. Guu Chang also couldn't help but sigh that his choice to join the seminary was the right one. After all, although these skills are not very rare, it is really impossible to find them all elsewhere. But in the School of Gods, you can see everything from level 1 to the legendary level 9 skills. Unfortunately, his current authority can only be exchanged for 5th level skills at most, but this is enough for him at the moment. To be honest, if Teacher Wise Man hadn't given him 10,000 contribution points, he wouldn't have been able to redeem so many skill books. Well, after creating a guild, first complete other professional tasks, then change professions as soon as possible, and then find a way to upgrade to the second sequence so that you can exchange blueprint fragments and more powerful skills. At that time, we can create a main weapon type artifact. Among the mythical equipment, the most precious and powerful one is naturally the main weapon artifact, but it is too difficult to get a main weapon artifact. Therefore, Guu Chang is still looking forward to it. The white light flashed, and Guu Chang returned to the guild hall again. The big sister at the front desk widened her eyes. Just now, he also received a notification from the system that Guu Chang had completed the challenge task. This is too fast, it seems like it was just a minute. This is the strength of the new generation of the strongest geniuses in the theological colleges. It is really too strong. She is not a student of the Theological Academy, but a staff member of the Guild Temple, and does not know much about the situation in the academy. But she must still know about Guu Chang, the most recent topic in the college, because she frequently browses the college forum. Yes, there is an academy forum on the smart card. Although other temple personnel on campus such as the front desk sister can also browse, there are naturally restrictions. They cannot read some special posts. Congratulations to Mr. Guu for establishing the level 3 All Souls Guild. The guild rewards and learning point rewards have also arrived. Although she was shocked, the lady at the front desk kept smiling and said to Guu Chang with a smile, "Can you add a contact information? If you have anything to do with the guild, you can contact me directly." Good. Guu Chang didn't think much about it. At this time, he saw that his learning points had increased by 5 points, and he was in a good mood. Creating a level 1 guild rewards 1 learning point, while a level 3 guild rewards 5 learning points. If it can be promoted to level 9, it can directly become the first rank. Perhaps we can try this aspect. Before leaving, the big sister at the front desk reminded them. Student Guu, because you triggered a special situation, you challenged to become a level 3 guild, but other conditions have not been met yet. First of all, you must meet the conditions of 15 members within 1 month, otherwise the guild level will drop. Okay, I understand, to Huong. Guu Chang nodded, but he had a headache. He was really not good at recruiting members. And next, I have to accompany this lowly to the world of death. After all, there is not much time left for this hidden mission. There are so many things to do, so you should work harder and strive to become a god as soon as possible. Ollie, come on, classmate Guu, I will be responsible for recruiting members. On the way back, Mo Qingshe said. She also wanted to go on a mission with Guu Chang, but she knew that she was too weak and would be a burden if she went there, which would only cause trouble for Guu Chang. Besides, she doesn't like fighting, so she might as well learn to upgrade the guild in the academy, which can also help Guu Chang. Having grown up in the city lord's mansion, she prefers to manage and develop a force, as if she is really playing a game. Okay, I really don't know how to thank you. Guu Chang was also very happy. He was originally worried about this matter, but with Mo Qingshui's help, he didn't worry about the guild's affairs. As for her abilities, he wasn't worried at all. Although this girl is a love brain, she has a father who is a city lord after all, and is at least better than him in management. There are specialties in the art industry, and Guu Chang knows that his focus is to continuously upgrade and change jobs to become stronger. Hey, thank you. You have always helped me a lot before. I am very happy to be able to help you this time. Mo Qingshui's face was full of smiles, and she was even happier when she heard what Guu Chang said. Besides, if you ask me to be the vice president, I will definitely develop the guild. Then I'll trouble you. Yes, Guu Chang was given to Vice President Mo Qingshui without any hesitation. Among the people he knew in the academy, this girl was not outstanding in terms of strength or talent, but she was definitely one of the people he trusted more. From the time he first awakened to now, this girl has really helped him a lot. She even said that without her, he might not have entered the seminaries of the gods. Such a rich woman who has money and looks and believes in herself so much, he naturally has to put her to good use and cherish her. Therefore, after creating the guild, he gave her the vice president without hesitation. As for little Loliana, to be honest, he doesn't trust her very much at the moment. After all, the two of them had just met and didn't know each other well. If they trusted others so easily, they would be extremely irresponsible for their own safety. To put it simply, I feel like I have lived too long. After seeing Mo Qingshui off, he returned to his residence and first checked the guild rewards he had received for successfully challenging the challenge just now. Upgrade Fast Master. Level IV1. Category: Guild Gain Buff. Effect: Guild member upgrade experience increases by an additional 1%. The name is a bit strange, but the effect is still very good. Although 1% seems very small, the higher the level, the more benefits you will get. And you know, this is something that every guild member can enjoy. There are two same guilds, one has buffs and one has no buffs. Don't say it for too long as a month, there will be a big gap between the two guilds. Generally speaking, it is difficult for low-level guilds to have buffs. Most of these buffs are produced in guild battles or dungeons, and are very rare. And Guu Chang had a buff as soon as he created the guild, and it was such a rare experience type. If others knew about it, they would definitely rush to join the guild. All things enlightened exclamation mark quote. Still following the old rules, upgrading Kuiba successfully activated the hidden attributes, but what surprised him was that these 4 hidden attributes were actually the same. Hidden Attribute 1. Buff level +1. Hidden Attribute 2. Buff level +2. The 4 attributes all increase in level. In the end, they were upgraded by 6 levels in total, the buff reached level 7, and the increased experience also reached 7%. Nice one. With this thing, there is no way his guild members will be slowed down in upgrading. Then, he took out the undead creature contract scroll that Anna gave him. He didn't have time before, but now he also activated the hidden attributes. Hidden Attribute 1. Contract success rate +40%. Hidden Attribute 2. After the contract is successful, the potential of the contracted creature will be slightly increased. Hidden Attribute 3. Contract success rate +50%. Hidden Attribute 4. Lord of the World. Blessed by the mysterious power, you can choose a world of the undead when making a contract. After the contract is successful, you can summon creatures in the entire world. Note: when contracting with the world of the undead, you need to conquer the creatures in the entire world. The higher the creatures surrender, the higher the success rate of the contract. What the hell? Guu Chang, who was originally sitting, stood up for a moment, his eyes as conspicuous as those big light bulbs. Contract world. I never expected that just now he was still thinking about which powerful undead creature to choose to contract. I didn't expect that now he can directly contract the whole world. Is it so exciting to play here? Even Guu Chang, who had already seen the secret of the sky god, was a little unbearable for a while. After all, this is a contract for the entire world. Even with his current strength, Ding Potion can only contract a small plane in the world of the undead, and there are at least tens or even hundreds of millions of undead creatures. Ida's no use going to the world of the dead now. Whoever dares to provoke him will directly summon an army of tens of millions of undead. What kind of undead dragon? The Lich King will directly block your door and ask you if you are afraid. Just thinking about that scene made Guu Chang's blood boil and he almost had an orgasm. However, it is a bit troublesome to conquer the entire world's creatures. Guu Chang frowned, thinking about what skills he should use. There is already a 90% success rate bonus. As long as you show enough strength in that world, you will most likely be successful. After pondering for a long time, Guu Chang began to make preparations for departure. The target this time is the world of the undead. Although it is only a small plane, it cannot be underestimated. Potions, various equipment, some restraint skills, maps, books, etc. must all be prepared. Fortunately, his contribution value is enough. As long as it is within his authority, he can redeem whatever he wants. So on the third day, Guu Chang took leave and left the college with little Loliana. Asking for leave in the seminaries is not a simple matter, and you often need to pass various tests from teachers. There is even a saying circulating in the college, if you want to take a leave of absence, if you want to have free time, then conquer the teacher first. However, when Guu Chang went to ask for leave, all the teachers were very talkative and agreed to his application without saying a word, and even offered to grant him a few more days. After all, the legendary 7-star secret realm he created has brought great benefits to these teachers. What's more, he also has a dean. When I took out the card, my dean, I don't know how you should respond. It is worth mentioning that when he learned that Guu Chang was going to the world of the dead, the wise teacher gave him 2 special tasks to go to the world of the dead. The content is not difficult at all, just collect some rare materials exclusive to the world of the undead. But the rewards are surprisingly rich, with a total of 10 learning points as special rewards. You know, tasks with some learning points are very popular, and each one is so rare that it makes people doubt their life, so in the end they only give 2 or 3. He very much doubted that it was because of him that these 2 tasks existed. The wise teacher's words also moved him quite a bit. Since you are my student, within the scope of my power, I will do whatever I can to help you. Of course, if you don't have that ability, I won't help you, so don't think too much. At this moment, all he knew was that he had definitely made the right choice as a teacher. After leaving the academy, several people went straight to the Dimensional Heaven realm, the top group in the Magic City. This is also one of the strongest groups in the world, and it controls countless resources and industries. It has 3 level 8 guilds alone. It is said that the founder of this group is a god, but they cannot know who it is. The reason why I come here is because one of the core businesses of Dimensional Heaven is cross-world teleportation. Because of the hidden mission, Anna has the coordinates of the small plane of the undead world, but if she wants to enter that world, she has to use the cross-world teleportation from the Dimensional Heaven. Hello, please confirm whether you want to go to the world of the dead, plane 19867. In the Dimensional Heaven, in the Dark Heaven building number 18, a dignified and elegant man said to Guu Chang and Guu Chang with a smile. Despite his gentle manner, he looks like he can knock him down with one fist, but Guu Chang knows that this is a rank 7 boss. In other places, he is definitely a top-notch big shot, but in the dimensional world, he is just a senior teleportation worker. Of course, his status and treatment are not bad at all. This made Guu Chang couldn't help but sigh. This is the Magic City, and he can meet the 7th level boss wherever he goes. If this were in Qingshan, many people would never encounter it in their lifetime. Yes, Anna nodded, feeling uncontrollably excited. During this period, all she thought about every day was going to the world of the undead and subduing the undead dragon. But when she really wanted to go, she became nervous. Okay, each person required to teleport to the world of the dead number 19,867 needs 1 million divine coins. Since you 2 are students of the theological colleges, you can enjoy a 50% discount. You only need 1 million divine coins for the 2 of you. Hearing the price, Guu Chang felt a pang of pain, even though he didn't need to pay for it. 110,000 God coins is equivalent to 10 billion. It is really too expensive. But thinking that it was being transported to other worlds, he felt that it was okay. And because of their student status, they directly saved 10 billion, which reminded him of the train tickets in his previous life. However, unlike the previous life, this 50% discount does not apply to all college students, but only students from theological colleges can enjoy this discount. Many people don't know why, and there are even rumors that the wise man, the dean of the seminaries, and the boss Siwei Guomu have ulterior secrets. And Guu Chang knew this reason, and he just found out about it. This is because teacher Zhezhe invested a large amount of money in this group not long after Dimensional Heaven was established. Therefore, both teachers and students of the seminaries can enjoy a 50% discount. Now, the teacher's annual dividend from the Dimensional Heaven realm is unknown. He can only say that the wise old city is really rich. As your old senior, on behalf of the Dimensional Heaven realm, I wish you a safe journey, that all your wishes will come true, and that you will become gods as soon as possible. The elegant man led the two of them to a mysterious room full of technology and said to them with a smile. The next moment, the room was instantly enveloped in golden light, and the two of them disappeared. President, Miss, please go. HMPH, that girl is no longer a member of our guild, what are you talking to BGAI about? Well, you didn't tell me that. I must tell you when the lady goes. The tomb elder looked helpless. How could he still be so arrogant at his age? Yes, okay, if you have nothing to do, get out of here. There's something else. The Ghost King has left the guild. Let's just go. He broke rank 7 and dared to violate the guild rules. If it weren't for the contribution his drunkard father had made to the guild, I would have slapped him to death. By the way, pay attention to him. If he does something inappropriate, I don't need to tell you what to do. President, don't worry, my subordinates know. The tomb elder lowered his head, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. In his eyes, anyone who quits the guild is a traitor, except for the young lady. Is this the world of the dead? In a desolate mass grave, Guu Chang and Anna suddenly appeared, and a heavy aura of death hit their faces. Tip: being suppressed by the world of death, your body is being devoured by the air of death, and your physical attributes are reduced by 30%. Although his attributes have been reduced a lot, it has not had a great impact on his overall strength. Guu Chang still looks calm. But Anna's face suddenly turned pale, and even her breath became disordered. She is only level 120, and her attributes and overall strength in all aspects are not even close to that of Guu Chang. But after all, she was born in a level 9 magician's guild, and a white gem flashed on her body. She returned to normal. It's so scary here. She looked at the densely packed graves around her and involuntarily approached Guu Chang. This time she was really a little scared. As expected of the world of the dead, graves are everywhere. Guu Chang has also been to some mass graves to level up in the wild, but none of them are like here, with endless graves as far as the eye can see. The timid people here will probably be scared to death in less than 10 years. At this time, a terrifying bone claw suddenly pulled out from the grave next to it. Snapped. A black staff snapped, and very quickly, the bone claw was crushed to pieces. Don't get me wrong, this was not Guu Chang's hand. At this time, he also looked at Anna with a confused look. No, aren't you a mage? Who taught you to use the staff like this? But before he could complain, huge changes took place around him. It seemed that the sound just now woke them up. Skeletons all emerged from the graves, so densely packed that they could not be seen to the end. At a glance, there are at least tens of thousands of them. There is a temple ahead, and in the temple there is a map to find the undead dragon. Anna smiled sheepishly. She was too nervous just now and took action subconsciously. Okay, follow me. Guu Chang nodded, knowing that this was Anna's hint of hidden mission. Already level 180, he had no interest in operating with these skeletons who were at most level 100. He waved the unbounded divine wings behind his back and disappeared into the sky 100 meters away. Wait for me. Although Anna had no wings, her hoverboard was very fast. In addition, Guu Chang slowed down, so she could barely catch up. They flew for more than 10 miles, and there were skeletons everywhere. Even Guu Chang didn't know how many there were. Looking at these skeletons, his eyes lit up. These are all his future summons. Although they are basically level 100, they are better in number. Unless you are above level 7, facing the pursuit of so many skeletons, you will lose energy and die. And there are some skeleton mages here who can release magic to deal with flying enemies. It's just that the two of them were too fast, so no harm was done to them. At this time, he was looking forward to it. After contracting this world and using the attunement of all things to activate the hidden attributes, how powerful would these undead creatures become? It's really exciting. Finally, after flying more than 10 kilometers away, the two finally saw a dilapidated temple. The shape of the temple turned out to be a toad, with a dirty and slimy surface. If it hadn't been for the word, Toad Temple, on the door, he would have thought it was a toad cave. Ding dong, welcome guests from afar. Pass the test of the Toad Temple and immediately obtain the map of the evil dragon kingdom. There was a flash of black light, and hundreds of black skeletons that were obviously different from the outside poured out of the temple. There were even huge skeleton bats flying in the air, all of which were above level 150. At this time, Anna couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, she brought Guu Chang this time, otherwise she would definitely be dead alone. Guu Chang, it's up to you, you are the best. Listening to the little loli's praise, Guu Chang smiled slightly, but did not take action against these skeletons. He passed over the skeleton and looked up at the temple, with a smile on his face. Another test, I'll pass the exam. Assessment, I'll pass the test. Looking at the temple in front of him, Guu Chang smiled evilly. With a flash step, he passed through all the undead and appeared above the Toad Temple. The linking crosscut was launched instantly, and with a flash of white light, the skeleton temple was torn into pieces, and the undead creatures next to it also disappeared. Ding dong, you destroyed the Toad Temple and obtained the Dragon Kingdom Map 1, the recognition of the world of the dead +1, and the negative effects were reduced. The physical attributes were reduced by 30% to 20%. Closing square bracket. A map appeared in Guu Chang's hand, but Anna was still confused at this time and didn't even realize what happened. You destroyed the temple. Yes, as long as the result is the same. After reading the map and throwing it to Anna, he looked up and looked into the distance. Oh. Although I was a little shocked that Guu Chang took an unusual route, I got the map anyway. He is indeed a super genius who can shape the legendary 7-star secret realm. It doesn't matter if he is strong, he is also so smart. While opening the map, Anna couldn't help but sigh in her heart. According to the map, this small plane originally had a kingdom, but later it was occupied by millions of undead led by the undead dragon, and it became a world of the undead. Now, the undead dragon has established the Dragon Kingdom and is one of the strongest rulers in the world. Guu Chang is not very interested in the history of this world. All he cares about is the location of the dragon. According to the guidance on the map, the castle of the Dragon Kingdom, which is the palace where the undead dragon lives, is located on a mountain 100 miles away. There are the strongest undead in the world, including countless skeleton knights and skeleton giants. It is also the ultimate goal of their mission. Kill skeletons and catch dragons. Let's go. With the map in hand, the two of them went straight to the dragon castle without hesitation. However, there was an incident on the way, that is, Loliana disliked the speed of the hoverboard being too slow, so she lay directly on Guu Chang's back, leaving him stunned. However, those ambiguous scenes of skin contact that he saw in novels and anime in his previous life did not happen. Because this Loli's small airport is so standard, the two of them felt nothing at all when their bodies touched. Well, everything in the novel is indeed a lie. Guu Chang, I really want to thank you this time. You're welcome, you gave me what I wanted. The two of them chatted and soon arrived at the Dragon Castle. However, what happened in front of them was far beyond their expectations. GG, Chloe, surrender, I am the master of the world. In the sky above the Dragon Castle, a green, strange and ugly Lich King was fighting fiercely with a 100-meter-long undead dragon. It was said to be a fierce battle, but in fact it could also be said to be a one-sided crushing. The undead dragon was completely beaten by the Net Demon King and was unable to fight back. Guu Chang glanced wide, and the information about the two guys appeared in front of him. Undead dragon, weak and in panic. Level 373. Skills. Death Dragon Breath, Shadow Bone Spur, Dragon Soul Roar, Bone Crushing Blow. Talents. Bone Breaking Blow, Breath of the Dead. Combat Power. 715 stars. Lich King. Level 400. Skills. Death Grip, Soul Harvest, Undead Scepter. Factory. Talent. Despicable, Demon God. Combat Power. 780 stars. Both of these are terrifying creatures equivalent to those of level 6 professionals, and their combat power is also terrifyingly strong. Although from the data point of view, the combat effectiveness of the Death Dragon is only dozens of stars lower than that of the Lich King, in fact it is far behind. He is no match for the Lich King. Not only was he beaten until there were few ribs left, the dragon's claws turned into chicken claws, even most of the undead army behind him was wiped out by the Lich King's men, and the dragon castle was almost completely demolished. Guu Chang is now in a hurry. How can this be done? This undead dragon belongs to them, and the Lich King is damaging their personal property. Mad, this is intolerable. Stop fighting, don't fight anymore. Guu Chang immediately shouted to the two sides who were fighting fiercely, but was completely ignored. Of course they all noticed Guu Chang, but they were too lazy to pay attention to a little human being who died after blowing his breath. The embarrassed Death Dragon was already very angry, and the appearance of Guu Chang made him feel very noisy, which directly annoyed him. "Ant, you shouldn't disturb me at this time. He can't defeat the Lich King, so why can't he deal with such a little human?" He just spit out his 200-year-old breath at Guu Chang and didn't care. "Hey, I just came here and you pooped on me. Is this polite?" However, in less than a second, Guu Chang's voice sounded again. Turning his head, he realized that Guu Chang was standing above him, safe and sound. "How is this possible? How did you do it?" The undead dragon was shocked. His attack just now was absolutely instant kill if it was below level 300. How could Guu Chang have no attack at all? At this time, the Lich King on the opposite side stopped taking action and instead looked at Guu Chang with interest. "No, this is one of the villain's fatal weaknesses. If you keep whining and don't do anything, if you like to watch dramas, it will be in vain." *******. 4 words of horizontal criticism, you deserve to die. None of your business, Guu Chang said lightly, and then pointed to Anna in the distance. "I'm telling you now, surrender to her now, and you will become her summons in the future, do you understand?" The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Not only the undead dragon, but also the Lich King showed shock and confusion. Do all humans nowadays educate people? Don't even ask for level 200, just say it directly to the undead dragon which is almost level 400. Just you can be that Persona S dog from now on. If he feels right, in the human world, this should be no less than pooping on someone's face and having them say it's delicious. "Chloe, I didn't expect you to be so weak now that even a human would dare to insult you like this. Zizizi, now I feel a little regretful about accepting you as my subordinate. Otherwise, I would have killed you directly." He had a mocking look on his face and was in a pretty good mood. Even though he has crushed the undead dragon now, he has suffered a lot before. If it weren't for the appearance of the adults, the encounter between him and Chloe might have been the other way around. So when he saw Chloe like this, he was definitely going to add insult to injury and ridicule her. "Look at you, you look like shit. Are you laughing at me?" Guu Chang dealt with the Lich King mercilessly. His goal was to contract the world, so he must also defeat the Lich King. So he directly used a two-pronged approach to attract hatred at the same time. The smile on the Lich King's face disappeared instantly, and his eyes suddenly became extremely cold. He admitted that he was indeed not handsome, but he was not as handsome as this human said. He vowed to tear this human being to pieces because he had touched his bottom line. Good looks are his bottom line. PFF'd. At this time, the undead dragon couldn't help laughing, but his eyes when looking at Guu Chang were still full of naked murderous intent. "Chloe, kill him and I can spare your life." The Lich King's cold voice suddenly sounded, and the undead dragon was stunned for a moment and then felt a surprise. Although the Lich King is the best at deceiving, what if he lets him go this time? What's more, even if the Lich King doesn't say anything, he will cut this ant into pieces for daring to insult him. "Ant, die." He stretched out his remaining huge bone claw and slapped Guu Chang hard on the head. The powerful attack tore apart the space, making Anna in the distance blush. Guu Chang, get away quickly, don't confront him head-on. Guu Chang did not hide, he smiled slightly, and raised the long knife in his hand to Duan Langyu the moment the dragon's attack reached his eyes. When there was a crisp sound, and the undead dragon felt as if it had been hit by an artifact, and an indescribable pain came from it. Ah! As soon as he screamed, his huge body swung back to where it was and fell heavily to the ground. The excruciating pain made him scream. When he looked down, he found that the only remaining dragon claw he had was completely broken. How is this possible? My claws. His attack was completely deflected. He endured the severe pain and looked at Guu Chang, only to see that the human being who was just an ant in his eyes was standing there unscathed, with a faint smile on his lips. It was this smile that made him completely blinded by anger. Humans, even ants dare to laugh at me, I will tear you apart. He flew into the air, opened his big mouth, and the black dragon breath exuded the aura of death, and instantly arrived in front of Guu Chang. Block, if you can, block this too. As you wish. This time Guu Chang still did not dodge, and even raised the long knife in advance. It's so stupid to block in advance. The Lich King was a little surprised at first, but now he looked disdainful. He knows more about humans than the undead dragon, and he knows that it was a basic skill for a warrior to block. He also didn't expect that there are still people who can use perfect block now. At that time, he felt a little bad, and even suspected that Guu Chang was a super strong human being who pretended to be a pig and eat the tiger. After all, he has read in many books that the human race likes to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers, that is, Lao Shen. Unexpectedly, facing a move like dragon breath that he had to deal with all his strength and caution, this human would choose to block in advance. I'm afraid he's not a fool. If he could block this perfectly, he would just die. Blocking requires extremely precise judgment based on the enemy's attack method, time, etc. If you block in advance, wouldn't it be equivalent to dying? There is no possibility of perfect blocking at all. He finally figured it out. This guy was able to block perfectly just now. It was just a matter of sheer luck. He estimated that this guy was just lucky. Occasionally he used a few perfect blocks, and he felt invincible and dared to come here to seek death. Such stupid humans are really humble. Whoosh! The terrifying death dragon's breath came to Guu Chang in an instant, and the destructive breath made him couldn't help but nod. This power was enough to kill many 6th-level professionals. It's a pity, he has perfect block. Haha, human being, you have been fooled. But at this moment, the death dragon suddenly laughed, and the dragon's breath in front of him suddenly turned a corner and got into Guu Chang's crotch, attacking his beloved siblings from below. GG, Chloe is really as sinister as ever. The Lich King couldn't help but laugh. There was a trick to deal with the perfect block, which was to suddenly change the direction of the attack, so that the opponent would make a misjudgment. Now, this human being is bound to die. Then let him add to the fire. With a tap of your finger, a ball of black flame appears in front of Guu Chang. This is a double attack. Now what will he do if he sees Guu Chang? Boom. The death dragon's breath hit Guu Chang's lower body right away. Little Loliana's eyes widened with worry on her face. But everything happened so fast, she didn't have time to take action. But at this moment, a white light suddenly appeared from Guu Chang's crotch. Perfect block. Dragon breath instantly turned around and rushed towards the death dragon. No, move. The death dragon wanted to dodge, but found that he could not move at all. Little did he know that this was the hidden attribute of Guu Chang's blocking skill, which could put the enemy into a state of freeze for 3 seconds. However, in less than a second, the dragon's breath came and struck him hard in the crotch. Ah! Accompanied by a very ecstatic scream, the giant dragon collapsed to the ground, its frame almost falling apart. It can be said that he is not dead, but he is almost there. How is this possible? The death dragon was confused and had no strength to be shocked again, but the Lich King was in disbelief. The attack was obviously from below, but Guu Chang didn't change direction, so how could he block it perfectly? But he didn't have time to think. At this time, the will-o'-the-wisp skill he fired was also blocked and bounced towards him. At this time, he also discovered to his horror that he could not move. What's going on? He panicked. His physical body was not strong. If he was hit by a will-o'-the-wisp, he might really die. While he was thinking, the will-o'-the-wisp had already arrived in front of him. Elusive true body. At the critical moment of life and death, he gritted his teeth and used his innate skills at the cost of half his life. The next moment, his body became illusory, and the will-o'-the-wisp passed directly through without causing any harm to him. Ho. Watching the will-o'-the-wisp create a large crater of more than 10 meters behind him, he kept panting, shouting with his face full, and his lower body felt cold. It was almost, just a little bit close, he would have died. Impossible. How did you do it? He raised his head and looked at Guu Chang fiercely, his words full of shock. He is not stupid. After going through the mess just now, he certainly understands that this human being is not lucky at all, but has completely mastered the perfect block. But, how did he manage to perfectly resist the attack from his lower body without changing direction? This was also what puzzled him. He couldn't figure it out at all. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Could it be that just now, this human little brother secretly used perfect block? If that were the case, this human being would be terrible. Isn't it human to be able to control his little brother to block perfectly? Of course he didn't know that this was because Guu Chang's perfect block had 4 hidden attributes. The blocking range is 360 degrees with no blind spots, which means that as long as you can block attacks from any direction. It can be called an invincible defensive artifact. Of course, if he knew what the Lich King was thinking, he would definitely give him a prize for the strongest imagination and then open his head. He wanted to see how Tian came up with such a weird idea. The little brother is still blocking the horse. Why don't you say that the little brother has started a hidden career? But what he needs to do now is to conquer the Lich King and make a contract with this small world. Don't you want to waste time? He said directly to the Lich King. Now I give you 2 choices, the first is to surrender, the second is to die. Hearing the familiar words, the Lich King felt extremely angry. These words were obviously what he often said to others, but now he has become the conquered. Anger and shame made him tremble all over, but he did not lose his mind. Instead, he showed a flattering smile. I choose to surrender, my master. With almost no hesitation, he knelt down directly on the ground, his tone extremely pious. Master, this old slave is willing to offer you the most loyal submission. From now on, I will be your dog and I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. Guu Chang was also a little surprised at 3.8. This was the first time he encountered such an enemy, and he surrendered without much fighting. Could it be that surrendering and losing half is also popular in other worlds? Master, then let me give you the first gift. Become a dog, my master. At this moment, the Lich King, who was kneeling on the ground, slowly raised his head. His eyebrows suddenly cracked, and a small, irregular gem emitted a strange red light at Guu Chang. HMPH, do you think I will be defenseless? Guu Chang did not panic. He seemed to have anticipated this scene and raised his long knife skillfully. Perfect block. The red light fell on the long knife, but before the block could take effect, the red light directly surrounded the long knife. The next moment, the long knife suddenly changed and turned into a fire stick with Erha's head. The equipment of epic quality fell into nothing in an instant, without any lethality. Guu Chang's eyes widened and he was really confused for once. I'll wipe it. I'll wipe it. In front of the dragon castle, Guu Chang looked at the husky brand burning fire sticks in front of him, feeling as confused as he wanted. No, how did his epic long sword turn into this thing, an ordinary fire stick? At this time, he couldn't help but feel scared. If Duanlang hadn't blocked it just now, he would have turned into a husky. He admitted that he might find it cute to see a husky. But if you turn into a husky, that is, a dog, it would be a nightmare. At this time, Anna, who was a little slow to react, looked at the fire stick in great shock. Then she secretly glanced at Guu Chang, and there seemed to be a hint of curiosity in her frightened eyes. Although it passed by in a flash, Guu Chang understood what it meant in an instant. This woman was actually curious about what he would look like if he were turned into a husky. He knew that this loli was very bad. She must have wanted him to play with her little white legs after he turned into a husky. My conscience is greatly damaged. Jeheheji, human being, you were lucky just now, now you will be the one who turns into a dog. Although the move just now did not hit Guu Chang, the Lich King is still very confident at this time. Now it seems that even blocks can't stop his move. The mysterious gem is indeed a good thing. Fortunately, I was smart and didn't hand it over when the adults came. GG, if the adult comes next time, maybe I can turn him into a dog. He looked at Guu Chang proudly and regained his previous confidence. Since Guu Chang's perfect block can't stop his transformation, there's nothing to fear. No, I changed my mind, I want to turn you into a pig. He stepped on the body of the undead dragon, and the strange gem between his eyebrows emitted red light, turning Chloe's head into a dog's head. The head of a dog, the body of a dragon, the body of a chicken, it seems strange no matter how you look at it. This feeling of being in control of everything makes the Lich King enjoy it very much. No, why isn't he afraid? At this time, he found that Guu Chang was still very calm, with no fear on his face. In the past, whenever he used this move, all his enemies would be scared to death, and some would even kneel down and beg for mercy. As long as he was not afraid of them turning into dogs, he could do anything. But what's going on now? Why isn't this human being afraid? Does he have a way to fight it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Lich King shook his head and immediately threw this terrible thought out of his mind. He guessed that this human being was probably holding on, and as soon as he took action, he would immediately give up all dignity and beg for mercy. GG, I won't give you a chance to beg for mercy. The Lich King showed his standard villain smile again, and the mysterious gem between his eyebrows immediately glowed red again. Whoosh! Guu Chang flapped his divine wings behind his back, and suddenly appeared 100 meters away, easily dodging the red light. Whoosh! Afterwards, the red light kept chasing, but the unbounded divine wings could travel through the void, and their speed was unmatched. How could a little red light be able to catch up? All he needed to do was make a slight move, and the red light would eat up ashes. Every time he seems about to catch up, Guu Chang can always dodge easily, just like walking a dog. Is this your trick? It's nothing more than that. Guu Chang was floating in the air, looking at the Lich King with disdain in his eyes. But if you look closely, you will find that no matter where he flies, his eyes are always paying attention to the Lich King, especially the irregular gem between his eyebrows. Do you think there's nothing I can do? The Lich King was not angry, with a sneer on his face. The red light in the sky suddenly changed direction and flew towards Anna, who was not far away. Ah, Guu Chang, save me. I don't want to turn into a pig. Anna suddenly changed and hurriedly stepped on the hoverboard to escape. But that thing is not only much slower than Guu Chang, but also very inflexible. Before I could run, I was about to be run away by the red light. Ah, Guu Chang, save me quickly. I'll steal my grandfather's treasure for you. Anna was very anxious and almost burst into tears. If you want to kill her, she may not be so scared. If she turns into a pig, you might as well kill her. However, Guu Chang was very calm. He crossed his hands and leaned on the air with great enjoyment, with a casual smile on his face. That expression seemed to say, whatever you want, I don't care. The red light was getting closer and closer to Anna, but the Lich King's face became even more ugly. He didn't expect that Guu Chang had no intention of saving anyone. He actually didn't care about this woman at all. How could he, a human being, be so heartless? What to do? He is no longer interested in Anna. What will happen even if she turns into a pig? What's more, his ability to use gems is limited and he will die if he uses them too many times. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little lost. It was at this moment that Guu Chang took action instantly. Unbounded divine power. A divine light suddenly emitted from the unbounded divine wings and instantly hit the gem between the Lich King's eyebrows. The next moment, the gem magically disappeared, but Anna also turned into a little rabbit. The Lich King froze in place, and then immediately let out an extremely miserable cry. No, where's my baby? Ah, give me back. The Lich King is going crazy. Why is his treasure suddenly gone? What is going on? He was furious, but Guu Chang laughed. Hee, this unbounded divine wing is so useful. Wuji Divine Wings has the ability to brush off other people's equipment, but from the beginning to now, he has not used it yet. After all, he has never met an opponent who can let him use this trick. He didn't expect it to be so fierce this time. Looking at the mysterious gem in the space, Guu Chang was overjoyed. But now was not the time to look at equipment. He looked at the Lich King coldly without any nonsense. Die. It was still a flash step followed by a cross slash. At this time, the Lich King was in extreme madness and felt his body light up. The next moment, he saw his body falling into pieces. I should be able to contract this world next. Guu Chang was slightly relieved. He was not in the habit of talking nonsense and would kill directly whenever he had the chance. Human, did you kill my believer? However, at this moment, a mysterious sound suddenly came from the Demon King's body. A huge black vortex appeared in the sky, and then a huge, extremely blurry face spread over the entire world. Guu Chang's eyes suddenly widened and he almost dropped the husky fire stick in his hand. Demon God Campuso, Demon Thought Clone. Grade. The mysterious demon god from the abyss and purgatory, this world should have been swallowed by him, but you interrupted his plan, bear the wrath of the demon god, little guy. Skill, talent, combat power. Looking at a bunch of question marks on the panel, Guu Chang became rarely silent. Even if the opponent is the sky god's lover, there is still a grade. But apart from the name, all the other people in front of me are question marks. This is a bit outrageous. Demon of the Abyss. This name is not unfamiliar to him. It can be said that in high school textbooks, this name is definitely ranked first in terms of combat effectiveness. This is the demon god of the abyss, the most powerful existence among the gods, and the top god. Even the sky god has to stand aside in front of the abyss demon god. But now he has to face such an enemy. Even though he is just a demonic clone, he is still unimaginably strong. Guu Chang speculated that this must at least have the strength of rank 8 or even rank 9. I'm afraid I won't be able to fight hard in this battle, I'll have to be smart. Hell Demon Dragon, come out. So, the moment the demon god appeared, he immediately summoned 3 hell dragons. Ice World. Then came the world of ice and snow, with almost half of the sky completely frozen. The extreme flames, ice and snow merge into the machine. Faced with such a combination of ice and fire, even an 8th level professional may not be able to withstand it. But this time, their opponent is the legendary Abyss Demon. Hell Demon Dragon is interesting. Freezing space, good magic. In the void, the huge face that almost completely covered the entire small world said lightly, without disdain or ridicule. But you can't help but feel the huge gap. The two are not on the same level at all. To be precise, gods and ordinary professionals are two different creatures, and the huge difference is indescribable. Boom. At this time, the Hell Demon Dragon and the Ice and Snow World came to the void. However, Big Face just opened his mouth and swallowed 3 hell dragons in one go. The newly frozen void also shattered instantly, and the Big Face just fluctuated, a small explosion occurred, and nothing happened. It would be wrong to say that no damage was done, but Guu Chang estimated that the most it could do was break the skin. Mater is at least equivalent to a 9-turn giant. He is worthy of being the demon god of the abyss. Guu Chang frowned. Even if this was just a clone, this demon was still ridiculously strong. It seems that I can only use that trick. And, you can actually launch such an attack. It seems you have a secret. Just let me see. A 1,000-meter-long hand suddenly appeared on his big face and swatted at Guu Chang. Whoosh. Using the unbounded divine wings, he could travel through time and space and instantly dodge the big hand's attack, but a kilometer around him was reduced to ruins, with nothing left. Even the dragon castle and the death dragon were gone. However, Guu Chang didn't have time to think about this at this time. The big hand attacked again, so fast that he seemed to be catching up with him. Bang, bang, big hands passed by each other again and again, but they could never catch up with Guu Chang. The unbounded divine wings are indeed an artifact. Although they are only level 157, they are so powerful. Hey, mythical equipment, interesting. A puzzled voice came from the big face, and the 1,000-meter-long hand disappeared. Then, the big face opened his big mouth again, and Dao Qi's black beam of light locked him. At this moment, Guu Chang immediately felt that no matter where he hid, this beam of light could hit him. Even if you use the unbounded divine wings, you can't avoid it. He didn't panic, and he wasn't planning to hide this time anyway. "Ant, I will study the secrets in you carefully. Get ready to face death. Rest in peace." The black beam of light slowly emitted, not only not fast, but even a little slow. At this time, Guu Chang took out the husky brand to light the fire stick without any haste, and looked at the black light beam full of destruction with a smile. Perfect block. Madness. Skills like blocking are ineffective against this god. Even if your defense is strengthened 10,000 times, you still can't block this god's attack. Hearing this, Guu Chang smiled slightly, and then extended the middle finger of his right hand to the devil, assuming a standard greeting posture common to all worlds. "Shacha, come here." At this moment, the atmosphere was slightly awkward, but the next moment, the whole world was filled with the anger of the devil. "Human ant, you are seeking death. I will let your soul be devoured by trillions of demons, I will let you sink for eternity, I will let you die." In an instant, the black light beam was extremely dazzling, and its power increased tenfold. This is already the strongest attack of this demon clone. Guu Chang's actions just now have completely annoyed him. Guu Chang still had a faint smile on his face and was not too nervous. Well done. In less than a second, the black beam of light came in front of him, and everything it touched was annihilated. Guu Chang has no doubt that the power of this thing has reached the level of a forbidden curse. Even the 9th rotation may not be able to stop it. And his strongest defense was shattered at this moment, and it was precisely at this moment that the unbounded divine wings behind him instantly burst out with unbounded divine power. Invincible. In an instant, his body burst out with indescribable light and came to a very magical state. But the light beam that was enough to destroy everything just now completely lost its effect in front of him, causing no harm to him. Block. Since the attack of the black beam of light was blocked, the block also worked and bounced it back. The black beam of light returned straight back the way it came. The demon in the sky looked in disbelief, not understanding what just happened. His strongest attack was ineffective against this human being. Looking at the oncoming black beam of light, he couldn't help but panic. Just when he wanted to avoid it, he found that he couldn't move at all. A second later, the black beam of light returned to its owner's arms. No! Along with the cry, the sky was shrouded in extremely dazzling light. Boom! A huge roar resounded throughout the world, and it took a full minute or two before the explosion ended, and at this time the terrifying face disappeared. The demon clone was destroyed by his own strongest attack. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the demonic clone of the demon god Kampa, and receiving a special reward. The power of the demon god, all attributes are permanently increased by 20%, a trace of world consciousness on the 19,867th plane of the world of the undead, and a mythical equipment blueprint fragment 1. The coordinates of the demon god in Campaso. A series of rewards appeared in Guu Chang's mind, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Everything just happened was like lightning. From the appearance of the demon to its destruction, it only took less than a few minutes. Although it happened quickly, it was also very dangerous. If he hadn't been smart, handsome, and quick to react, he might have had no choice but to run away. The moment after the demon god's clone appeared, he thought of using the hidden attribute of the unbounded divine wings, the invincible buff. After activation, it has 3 seconds of invincibility and can withstand any attack, even gods. So at that time, he planned to use the invincibility buff and block to deal with the demon's clone, so he raised his middle finger to anger the demon so that he could use his strongest attack. Fortunately, the opponent broke through the defense directly. Everything that happened after that was pretty much what he expected. The invincible buff withstood the demon god's strongest attack, and then the perfect block came into play, directly rebounding the attack to destroy the demon god's clone. Perfect. Even he couldn't help but admire himself. He was so handsome and smart, but he really didn't want others to live. At this time, he first glanced at the system's rewards, and his eyes suddenly became hot. As expected of a demon god's clone, this reward is too generous. But now is not the time to study it carefully, we have to make a contract with this world. Quote. Hey, where are the people? Looking around, Anna was not found. The next moment, the space flickered and a little rabbit suddenly appeared. Guu Chang was stunned, and the smile on his face could no longer be suppressed. Little loli, it can't be you. Ah, Guu Chang, save me quickly, save me quickly. The little rabbit jumped up crazily and shed tears. PFF'd. Guu Chang hurriedly suppressed his smile, and then used the mysterious gem he had just obtained. The little rabbit's body flashed with white light and returned to Anna's appearance. Ah, hateful. Anna stamped her feet, her face flushed. She turned into a rabbit and was seen by Guu Chang. It was so embarrassing. At this time, the scene of Guu Chang fighting the devil just appeared in her mind, and her eyes were full of shock and admiration. Guu Chang actually defeated the demon god. This is so amazing. But she didn't say it out loud. Although she was young, she was very smart. She knew very well that there were some things that should and should not be said. Guu Chang, you are so powerful. I really want to thank you this time. Without you, I might have died. Hey, it's a pity that the dragon is gone, and the mission will fail now. She was dejected and a little disappointed. After working for so long, he not only quit the Magician's Guild, but also gave Guu Chang a legendary contract scroll, but in the end the mission still failed. It seemed like she would never be able to summon the death dragon again. Wait a moment, maybe I can find a way to suppress it. Guu Chang suddenly said. Hearing this, Anna's eyes were suddenly filled with hope. If someone else said that, he definitely couldn't do it. But Guu Chang, she couldn't help but believe that this man really created too many miracles. Guu Chang flashed and appeared 10,000 meters away, taking out the contract scroll. At this time, he can contract the world. If successful, he can summon undead creatures in the entire world. He guessed that there should be more than one undead dragon in this world. After all, it's not just Anna, he also wants such a summoned object. This thing is not only a powerful summon, but also a cool mount. How could he not get one? Guu Chang. Occupation: Sanran, 4th rank. Level: 180. Physique: 21,488. Magic: 20,984. Agile: 20,937. Power: 21,081. Wisdom: 21,057. Skills: Block, Flash Step, Fireball, Whirlwind, Ice and Snow World AAA. Equipment: Purgatory Crown, Purgatory Staff, Purgatory Robe, Purgatory Pants, Purgatory Boots, Unbounded Divine Wings. Talent: All Things Enlightenment IV4, Invincible Lucky Star, 100 times Increase, Chant of Gods, Almighty God, Chaos Breath Craftsmanship. Looking at the data on the panel, Guu Chang couldn't help but smile. The demon god's clone is powerful, but the rewards you get after killing it are also really generous. The power of the devil alone increased all his attributes by 20%, all reaching 20,000 points. The 5 attributes added up are 100,000. You must know that he is only at the 4th level at this time. In terms of attribute combat power alone, it is not much better than that of ordinary people from the 6 professions. And this was only the first reward. He immediately looked at the second reward. World Awareness. After checking it, he understood everything immediately. It turns out that in order to become stronger, the demon god named Campuso often releases his demonic avatar to wander around the cosmic plane, looking for a suitable small world to devour. This world was accidentally discovered by one of his demonic clones. As soon as he used the Lich King to start devouring this world, he unfortunately met Guu Chang. Not only was the demonic clone gone, but even the trace of world consciousness that was finally swallowed was used as a wedding dress for Guu Chang. It just so happened that he was originally thinking about how to increase the success rate of the contract world. With this glimmer of world awareness 770, it would be difficult to fail. This demon named Campuso is really a good man. He provides help in times of need. This is a moral model. Fortunately, now we don't have to worry about the devil coming to find out what the real thing is offline. Through a part of the memory in the world consciousness, we learned that this demon god likes to send demon clones to wander around the universe, searching for suitable small worlds. There are only 8,000 if there are not 10,000, and there are many accidents, so his killing of this clone is not a big deal in the eyes of the other party. If it's gone, it's gone. This kind of thing is very common, and it's almost impossible for the other party to take revenge just because of such a trivial matter. Because this kind of thing cannot be made public, it is a secret matter in private. Most of them say that gods have their own territory, while the abyss demon god is the kind that secretly goes to other people's territory to devour the world. Even if their clones are destroyed, they don't dare to say anything. If you really dare to come, there will be a bunch of gods rushing to get at him without Guu Chang taking action. After all, the abyss demon god likes to devour the world. He has a lot of hatred in his body, and it is a treasure trove in itself. Once it appears, it will attract countless gods to fight. Otherwise, they wouldn't just dare to sneak around. Of course, this does not mean that everything will be fine for Guu Chang. There are always surprises, and if the Campiso demon god has a twitch in his head, he may take revenge. Therefore, he still has to be on guard. It seems that we need to speed up the upgrade speed and become a god as soon as possible. Even if he comes, we won't be afraid. The remaining rewards are regular mythical equipment blueprint fragments, plus this one, there are 4 fragments. It just so happens that the Academy has 2 more. As long as I exchange those 2, I can get a complete blueprint. When the time comes, he will be able to create his own main weapon type artifact. And he had already thought about the general idea of AA the main weapon, and the all-powerful individual weapon must be that one. He stopped thinking about it for the time being and looked at the last reward, which was very interesting. The coordinates of the demon god in Campiso. The system was causing trouble. It actually gave him the coordinates of this demon god, and it was a target that could change at any time. It is equivalent to saying that no matter where the devil is, he can find him. Isn't this tempting him to kill this demon god? After all, everyone knows that every abyss demon god is extremely rich. Of course, he is definitely not qualified to challenge this demon now, but when he becomes a god, this will be a huge treasure. And he had a hunch that this time wouldn't take long. Overall, he was very satisfied with this reward. Not only did his attribute strength increase a lot, but he also received artifact blueprint fragments. The success rate of wrapping up the contract in this world was also greatly improved, and he was even given the coordinates to torture the demon god. There are really rewards in all aspects, and it's hard to be dissatisfied. After reading all the rewards, the next step is to enter the contract world. Guu Chang took out the scroll and quickly improved his condition to the most perfect state. He used the scroll immediately without any hesitation. Whoosh! Black light flashed, instantly surrounding him, and the next moment he felt that his thoughts were in chaos. He knows that this is the consciousness space of this world. When he first arrived here, he felt a strong sense of rejection. Despite the existence of the scroll, he was still very unwelcome. At this time, the trace of world consciousness on his body also emanated, and then this space instantly enveloped him as if seeing his closest family member. An extremely warm power entered the body, and his 5 attributes improved rapidly again. I don't know how much time passed, but Guu Chang looked at the attribute panel again. All 5 of his attributes had probably increased by about 10%. Although it is a surprise, it is not BGBJ that he is in a peaceful place. At this time, he closed his eyes and immediately felt everything in the world. Plane 19867 of the World of the Dead. Affiliation: Guu Chang. Level: Small Micro World. Description: An ordinary little world of the undead. We don't know where it starts and where it ends. Creatures: Undead Dragon 3, Netherworld Assassin 47, Skeleton Giant 13, Evil Bone Wizard 5, Skeleton Warrior 2,457,894, Skeleton Archer 124,784, Skeleton Mage 24,574. Looking at the densely packed data with no end in sight, Guu Chang couldn't hold back the smile on his face. There are nearly 5 million undead creatures displayed here alone, and the number of skeletons whose levels are too low to be displayed is even greater. Although most of their levels are below 100, there are millions of undead creatures. Who can withstand the human C tactic? What's more, these undead are all controlled by him alone. Among them, the high-level combat powers such as the Undead Dragon, Netherworld Assassin, and Skeleton Giant are naturally the ones he cares about most. Their levels are all above level 200, which is at least equivalent to a 5th level professional. Especially the 3 undead dragons, all of which were around level 400, were stronger than the previous one. It's just that they were all asleep before, absorbing the breath of the undead to upgrade, otherwise it wouldn't be the Lich King's turn to show off. I almost forgot, there are also hidden attributes. At this time, Guu Chang remembered that the hidden attribute of the contract scroll was not activated at that time. When the contract is successful, the potential of all creatures in the world will be slightly improved. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated this attribute. Subsequently, the strength of all creatures in the world was more or less improved, but the magnitude was not high, and some even remained unchanged. But Guu Chang knew that these undead creatures would soon surprise him, because this time the improvement was about potential, not strength. This has more benefits than directly improving strength. But at this time, he discovered an unexpected surprise, that is, 2 undead dragons had been added to the world. Although their strength is a bit low, only around level 300, they can grow up quickly as long as they are given a period of time. It's really nice to have 2 more high-level combat powers. Then, he picked one of the weaker ones and decided to use it as Anna's summon. Although the undead dragon is very powerful, after all, he not only left the 9th level guild and joined his newly created guild, but also gave him a contract scroll. It can be said that without this scroll, he would not be able to contract the entire world. This is a deal. He can't contract this world and then choose to go back on his word. He can't do such a thing yet. Besides, the representative behind Anna is the level 9 Magician's Guild. This little loli will bring him unimaginable huge help in the future. He made a lot of money by using an undead dragon that would become a rank 8 undead dragon in the future to get a little Lolita with unlimited potential. What's more, this undead dragon is under his control at any time, and he can take it back at any time. Later, Guu Chang found Anna. When she saw the undead dragon in front of her, she jumped up in surprise. Wow, the undead dragon. Guu Chang, thank you so much. Don't worry, I will definitely steal Grandpa's treasure for you when I go back. Ah, this is not appropriate. Hey, I'm just teasing you. How could I steal Grandpa's treasure? That's what I took. It's okay to give you the treasure. Anna was very excited, and her inner affection for Guu Chang suddenly reached the full level. Where is this? In a primitive forest, a man and a woman suddenly appeared. It was Guu Chang and Anna. Anna looked around with a confused expression. This was not the dimensional heaven of the demon city as expected. This is Western Sichuan province. The smart card has a positioning function, and Guu Chang quickly confirmed that this was Western Sichuan province, which he had visited once before. However, it is quite a distance from Jin's house, but Limo City is quite close. Dear guest, I'm very sorry that there were some deviations in your cross-border transmission. This is a mistake in our work. On behalf of Dimension Heaven, I would like to express my most sincere apology to you. At the same time, Guu Chang and Anna received messages from the Dimensional Heaven group on their smart cards. We will refund all your consumption this time, and give you free use of related businesses in Dimensional Heaven for 1 year only for me. I hope to get your forgiveness, and can also convert it into 500 Yuan Shen coins. If necessary, you can feel free to contact. Looking at the information on the smart card, Guu Chang couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the world's top group, a small transmission deviation actually directly compensated the cost of this time, and it was not 1 million divine coins after discount, but 200. This means that they still spent $100 in vain. And what's even more outrageous is that they were given 1 year's use rights for free. Even if it is limited to personal use, its value is unimaginable. At the very least, it must be worth 10 million divine coins, otherwise it would be considered a top group. With his level of generosity, he deserves the money he makes. Not to mention that the teleportation target has shifted so slightly. In other groups, even if you teleport back with missing arms or legs, you won't lose a penny. However, he was also a little curious. Dimension Heaven's business level has always been the strongest, so how could such a small mistake suddenly occur? Manager, do we really have to compensate them so much? In the Dimensional Heaven, Huong Fusen looked at his boss, a man who must be elegant, with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand why his manager had to compensate these 2 guests so much money. Do as I say, Excellence said lightly, without much expression on his face. For an ordinary person, he would definitely not compensate that much, but one of these two people is the granddaughter of Dharma King Yanming, and the other is even more powerful, one of the super geniuses of the theological academies, and is very likely to become the first rank in the future. Let us not talk about the issue of friendship or not. If the compensation is not in place and makes them hate the dimensional heaven, the loss will be huge. We have found out why there is a deviation. After checking it out, it seems that that plane has developed self-awareness and seems to have a master. What? Did you see it? For some reason, the figure of Guu Chang instantly appeared in Excellence's mind. Some god must have occupied this world. Why did I think of him? Even if he is a super genius, he is only at rank 4 now. How can he control a world, even the lowest micro-world? Excellence thought for a moment and said to the men next to him, since we already have a master, if anyone goes to this world in the future, just refuse. I will report this matter to the senior management. If they can contact this god, they may be able to reopen the business in this world. But it shouldn't be very possible. That's a god. Even the top management of the group can't access it. This kind of thing is not something we can consider. Hey, I don't know which powerful god occupies this world. At this time, Guu Chang and Anna were flying in the air, flying to the academy at extremely fast speeds. At their speed, it will take at most an hour. After returning, he still had a series of things to do with the guild, professional tasks, second sequence, and artifacts, so he really didn't have enough time. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dagger appeared in front of Guu Chang and Anna, without warning and very sinister. Block! Guu Chang didn't panic, didn't dodge, and just blocked perfectly. Bang! After the dagger touched the block, it immediately returned to the original path, and the speed was even faster. In the clouds, a figure suddenly fell, and the next moment a body lay quietly on the ground. This is the Ghost King. Looking at the body on the ground, Anna was shocked, and then looked at Guu Chang in disbelief. The Ghost King is a 7th level ghost control master, but he was defeated in one move. But she quickly regained her composure. After all, no matter how unbelievable it was, it would become numb after seeing too many people. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Guu Chang couldn't help but sigh again. Blocking is really stupid. Not only can it completely resist the enemy's attack, but it can also make people freeze. No matter how powerful a professional is, if he stands still and takes his own attack, unless he is a physically powerful warrior or knight, he really can only wait for death. However, he knew very well that the person in front of him was not dead because the system did not prompt him. Well, this function is also something that many old people hate and even curse, and they can't even pretend to be dead. Of course, how can this be so difficult for Lao Lu? Some genius Lao Yinbi can even create props that can deceive the system, thereby completing the counterattack by pretending to be dead. But that kind of prop is even better and more precious than some mythical equipment. Putting this aside for the moment, Guu Chang didn't waste any time. He waved his staff and a fireball dozens of meters in size instantly appeared above the corpse. But just when it was about to fall, a black shadow suddenly emerged from the corpse, flames enveloped the body, and the black shadow also appeared 100 meters away. Who are you? 100 meters away, the black shadow slowly transformed into a man with sinister eyebrows and stern eyes. He had a mustache under his hooked nose and his eyes were dark. His appearance alone made people involuntarily disgusted. Guu Chang did not speak, but looked at Anna. The Ghost King of the Magicians Guild, the Ghost Controller, can turn living people into yaksha evil spirits. He was in the 7th rank 10 years ago, and the battle is particularly insidious. He violated the guild rules many times. If my grandfather hadn't expelled him from the guild because of his father's contribution to the guild. ... These words seemed to break the Ghost King's guard. He roared, with a ferocious face, and cursed at Anna. Bitcha, shut up. I just killed a few people for my experiment, and that old man actually scolded me. If my father hadn't risked his life, would the Magicians' Guild be as glorious as it is today? This Magicians' Guild is supposed to belong to me. I am a noble ghost master. It doesn't matter if I kill some civilians to test my skills. You are all saints and cowards. He cursed and his eyes turned red, while Anna rolled her eyes. Your father got lost in the face of the beast tide and died before he could retreat. If it weren't for my grandfather, you wouldn't even be qualified to enter the Magician's Guild. Nothing. Shut up. Since my father died for the Magician's Guild, then I will let you die today and pay with blood. Roaring angrily, the Ghost King seemed to have lost his mind, when an evil ghost suddenly appeared behind Guu Chang with its mouth wide open. Bang! The perfect block was activated again, and Guu Chang had already discovered his little move. At the same time, vines appeared at the Ghost King's feet and instantly turned into a cage, trapping him tightly. A huge fireball appeared in the cage, more powerful than the 5th and 6th level skills. However, when the flames dissipated, there was no trace of the ghost. Boy, you are so sinister. At this time, the Ghost King appeared in the sky 100 meters away, his soul even paler. He was also greatly surprised. This kid actually blocked twice in a row. This is impossible. How can anyone control blocking skills nowadays? Who is he? It seems that the sneak attack technique is no longer useful, nor is single target attack. But he is a 7th level professional. It is just a small block, he has a way to deal with it. Each other. Guu Chang nodded and took action against the Ghost King again without hesitation. This guy was actually more sinister than him. The crazy look he showed just now was just to attract their attention and to pick up the plane and make a sneak attack. Such an enemy is even more difficult to deal with, let alone a 7th level ghost controller. Even if rank 8 wants to kill him, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Unfortunately, he met Guu Chang who cannot be measured by common sense. HMPH, since you can block, I don't believe it. How can you block so many evil ghosts? 100 Ghosts Night Parade. Suddenly, evil ghosts Yasha appeared in his body. There were thousands of them densely packed, all of them were above level 200. Ordinary people really can't deal with thousands of evil spirits with the combat power of rank 5 professionals. With so many evil ghosts launching attacks one after another, you can't use only one to block. This is the Ghost King's unique trick to break the block. I have to say that this move is indeed useful, but when facing Guu Chang, using this move really hits the target. He smiled at the Ghost King, and with a wave of his hand, a space door appeared beside him. Comparing quantity. That's really great, husband. Chapter 91. Come out, my little darlings. Guu Chang waved to the space door next to him, and then skeletons walked out of the space door in an orderly manner. Almost 1,000 skeleton warriors, basically around level 100, stood in front of Guu Chang holding simple bone shields. Anna raised her head suddenly and looked at Guu Chang in disbelief. Of course she was familiar with skeleton warriors, and it wasn't a big deal. They were considered the lowest level of undead creatures. That's not right. Of the two, isn't she the necromancer? Why is it Guu Chang who summons skeletons? Before she could figure it out, the Ghost King opposite smiled disdainfully. That's it. You wouldn't think that with just these broken bones, you could defeat my Hyaki Yako. What's the rush? The fun has just begun. As soon as he finished speaking, 1,000 skeleton mages and 1,000 skeleton archers appeared behind the skeleton warrior, followed by 10 skeletal giants more than 20 meters away, all close to level 300. There were many netherworld assassins watching eagerly. In a blink of an eye, in less than a few seconds, almost 5,000 undead creatures appeared in front of everyone. And this is just a drop in the bucket that he can summon. He was really afraid that he would scare these people by summoning too many people. 260. Although there are only 5,000 undead, these guys are not in a mess, but are arranged neatly, as if they are fighting in a battle formation. The Ghost King, who has been dealing with ghosts for decades, saw such a scene for the first time. For some reason, at this moment, he felt very low, and Guu Chang soon gave him the answer. #X. With an order, the skeleton mage and the skeleton archer attacked at the same time. A dense rain of arrows and magic fell from the sky, falling into the yaksha and the evil ghosts. In this first round of attacks alone, 1/10 of the evil spirits were killed. Their attacks are not strong, but if thousands of mages and shooters attack at the same time, the attack will become very terrifying. Come on. The Ghost King's face became quite ugly, and he immediately directed the remaining evil ghosts to attack. However, facing the defense of thousands of skeleton warriors, it was difficult for them to break through in a short time. Even if they can break through, there will be famous assassins and skeleton giants to end them. After a while, less than 1/10 of the thousands of evil ghosts were left. Who the hell is he? The Ghost King gritted his teeth angrily, and just when he was about to take action himself, he saw Guu Chang's playful smile. He suddenly thought that this guy's use of block had put him in a terrifying state of being completely unable to move, and he was even killed by his own attack. If he hadn't been a ghost master and possessed the dual state of both physical and spiritual things, he would have really died. So now, he doesn't dare to take action against Guu Chang no matter what. Who is this guy? Could it be that the old guy hired the 8th rank? His mind quickly searched for the names of some rank 8 powerhouses. Although Guu Chang seems to be only level 180, even if he were killed, he would not believe that this was Guu Chang's real level. He must have used a treasure that can change the displayed level. But after thinking about it for a while, I couldn't find anyone who matched the guy in front of me. It shouldn't be. There are only so many rank 8 experts. He has seen most of them, and even if he has never seen them, he has heard of them. But this guy in front of me is completely unheard of. Is it really just a 4th rank? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If he, a dignified level 453 7th level player, was almost instantly killed by a 4th level player, it would be better to kill him directly. At this time, the thousands of evil ghosts he released were basically eliminated. His heart sank, knowing that it was impossible to take Anna away today, let alone defeat the guy in front of him. But he still showed a sinister and confident smile to Guu Chang. Humph, I will let you go today. I will come back. Remember to save your life. After saying that, he turned into a black light and turned around to leave. This is also the power of the Ghost Control Master who transforms into a spirit body. Even if he is not the enemy's opponent, he can turn into ghost energy and leave. Unless they restrain the Ghost Master's thunder skills, no one can stop them. Otherwise, how could he dare to take the risk of kidnapping the granddaughter of Dharma King Yanming, a 9-turn giant? This is his trump card. Boom. At this moment, hundreds of barrel-thick thunder suddenly poured down like a heavy rain. Ah! The Ghost King cried out and was instantly wiped out. The ground within a kilometer range of the thunder pouring also turned into a piece of scorched earth, filled with the aura of destruction and death. What kind of skill is this? Anna was dumbfounded and couldn't help but ask, yes, is it the 8th level thunder magic that destroys the world? But as soon as she finished speaking, she knew she had said the wrong thing. Because in this world, asking about the skills of other professionals is a very impolite behavior. After all, many skills are professionals' trump cards. If they are easily known to others, they will probably have to do so during battle. And her behavior of asking directly just now is tantamount to a disrespectful, bad-tempered professional who just started doing it without saying a word. But Guu Chang didn't care. You know his skills as you know. But if you regard it as a regular skill, the hidden attribute will definitely make you have a good drink, and even send you to the west for free. No, it's the thunderstorm technique. Ah, thunderstorm. Just that entry-level 3rd level thunder magic. Anna knew that she had said the wrong thing again, and she really shouldn't have asked so many questions, but she still couldn't help it. For ordinary professionals, thunder skills represent unparalleled power and destruction. It is indeed true that most lightning skills are much more powerful than skills of the same level. Thunderstorm technique is definitely ranked in the top 10 among thunder skills, but it is not because of its power, but because of its entry level. Yes, thunderstorm is one of the entry-level thunder skills, and it is also one of the few low-level thunder magics. After all, thunder skills are so powerful, and their levels are generally relatively high, with the lowest being level 3, and thunderstorm technique is one of them. Its status in thunder skills is similar to that of fireball in magic. Simple and easy to learn, but the damage is not that bad. Thunderstorm technique is just a light rain of thunder, and its power is indeed limited. But Guu Chang actually said that the person who instantly killed the 7th rank Ghost King just now was actually a thunderstorm technique. How is this possible? Whether the 3rd level thunderstorm technique can cause harm to the Ghost King is a question. She was frightened just by looking at the power of thunder. But there's no need for Guu Chang to lie to me. Besides, it looks a bit like the thunderstorm technique, but not quite like the thunderbolt destruction technique. Is it really a thunderstorm technique? But new doubts arose in her mind. If it were true, how did Guu Chang do it? He could actually make Liu possess the power of the 8th level magical thunder world. For a moment, Guu Chang, who was originally handsome and powerful in his heart, suddenly became a bit mysterious. But she didn't ask any more. She was not stupid. She was just too shocked and said the wrong thing just now. If she asked again now, she would be really crazy. Stupid guy. Looking at the Ghost King who had turned into ashes, Guu Chang grinned slightly. He had offended him and still wanted to leave. What was he dreaming about? However, after the thunderstorm skill was amplified 100 times, its power was really good, and this skill also activated a very special hidden attribute, which increased the damage to all ghost-type creatures by 100 times. In this way, let alone the 7th level of the Ghost King, even the 8th level will not be able to leave. You've been watching for so long, why don't you come out? This is, he looked at the void aside and said lightly. Then a ball of thunder appeared in the sky that was even more terrifying than before and was about to fall at any time. Ah, Anna looked confused, and then he saw a familiar figure appearing in the direction Guu Chang was looking at. Grandpa Tomb, why are you here? Guu Chang, don't get me wrong, this is the Tomb Elder of the Magicians Guild, a good friend of my grandfather. The Tomb Elder felt the terrifying aura of destruction above his head, and his forehead was unknowingly covered with sweat. How is this possible? He was obviously just a 4th level freshman at the Theological Academy, but he actually felt threatened by death. He was not joking. Even if the thunder power above his head could not kill him, it could seriously injure him. And there is also that incomparable magical blocking. This Guu Chang is so terrifying. What's even more terrifying is that he is only 16 years old. Guu Chang withdrew his skills, but still looked at the old man in front of him. Haha, miss, the president asked me to watch the Ghost King. If he wants to die, I will kill him if he kills innocent people indiscriminately. I didn't expect that he would dare to take action against you, miss. Thankfully, Guu Tong took action, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. On behalf of the Magicians Guild, I would like to sincerely thank Mr. Guu. If anyone needs help in the future, our Magicians Guild will do our best to help. At this time, a sly smile suddenly flashed across Anna's face, and she immediately said to the Tomb Elder. Hey, Grandpa Tomb, you don't have to wait until later, do it now. Guu Chang is a super genius in the academy. If it weren't for him this time, you wouldn't be able to see me. Grandpa Tomb, you don't want my grandpa to die so early. Hurry up, thank you. The Tomb Elder was stunned and almost spit out water. Dead granddaughter. If the president heard this, he would really be furious. But he didn't hesitate, fumbled for a moment and took out a blue stone. I've had this sea tower stone for a long time, but it's useless even if I keep it, so I might as well give it to you. I really want to thank you properly this time. Before Guu Chang said anything, Anna immediately took the stone and stuffed it into his hand. Quick, put it away quickly. Halu stone is a material for making artifacts. Grandpa Tomb will regret it after a while. Artifact. Grandpa Tomb, let's go first. In the sky, Anna lay on Guu Chang's back, waved her hands to the Tomb Elder, and decisively rejected the suggestion of going home. She knew very well that if she went home, the old man would definitely not let her go. After all, he said every day that the wise dean was an old Yinbi and a conspirator, and he was unwilling to join the seminaries no matter what. She didn't know why. This was all because a few decades ago, when the stubborn old man had just turned 9, he confidently challenged the wise dean, only to be beaten until his pants were left in his pants. It's been more than 50 years since this happened, and he still hasn't forgotten it. Lie down, don't move, let's go. Guu Chang felt a little warmth on his back, the unbounded divine wings trembled slightly, and instantly accelerated his flying speed. To be honest, he didn't want to carry this small airport at first. Unfortunately, everyone has given me the sea tower stone that can create mythical equipment, so it makes no sense not to let him take advantage. Moreover, Anna insisted on giving this thing to him, saying that the Magicians Guild had a lot of these things, and also said that without Guu Chang, she would not be able to complete the hidden mission. She took advantage of a piece of sea rock. People have said this, so Guu Chang will naturally not be shy. Call. Seeing Guu Chang and the lady disappear completely, the tomb elder was completely relieved. He didn't know why this kid, who was only 16 years old and only ranked 4th, put so much pressure on him. Killing the Ghost King in seconds, and being thwarted by the magic that can destroy the world with thunder, this can no longer be described by just 2 words, outrageous. Are all young people today so fierce? After sighing, he looked at the ground, and finally chose to take away the cup of ashes. Return to the Magician's Guild and directly find the president who is not exercising his body. Is that Ghost King honest? The red-haired old man, Dharma King Yanming, looked at the exploded body and opened his mouth to smell it. He wants to kidnap the lady. What? The face of Dharma King Yanming changed drastically, and with a wave of his hand, an extremely huge crack appeared in front of him. The terrifying space turbulence swept through his body, but he was not hurt at all. His physical body has also reached an unimaginable level of strength. The tomb elder was not surprised by the ghost and continued to say calmly, "Mrs. Fine. Where's the Ghost King?" Dharma King Yanming also regained his composure, and with a flick of his eye, the space cracks were restored. XXX. The tomb elder stretched out his hand, and a cup of tranquility was still in his hand. You did it. No. Is it Guu Chang? Who? Which one is the 7th or 8th rank? No, it's the man who had close contact with the lady recently. Afterwards, he slowly told everything. What surprised him was that Dharma King Yanming remained calm. President, this is the person of the same age that young lady has had the most contact with over the years. Aren't you angry? King Yanming did not answer immediately. After a while, he lowered his head and said, if he is as powerful as you say, there is nothing wrong with Anna having more contact with him. Everyone has their own choice. I can't help her forever. She will always have to find her own career path. Now it seems that her choice is not bad. At least her vision is as vicious as his mother's. Then, do we do nothing about that Guu Chang? How can it be? After speaking, Dharma King Yanming gave the tomb elder a roll of his eyes. I told you, you are also serious. You can also handle a sea-breaking stone. Isn't it a shame? Others think that our Magician's Guild cannot survive. Go, take out the 10 gadgets from my warehouse and give them to that little boy. For saving my granddaughter, the thank you gift must be decent. You should go to the gods to give him the gift and say hello to the wise dean. I don't want to go, Elder Mo said with a bitter look on his face. When he heard the wise man's name, his legs couldn't help but weaken. Why, go there and see what color your pants are. The wise and powerful seniors will all know. There are so many words, so just go if you are told. Go away, don't delay my physical formation. One day later, Guu Chang was sitting in the meditation room of the small courtyard with a bunch of things placed in front of him. These are the gains from his trip to the world of the undead. Before starting a new phase of the mission, he really needs to sort it out. First of all, the biggest gain this time should be the killing of the demonic clone of Campasuo demon god. Not only the 5 basic attributes were greatly improved, but also the world of the undead was contracted. The number of this world is too long, so Guu Chang simply named it World of the Undead No. 1. With world number 1, he has millions of undead summons, and there are nearly 100 summons above level 300 alone. No matter where it is, this is a very powerful force. To put it bluntly, with these millions of summons, he could easily capture more than a dozen third-rate cities like Qingshan City. But this is not the point. The key is that because of the hidden attributes, all creatures in World 1 have slightly increased their potential. In the next period of time, World number 1 will definitely develop a lot, and he estimates that many low-level creatures will transform into summonable undead creatures. And high-level undead like undead dragons, ghost assassins, and skeleton giants can reach levels of almost 400 to 500 after a period of development. But obviously, it will take some time to develop. What's more, World number 1 and millions of summons have not yet activated their hidden attributes. Of course, this is a very huge project. Enlightenment of all things. Guu Chang didn't have time to activate all the undead creatures, so he activated the world first. Ding dong, the hidden attributes of world are successfully activated. Hidden attribute 1. Law of death in the world plus 100%. Hidden attribute 2. Increase the world scope by 100%, increase gradually and appropriately without attracting the attention of the universe consciousness. Hidden Attribute 3. The types of undead creatures are slightly expanded. Hidden Attribute 4. The time acceleration function in the world of the dead unlocks, and the current speed can be accelerated to 3.2. Looking at the 4 attributes, Guu Chang thought for a moment and quickly understood everything. In general, the law of death is more intense, undead creatures can be upgraded faster, the level limit will be increased, and new talents can even be unlocked. The increase in scope means that the world becomes larger, and then time accelerates and the types of creatures increase. Currently, at the fastest speed, he can make world number 1 triple the speed of time. This is equivalent to the fact that in the past 1 day here, the world has surpassed the sky. In this way, the world and the undead creatures will develop faster. Yes, if this continues, it may not be long before world number 1 can transform into a small world. The current level of world number 1 is a small micro-world. If it is upgraded to a small world, the number of undead creatures will reach at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. When the world consciousness responds, Guu Chang's strength and level will also increase dramatically. Even when world number 1 becomes stronger and stronger, he can use this world to counterattack the demon god of Campasuo. Of course, it is still a bit difficult to achieve this goal in a short period of time. Okay, now that you've finished watching world number 1, it's your turn. Looking at the irregular gems in front of him, Guu Chang's eyes were full of interest. This thing almost turned him into a husky. He had a hunch that this thing must be very precious, even worth more than the artifact. And when he saw the information about the gem, he was suddenly stunned. It's actually this. Rule Gem Fantasy. Quality. Myth Plus. Description. No one knows its origin, they just heard that it is a gem born in the land of rules, and this gem contains the power of illusion. Looking at the information and data of the irregular gems in front of him, Guu Chang couldn't help but fall into thinking. He seemed to have obtained something extraordinary. Just looking at the data panel, I don't seem to be able to understand the use of the Wen gemstone. However, judging from the routines in his previous life in the novel, this should be the kind of treasure that contains the power of rules. Then the rules contained in this gem should be illusion, but the word illusion contains too many things. What illusions, phantoms, illusions, changes, dreams, etc., these are just a drop in the bucket. However, judging from the performance of the Lich King's use, the power of this gem seems to be biased toward change, and more specifically, transformation, which is to turn others into what you want. For example, turning people into dogs or pigs will cause professionals to lose all levels and combat effectiveness. However, this is not permanent, there is a time limit, and how long it takes depends on the user. Because using the fantasy gem requires consuming mental energy, which is the wisdom attribute of the professional, and this is precisely the Lich King's strength. They generally have weak physical bodies but very strong mental powers, but despite this, their wisdom attribute can only barely use the transformation ability 3 times in a row. It can only last for 1 hour at a time. Only after the wisdom points are restored can you continue to use the power of the phantom gem. If you don't have enough wisdom points to use it forcefully, your soul will be sucked dry and you will never die again. Guu Chang tried it. He was now close to 20,000 in wisdom, but he could only use his transformation ability twice, and it could only last for 1 day. But he didn't use it right away. He didn't know why, but he felt a special feeling when he just wanted to use it. That is, using this gem directly will cause harm to his soul. He trusts his instincts. After all, this is the first item he has encountered with mythical quality. He doesn't know what this thing is like. The enlightenment of all things. After thinking for a moment, he decided to activate the hidden attribute. Ding dong, the Rule Gem Phantom hidden attribute is successfully activated. Hidden attribute 1. Side effects reduced by 100%. Hidden attribute 2. The duration of the transformation ability is extended to permanent, can be cancelled at any time. Hidden attribute 3. After transforming into other items, you can have the abilities of other items. Limited to basic abilities. To increase power, the protagonist needs to create. Hidden attribute 4. Transformation speed asterisk 300%. Looking at the first hidden attribute, Guu Chang knew that his feeling just now was correct. This thing really has side effects. He guessed that long-term use would cause some irreversible damage to the soul. But now these are not problems, because hidden properties have eliminated all side effects. In addition, there is no need to consume additional mental energy, and the transformation ability has become permanent. If someone offends him, he will transform into a pig forever. Of course, this thing has limitations. If the level exceeds level 50, the time of the transformation ability will be greatly reduced. For example, someone with the same level as him can permanently turn him into a pig. The 9-turn giant may only be able to transform for a second or two, while the gods may even fail directly. But think about it, this is normal. If there are really no restrictions and you can turn gods into pigs at will, then why would he upgrade and change jobs? But even if there are restrictions, this ability is still very abnormal. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how talented you are, as long as your level is not higher than level 50, I will turn you into a pig with just one transformation. But what Guu Chang cared about at this time was not the transformation ability. He was staring straight at the third transformation attribute. After transforming into other items, can you have the abilities of other items? At this time, he picked up a staff and activated his ability and immediately turned it into a long sword. It should be noted that the level of the long knife itself has not changed. It is the same as the staff and is still an ordinary diamond equipment. But this long knife is not fake, but has really become a long knife, possessing the normal characteristics of long knife equipment. Of course, it can be compared to becoming a divine weapon, but its own power and quality will not change. However, Guu Chang can transform the changed items to enhance their power. Guu Chang's eyes lit up, and his face was filled with extremely excited joy. This ability is simply too buggy, and it is what he has always wanted. During this period of time, he has been looking for artifact blueprint fragments, just for a main weapon type artifact. But in fact, he has been thinking about what type of weapon to build. Staff. He knows a lot of magic, including Frost World and Hell Demon Dragon. These are very powerful, and it makes sense to use a wand. It's very reasonable. Long knife. Spear. There seems to be nothing wrong with him. After all, he can cut off the waves with a single stroke, and the 100-meter long knife allows you to run 99.99 meters first, which is not just talk. So this is a contradiction. Is it a staff or a long knife? Even a bow and arrow can be used. This problem has always given him a headache. But now, there is a solution. If he can use it, he seems to be able to use the ability of this regular gem to create an all-purpose weapon that can change forms and is suitable for Sanran. When used as a staff, it can be used as a long sword, it can also be used for defense, and it can even be used for shooting. If before, this seemed a bit wishful thinking, but with the rule gem fantasy, this is really no problem. Quote. With this, we must build the artifact as soon as possible. Quote. To build an artifact, you need to redeem the last 2 blueprint fragments. Then you need to increase the serial level, complete professional tasks, and change jobs as soon as possible. In the final analysis, it is still a matter of sequence. This is also one of his most important things at the moment, but fortunately he already has a way to solve it. After putting away the rule gems, Guu Chang looked at the husky fire stick in his hand and frowned. To be honest, after using Duanlang for so long, he still has feelings for this long sword of epic quality. So he was going to use his gem ability to change this thing back. No. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that the husky fire stick could activate its hidden attributes again. I'm wiping it, what's going on? Hasn't this thing already activated its hidden attributes? Could it be that his talent has been secretly accumulating, and now he wants to give him a surprise? Upgrade it again. So that's it. Looking at the husky fire stick in his hand, Guu Chang was somewhat disappointed. It turns out that it's not that the talent has been upgraded, but that after being transformed, all attributes and levels of the husky fire stick have disappeared, so new hidden attributes can be activated. The enlightenment of all things. Ding dong, the hidden attribute of the husky fire stick has been successfully activated. Hidden attribute 1, indestructible. Under the interference of mysterious power, this fire stick has extremely hard properties. If you go head to head with him, you will definitely suffer the loss. Hidden attribute 2, the pain is doubled, and the pain when hitting the enemy is *100. Hidden Attribute 3. What are you barking at? The target will involuntarily make a barking sound after being hit, and the volume of the sound is linked to the pain. Hidden Attribute 4. Overlord Chi. After being hit, the target may have a feeling of worship for the user. The stronger the pain and the more attacks, the higher the worship. Guu Chang was silent, not that these 4 attributes are not powerful. On the contrary, this thing is ridiculously strong. But how can I put it, these 4 attributes are somewhat abnormal. The first one is indestructible but quite normal, and it is also a blocking weapon. After all, although blocking is strong, you are still afraid of your weapon being broken by others. Although the previous broken waves were not defensive equipment, they were of epic quality after all and could withstand enemy attacks. But you must know that his enemies are getting stronger and stronger. After all, Duanlang's advantage is not that defense is likely to be broken by other people's attacks. Originally, he was still considering whether to get a special defensive shield to block, but that would also affect his attack. Now that this problem is gone, he believes that even the system says that the hard fire stick will not let him down. But the following 3 attributes are a bit strange. After hitting the enemy, there won't be much damage, but it will double the pain, make the dog bark, and won't make people worship him. The more painful the beating, the louder the dog barks, and the more you worship him. Why do you feel a little SM? Are you sure this is combat equipment and not something weird? Although it is abnormal, Guu Chang has to admit that this is indeed a powerful piece of equipment. Although it does not have any level or powerful damage, its value is definitely much higher than that of legendary equipment. After all, it is generally accepted that the more abnormal one is, the stronger one is. After sorting everything out, Guu Chang also made plans for the next step. Guu Chang Theological Seminary First Month Inspirational Plan Version 1.0. Core. Work hard and become a god as soon as possible. Success equals hard work plus talent 99.99%. First, brush up on learning points and become the second rank. If it doesn't work, just ask the teacher and go through the back door #_#. Second, BGDD complete professional tasks and turn 5 as soon as possible. Third, exchange blueprint fragments, collect artifact materials, and create a self-made divine body. Looking at the plans, Guu Chang also showed a confident smile on his face. Why did he suddenly feel like he had a designated study plan in his previous life? But he is no longer the person he once was. At that time, he was naive and young and could not turn over. But now, he is mature and stable, leaving everyone behind. The important thing is that he has cheats. In the days that followed, Guu Chang carried out the tasks he set while attending class and studying normally. Classmate Guu, these are the members of the guild. In the small courtyard, there were 20 boys and girls standing next to Mo Qingshe. Most of them were very young, but all of them had extraordinary temperament. They were basically all freshmen of the seminaries this time, and there were only 3 boys. Wow, classmate Guu is really handsome, even more handsome than last time. I'm so happy to be in the same guild with him. Hehe, that's it, let me tell you secretly, next we need to shake hands with classmate Guu. Ah, really, it's so good, I want to kiss him to death. Hey, girl, you're crazy. Keep your voice down. Behind Mo Qingshe, the girls cautiously looked at Guu Chang, whispering to each other, and even caused quite a stir. Haha, hello everyone, welcome to join the All Souls Guild. Guu Chang showed a standard gentle smile on his face and said hello to everyone. His first professional mission was completed on the day the guild was founded, and the reward was mediocre, only 300 free attribute points. Well, this reward can make others faint, but for him, it is just ordinary. It was not beyond his expectation that most of the subsequent professional tasks were related to the guild. And even without him taking action, Mo Qingshe must complete each task in advance. Most of the rewards are attribute points. It has to be said that what the vice president gives is true value. He has also realized the benefits of these forces in the guild, which can indeed save a lot of time and energy. This is only a level 3 guild. When it reaches level 9, there may be countless members who can help him complete the mission without having to do anything. President, you are so handsome and you smell so good. At this time, the words of the girls in front of him also interrupted his short memories. Now he only has the last professional task left, which is to bring the guild to level 4. According to Mo Qingshui's report, the guild now needs to meet 2 conditions before it can be upgraded. The first is to reach 30 members, and the second is to build a guild hall, own an attack location, and build a guild copy. I'm not particularly anxious about recruiting people. After all, it's really easy to recruit people. With his popularity in the seminaries, as long as the news is released, many people will join him immediately. However, what is needed is the best among the best, so the requirements for members are not strict, and can even be said to be harsh. Although these 20 people are all young, they are basically the elite among the new students, and they all have rare or even special professions. Their levels are basically at level 100. Although they have only entered the academy for a few days, their strength has improved a lot. It can be said that if you put these people outside, they may be a rare group in any force. As for the fact that most of them are girls, I really don't blame him. He doesn't only accept girls. This is actually because the people in the academy are all top geniuses. Girls are fine, but boys are just 16 years old. It is not an exaggeration to say that everyone has a lofty ideal, and many of them even feel that they are the protagonists of the world. You want to say that guilds at level 7 or 8 are fine, but Guu Chang is a newly created guild with such strict requirements. Are they allowed to just join? What a joke. Don't they want to lose face? Therefore, most of the people the guild finds are girls. But he doesn't care, as long as he helps him complete his professional tasks. Now, according to Mo Qingshui's ability, he can recruit 30 people in half a month at most. As for the other condition, creating a guild hall, Mo Qingshui is also busy. She said it will be done in 2 weeks at the earliest. It can be said that Guu Chang only needs to learn to level up, and does not need to do anything else. He just waits for the final first career task to be completed, and then starts the 5th turn. This vice president is really worth finding. Guu Chang saw that Mo Qingshui was becoming more and more satisfied. I have to increase my salary and remuneration, I must increase my salary. Just as he was thinking about it, suddenly, the new members rushed towards him and surrounded him. President, I like you, let's be together. President, you are so handsome. No, don't come over here, don't touch me. Hey, where are you touching? Teacher, that's what happened. On the floating island in the sky, Guu Chang spoke to the wise man. You are really lucky to be able to kill the demon god's demonic clone. The wise man said with a smile, then waved his hand without any concern on his face. Just kill him, there is nothing to worry about. Don't worry, he doesn't dare to come over. After speaking, there was a trace of expectation on his face. I would rather he come over, so that the gods in our seminaries will be very happy. Thank you, teacher. Hearing this from the Dao Zhizha teacher himself, Guu Chang was completely relieved of his mental arithmetic. This means that if the demon god of Campasuo really comes, the big guys from the seminaries will help him. Don't tell me, this feeling of having a backstage is really good. After returning from the world of the dead, he packed up everything, and when the wise teacher was free, he came to tell the story of the world of the dead. Of course, he didn't tell the specific process, he just picked out what he could tell, and only told the results, without revealing any of his secrets. Kill the Lich King, kill the demonic clone, and kill the Ghost King. Any one of these things is very outrageous, and anyone who hears it will ask for details, but the wise man just says that he knows it, so that he does not need to worry about his safety. How can such a considerate teacher not be touching? Also, it seems you want an artifact. The wise man glanced at Guu Chang, and 2 light groups appeared in his hands. For some reason, at this moment, a sentence appeared in Guu Chang's mind involuntarily. Do you want a golden light group or a silver light group? The artifact can't be given to you directly yet, but it won't be a problem to exchange these 2 fragments for you. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining 2 mythical equipment blueprint fragments. This, Guu Chang was stunned and looked at the wise teacher in disbelief. Don't think too much, this is just for you to redeem, the contribution value will still be deducted. By the way, if you want to advance to the 2nd level as soon as possible, you can go climb the tower. I just started recently. Thank you, teacher. Although the wise man said that he exchanged it for him, Guu Chang was still very moved. He just casually mentioned that he needed to upgrade to the second sequence as soon as possible to exchange for drawing fragments. Unexpectedly, the teacher actually helped him exchange it directly. To be honest, if you don't really care about him, a wise man will not do it at all. Besides, the relationship between the two of them is just that of teacher and student. There are very few teachers who can treat students to this extent. He is really good. Afterwards, Guu Chang chatted with the wise man for almost a day. The wise man helped him solve almost all the problems of upgrading and changing jobs. He even gave him good advice on making his own artifacts. He can only say that the wise teacher is really stupid. If anyone dares to catch the attention of the wise teacher in the future, he will definitely make him regret coming to this world. In the afternoon, Guu Chang left the floating island with a satisfied expression on his face. What he gained today was worth studying alone for several months. No wonder the children of those aristocratic families are always strong and upgrade very quickly. After all, there is a huge difference between being taught by a strong person and practicing alone. Because of this, it is more difficult for civilians to change their lives against nature, and it is even more shocking and admirable. Guu Chang is such an existence in the eyes of other people in the seminaries. Ordinary civilians in small cities with no background can crush all other freshmen, and I dare not write cool articles about them. Therefore, his popularity in school is even higher than that of some first-order students. This kid is too outrageous. What kind of student did I accept? The devil's clone, how did he do it? No, you can't let me sleep alone. On the floating island, after Guu Chang left, the wise man who had a calm face immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Clicking on the chat group on the smart card, chat group of high-level bosses gods of the seminaries, after thinking for a moment, he sent out the key points. He was happy, but that night, some gods couldn't sleep. Brother Guu, you just came out from the dean's office, you are so enviable. As soon as he returned to campus from the back mountain, he happened to bump into Jin Kaishuan, whom he hadn't seen for a few days. Even though this guy seems to be carefree every day, a bit like the second generation of a big power with no knowledge or skills, he is actually quite hardworking. In other words, there are almost no geniuses who can enter the seminaries without hard work. A true genius never wastes time and learns nothing. Hey, I've been in the college for almost 4 years, and this is the first time I've seen the dean talk to his students for such a long time. You won't inherit the position of dean in the future, so I have to please you in advance. I'm not greedy either. Give me a director to replace the bald head. He smiled and made a joke. When other students around him saw them, they nodded and said hello. In the college, students' status is also clearly graded. The lowest level is naturally the preparatory sequence who have just been admitted to the hospital, followed by the third sequence with the largest number, and the top level is the first sequence like Jin Kaishuan. Most of them hold important positions in the major guilds in the college, and their strength is terrifying. They are almost as good as student kings. As for the first sequence, most of them are elusive and rarely appear in the academy. Their status and strength have even surpassed ordinary teachers. Asterisk asterisk. To put it in layman's terms, that means they are no longer considered students. They are too far ahead of other sequences and are not on the same level at all. As for Guu Chang, although he has just entered the academy, he already has the title of freshman master due to his miraculous performance on the day of the assessment. In addition to his relationship with Jin Kaishuan and Dean Wise Man, his status and reputation are much higher than those of the third sequence. In private, many people even regard him as the second sequence. Haha, don't worry, when I become the dean, I will definitely let you clean the toilet. Guu Chang smiled, and the two were already preparing to go to the restaurant to eat together. Of course, they were definitely not going to a public restaurant, but to Zion Yuan, the top restaurant opened by the gourmet guild in the college. A meal there costs more than 10 or 200,000, and Jin Kaishuan is the highest VIP there and has one of the best private rooms. When Guu Chang has nothing to do, he will go there to have a few meals. The taste is really nothing to say. Jin Kaishuan, why don't you say hello to me? At this time, a man with yellow hair that was even more exaggerated than Jin Kaishuan suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. However, his figure was much worse than that of Jin Kaishuan. His face was pale, his body was thin, and his hair was messy. He looked like he was overindulging in lust, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. But seeing him, Guu Chang immediately felt a strong sense of stopping. There is no doubt that this is a very powerful professional. Jin Sandao, please be polite, I am your brother. Believe it or not, I will slap you to death. Seeing Huong Mao, Jin Kaishuan's expression became a little strange, and upon hearing his words, Guu Chang couldn't help but be stunned. Another younger brother. Not only was there the cold cousin Mei Kiluo before, but now there is a non-mainstream younger brother who I don't know if they are relatives. Are all Jin Kaishuan's relatives so unique? And both of them were obviously better than Jin Kaishuan. He couldn't help but feel helpless. No, you are the best among the younger generation of your Jin family. Ha, just you. Huong Mao, also known as Jin Sandao, had a look of disdain on his face and a wicked smile on his face. I don't know who it was, but I beat him with 3 knives and laid him in bed for a month. My weak brother, I have long said that when you can beat me, you will be worthy of being called your brother. What Jin Sandao said made Jin Kaishuan stunned for a moment, and he even forgot to refute. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Guu Chang, and a trace of bright red blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. You are the new leader, the hidden process of the college, and the next generation of Dean, Guu Chang. Let me introduce myself. I am the newcomer king from the year before last and the strongest swordsman, Jin Sandao. Let's have a big fight. Guu Chang admitted that when he heard what Huong Mao said, he was a little confused. Let's do something big. What kind of talk is this about tigers and wolves? It's really ugly and playful. It's shocking and exaggerated. You want to challenge me? Guu Chang asked. In the seminaries of the gods, it is not unusual for students to challenge each other. Let me introduce myself first. I am Jin Sandao, the cousin of the silly guy next to you, nicknamed Crazy Demon Sword. 3rd year of the Gods College, 3rd sequence, level 223, professional swordsman. Huong Mao said with confidence. Guu Chang nodded, he had never heard of the person's name. The Crazy Demon Sword Jin Sandao is only in his 3rd year in the academy, but his strength is already among the top 10 in the 3rd sequence. It is said that he already has strength comparable to some 2nd sequence students, but because he has been in the academy for too short a time and has not learned enough, he is still a 3rd sequence student. This person's power makes many people feel scared, and his fighting skills are even more terrifying. They are basically one life-for-life moves, which are very brutal. It is said that when fighting with him, no one can stop him and he will die in 3 strikes. Even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured, so few people are willing to fight with him. Let's have a big fight, Guu Chang. I reject. However, facing this guy's challenge, Guu Chang refused without hesitation. Are you scared? Jin Sandao didn't even frown. I didn't expect you didn't even have the courage to fight me. Guu Chang, you, the new king, really disappoint me. Shut up, you brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Jin Kaishuan cursed loudly, he was really embarrassed at this time. This guy Jin Sandao actually ignored him and provoked Guu Chang. To be honest, his strength is better than this kid, but this evil lunatic is completely desperate for his life when fighting, and there is really nothing he can do. Humph, Jin Kaishuan, this is none of your business. Jin Sandao continued to say to Guu Chang, you don't even have the courage to fight. You are not worthy of being this year's rookie king. I really think too highly of you. Guu Chang smiled slightly and said, you don't need to use provoking skills. You want me to fight you? Okay, come up with the benefits. Guu Chang doesn't want to accept challenges from others casually. If others come to challenge him, how can he learn? Want to challenge him? Of course there are benefits and costs. Benefit. Jin Sandao nodded. Of course there are benefits, but I don't know if you have the strength to take it. As long as you defeat me, I will hang out with you. I will do whatever you ask me to do, and I will kill whoever you ask me to kill. Having said this, he paused and said, but if you are defeated by me, you will have to mess with me in turn. After saying that, he looked at Guu Chang with a hint of provocation and continued, how about it? Do you dare? I don't think you, as the strongest newcomer in the academy, would dare not even take this challenge, right? At this time, Jin Kaishuan stopped talking. After all, it is really difficult for others to interfere with this kind of direct challenge from one person to another. Haha, after going around so much, I'm afraid this is your purpose. Guu Chang had a faint smile on his face. This Huong Mao was far from being as simple as he appeared. He was still a little clever, but probably not much. Use the challenge method to make him accept the challenge. If you lose, you have to mess with him. It's not very clever, but it is enough for ordinary people. Just tell me whether you dare. Jin Sandao was a little impatient and really wanted to have a big fight with Guu Chang right away. As soon as he heard others say that Guu Chang was the strongest rookie king in the academy in the past few decades, he immediately rushed back. He wants to see how strong this Guu Chang is. He believes that he is the strongest rookie king. Moreover, if they can bring Guu Chang into their gang, they will surely become bigger and stronger and become more popular. Good. Guu Chang didn't refuse this time, but it wasn't because he wanted to accept this yellow-haired boy, he just wanted to find someone to try his new fire stick. The new fire stick was so perverted that he was too embarrassed to try it on just anyone. After all, you gave someone a stick, and they were howling and barking. The scene was indeed a bit difficult to describe. He was worried about this, but he didn't expect the yellow hair to be closed. Very nice. Okay, let's get started. Huong Mao Jin Sandao was impatient and took out the silver long knife. You are a pig-headed person. You are fighting here and want to be criticized by the academy. At this time, Jin Kaishuan kicked Jin Sandao on the butt, but he began to look forward to it in his heart. There is no doubt that Guu Chang is definitely the most awesome genius he has ever seen, and his cheap yellow-haired cousin does have something. The battle between these two people must be very exciting, and it is very rare even in the seminaries of the gods. If you kick me again, I'll kill you. Huong Mao said harsh words to Jin Kaishuan, and then spoke. Okay, then let's go to the Duzhen Palace. Then he picked up the smart card and said, just in time, I want our 4 heavenly kings to witness with our own eyes the great scene of new members joining. Guu Chang's mouth twitched. What the hell are the 4 heavenly kings? Is the water in the seminaries so deep? The fighting hall is a place specially provided by the theological academies for fighting. To put it simply, it is a place where students settle their grievances. Anyone who dislikes someone, by someone, or even a couple who breaks up, will come here to have a fight. In other words, fighting here is a legal area, but once you fight privately elsewhere, the teachers of rank 7 and 8 will definitely be afraid that you will know why the flowers are so red. In Battle Hall number 3, students who usually find it difficult to gather together except for classes, now came in large numbers, with nearly 100 people gathered together. Although there are only a few dozen people, you must know that the college enrolls no more than 100 students every year, and when the number of people is small, there are even dozens. The total number of students in the entire college is estimated to be only 500 to 600, maybe even less. There were quite a lot of students, nearly 100 people, and there were even several teachers watching, including teacher Su Mengsu, whom Guu Chang had not seen for a long time. Haha, teacher Su, long time no see. I heard that you went to the Abyss Rift. How was it? Killed 1 mid-level demon species and several low-level ones. Oh my god, teacher Su's combat power is really amazing. He actually killed an intermediate demon. It's really enviable. The other teachers had surprised looks on their faces, and then looked at one of the protagonists this time, Guu Chang. I heard that teacher Su discovered this Guu Chang. It's really admirable to see that teacher Su is not only strong, but also has good vision. Su Meng nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. Instead, he stared at Guu Chang, seeming to be thinking about something in his mind. To be honest, she knew that Guu Chang was very powerful, but she didn't expect that this guy could actually create the legendary 7-star secret realm. She had just returned to the academy from the crack in the abyss, and she was shocked to learn the news. I just happened to know that this guy was going to fight Jin Sandao, so I stopped by to see what level Guu Chang's strength was now. Guess who will win this time? I think it's better to have Jin Sandao. Don't forget that he is also the rookie king. But Guu Chang shaped the 7-star secret realm. I believe he is stronger. I admit that Guu Chang is very powerful, but he is still too young. Jin Sandao has been in the academy for 2 years. Is it possible that he can catch up with others 2 years of hard work in 1 month? Several teachers exchanged ideas with each other, and other students looked at Guu Chang with great interest, and even started to place bets. Guu Chang, on the other hand, looked at Huong across from him with a confused expression. Behind him, he was surrounded by a group of white, purple and red hairs. 4 kings. Question mark question mark question mark question mark dot. White hair, kill Matt. Looking at the white hair, purple hair, red hair and yellow hair of Jin Sandao in front of me, I suddenly felt a little regretful. You told me these are the 4 heavenly kings. No, the Theological Academy is the strongest 6-star academy, so how can it kill Matt? Come on, boss, we 4 heavenly kings are the strongest. At this time, the 3 red-haired people shouted excitedly, and even posed in a middle-class pose. Guu Chang admitted that this moment really embarrassed him. You're crazy. Why should I agree to his challenge? I really want to go home. He really wanted to escape, and he didn't even want to see these 4 heavenly kings again. Come on, President, you are the most handsome. At this moment, a dozen young and beautiful freshman girls wearing short skirts were shouting vigorously from the spectator seats. When they found out that Guu Chang was looking over, they all showed love to each other, and some even blew kisses directly. President, beat up that yellow guy. President, you are so handsome, you are so strong, I love you to death. President, unparalleled in the world. Seeing Anna sitting on the hoverboard chewing exploding fruits, Guu Chang knew that this was her doctrine. But don't tell me, it feels really good to have a dozen talented girls in miniskirts cheering me on. Why do you suddenly feel a little excited? Guu Chang, I will defeat you. Get ready to join the 4 heavenly kings. After Huong Jin Sandao saw the girls from the guild, he immediately smiled and said to Guu Chang, with you here, we are the 5 strongest kings in the academy, and we are the most beautiful people to live in. After saying that, he pulled out the long knife from his back and pointed it at Guu Chang. Go ahead, take out your weapons. Naturally, Guu Chang took out a very cool husky fire stick. Jin Sandao's expression changed instantly, and he looked at Guu Chang in disbelief. Are you insulting me? Guu Chang did not answer, but responded with a smile. But the meaning of this in Jin Sandao's eyes has completely changed. This boy actually looks down on himself. Okay, you are all ready. At this time, an older male teacher flew over the 2 of them. He was a senior teacher in the college, and he also thought he was a veteran 8th level teacher, acting as a witness and referee this time. By the way, it was also to protect the safety of the 2 of them. After all, they were both top geniuses. If something happened to them, the academy would really not be able to bear it. Both of them nodded, and the referee teacher said, let's begin. Okay, Guu Chang, you are a new student, I won't bully you, you go ahead and strike first. As soon as the battle started, Jin Sandao said with a smile. Haha, you lost. However, before he finished speaking, he appeared above Guu Chang, holding a knife in both hands and slashing down hard. Crazy sword. The long knife penetrated the sun, emitting blood-red light like a full moon, and fell mercilessly towards Guu Chang's head. This brat is so cunning. He even used his special skills right from the start. In the spectator seats, Jin Kashuan looked surprised. The reason why this kid is called the Crazy Demon Knife is mainly because he controls a level 6 skill called the Crazy Demon Knife, which allows him to unleash powerful attacks beyond his own. Even though he was only level 223, after using the Crazy Blade, even Jin Kashuan had to block it with all his strength. Brother Guu, you have to block it. You must not be killed by a knife. There is no doubt that although Huong is his cousin, of course he would rather Guu Chang win. But he didn't expect that this kid would first paralyze Guu Chang by talking, and then use his strongest attack, the Mad Demon Knife, to launch a sneak attack. This kid is really too shady. Even without a sneak attack, not many people in the academy could block his move. Although Guu Chang was actually very strong, he still had too little combat experience. Although he didn't want to believe it, looking at the current situation, Brother Guu was probably going to lose. Now he just hopes that Brother Guu can last a little longer, at least not to be killed instantly with one move, otherwise it will be too embarrassing. Interesting. Facing the sudden attack, Guu Chang remained calm and raised the fire stick horizontally, seemingly slowly. But when the long knife attack came, the fire stick was already in front. HMPH, your response is good, but if you use this broken stick to block me, do you think I'm a cat or a dog? Huong Mao looked disdainful, but once again strengthened the power in his hands. To be honest, he never underestimated Guu Chang from beginning to end. After all, it's not that simple to be able to create a ruthless man from the legendary 7-star secret realm. Otherwise he wouldn't have used the trick from the beginning. Of course, he also has absolute confidence in himself. Guu Chang is very strong, but he is the strongest. As for the fire stick in front of him, he had checked it countless times. It was just an ordinary stick, not even of bronze quality. Therefore, he believed that this sword could definitely kill Guu Chang instantly. It really doesn't seem like there's anything special about it. At this time, the referee teacher in the air was also preparing to rescue people. He looked at it carefully. The burnt stick in Guu Chang's hand is really nothing special except for the husky. It's just an ordinary stick. In this case, if nothing else happens, Guu Chang will lose. Although he felt strange, after all, this boy's performance on the day of the assessment was really amazing, but today he was so dull, which was indeed a bit disappointing. But he is just the referee, so if Guu Chang loses, he loses. After all, I had just entered the academy, so it was not surprising that I lost to Jin Sandao, who was already in his 3rd year. It would be abnormal not to lose. Quote exclamation mark quote. A clear and sweet sound suddenly sounded, and the referee teacher who was about to take action immediately stopped his preparations. Bang! I saw Jin Sandao holding a long knife and slashing heavily on Guu Chang's fire stick. He stopped in the air, his face turned red, and his hands seemed to be trembling. On the other hand, Guu Chang looked relaxed and only used one hand. His expression was obviously without any pressure. It only lasted less than half a second before the golden 3 swords flew backwards with a bang. After flipping twice and a half in the air, he stepped back dozens of meters before standing on the ground. At this time, his right hand holding the knife was placed behind his back. It seemed to be shaking, his face was red, his body seemed to be shaking a little, and his mouth was twitching. After a long silence, a confident smile appeared on his face. As expected of the new king, you can block my sword, that's awesome. Don't get me wrong, I don't feel any pain at all, I just have trembling hands. Nah, this guy's mouth is tougher than the artifact. Jin Kaishuan couldn't help complaining, he could see it at a glance. Jin Sandao almost knelt down, he was probably in terrible pain now. Ha 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 ha, thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel happy. Brother Guu is still so powerful. He just blocked it and defeated Jin Sandao's strongest move. He actually doubted Brother Guu's strength just now. Speaking of which, he is really stupid. Brother Guu even told the mistress of the sky god, how could he not be able to beat a little yellow-haired man? But at this time, he wasn't too surprised. Of course, this didn't mean that Guu Chang wasn't cool. It's so awesome, okay. It's just that he has seen Guu Chang create too many miracles, so it is not surprising that he has seen it now. After all, it will be more difficult to come back after the climax. Unless Guu Chang kills the gods now, he really won't be too shocked. Gudong. This is a bit unreasonable. But at this time, the others widened their eyes, looked at the Jin Sandao holding on, and then looked at Guu Chang. My mind is filled with big question marks. No, crazy demon knife, a super genius whose strength can be ranked among the top 10 in the 3rd sequence, Guu Chang actually solved it with only a fire stick. What's even more outrageous is that Guu Chang didn't take any action at all, he just defended and let the crazy demon knife roll 2.5 times, almost falling to the ground. This is hard to comment on. What a hard fire stick. At this time, the referee teacher in the air also showed a surprised expression on his face. Unlike others, as a veteran of rank 8, he had some clues. Just now, Guu Chang didn't use any skills. He relied solely on the strength of the fire stick to block Jin Sandao's strongest attack. This illustrates 2 problems. First, Guu Chang's strength and physique must far exceed that of Jin Sandao, at least twice as much, otherwise he would not be able to withstand it so easily. Second, that's the husky fire stick in his hand, it's really hard. Looking at the quality of the material, I'm afraid it must be at least the legendary level, otherwise it wouldn't be so hard. This kid is really surprising. Just by showing off this skill, he might be close to the second order strength. It seems that he is really the next number one in the academy. Maybe it's possible to become the legendary zero. I wonder if this kid has any other powerful tricks. In the air, the referee teacher looked at Jin Sandao with some curiosity in his eyes. To be honest, he didn't want the battle to end like this. It's just the beginning, it's just one move, if it ends in such an awkward way, it would be really boring. But Jin Sandao seemed to have used his strongest attack, but it was blocked by Guu Chang with a fire stick. The referee teacher, who had fought countless battles, could tell at this time that the two of them were not on the same level at all. Zizi, I really don't know how talented this kid is. Looking at Guu Chang, even if he is a rank 8 boss, he can't help but sigh endlessly. This young man is really hard to see through. Wow, the president is the most handsome. Come on, president, come on. At this time, a dozen girls from the Guu Chang All Souls Guild cheered him on even more excitedly. This scene was really enviable to others. Guu Chang, I didn't expect you to be so fishy. Jin Sandao looked at his slightly trembling hands and said to Guu Chang again. However, the winner is me in the end. Suddenly, he disappeared again, and his voice suddenly appeared behind Guu Chang. What? Everyone was shocked because behind Guu Chang, there were 3 identical golden swords wielding long swords to attack. I know, it's a 5th level skill shadow clone. So strong, he even learned the shadow clone. Is this how terrifying the new king was? 3 golden swords, I wonder how student Guu will deal with it this time. They looked at Guu Chang curiously, full of expectations for him. At this time, 3 identical golden swords also launched a very fierce attack. Crazy infinite company. The 3 golden swords swung rapidly at the same time, their hands turned into afterimages, and hundreds of swords were swung out in an instant. And the power of these hundreds of swords gathered together, and Guu Chang came from 3 directions at the same time. Faced with such overwhelming terrifying skills, ordinary professionals really have no choice but to even escape. Guu Chang, I win this time, be prepared to be my little brother. Don't worry, I will definitely lead our 5 kings to become the strongest in the academy. The faces of the 3 golden swordsmen showed joyful smiles at the same time. At this time, even he who was always cautious felt that he had a chance to win. Thousands of attacks were launched at the same time, but Guu Chang was unprepared. He really didn't know how to lose. No, 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 you should find someone else for these 5 heavenly kings. He turned around with a smile, seemingly very slowly, but in the face of the dense attacks, Guu Chang seemed particularly calm, and even a bit elegant. It's still the same as before, starting the husky and lighting the fire stick. It was obviously just an ordinary fire stick, but at this moment it seemed to have turned into a wall, blocking all the thousands of attacks. Bang! Different attacks, but the results seemed to be no different. Still less than half a second later, the 3 golden swords flew out with a swish, fell heavily to the ground, and turned into a person. Ah! A big crater was made in the special ground. Jin Sandao looked in pain and couldn't help but scream. But he didn't care about this, but looked at Guu Chang dumbfounded. How is this possible? How did you do it? He was really shocked. The Shadow Clone and the Crazy Infinite Company were the best cards he had just researched recently. Once used, even the second sequence cannot resist it. But, even such a terrifying attack was broken by Guu Chang's fire stick with just 1 block. How is this possible? Didn't this guy just enter the academy? How can it be so powerful? For a moment, he was a little doubtful about life. Even he is like this, let alone others. Their eyes widened one by one, and they even forgot to exclaim. There were no words to describe their shock. This is the first time they have seen such a simple and crude method to destroy the 5th level skill Shadow Clone. Madhu, is this how you can defeat all laws with 1 force? It's simply ridiculously strong. Of course, they didn't know that Guu Chang didn't even dare to use block. After all, if you block perfectly, you will be frozen for 3 seconds, and there will be damage rebound. He was really afraid of accidentally killing Huong Mao instantly, so that he would have no one to test the effect of the fire stick. Haha, now that you've finished your moves, it's my turn. At this time, Guu Chang waved the fire stick in his hand and looked at the Jin Sandao on the ground with great interest. Oops. At this moment, Jin Sandao felt that he was going to be finished. This was an intuition. I'll block it too. He had an idea and immediately imitated Guu Chang and raised his long sword. Maybe he can block all damage directly like Guu Chang. However, the imagination is full and the reality is very skinny. Before he even raised the long knife, he felt an indescribable pain in his head. Ah, really, he has always felt that his tolerance is very strong, and he can hold back his screams no matter how severe the pain is. But at this moment, he felt a pain that went straight to the Tianling cap and hit his soul, which was simply unbearable. Ah, seeing Jin Sandao screaming loudly, everyone around him looked confused. No, buddy, then Guu Chang lightly hit you on the head with a stick. Did it hurt that much? No, you won't act anymore. Just when everyone was very suspicious, something even more explosive happened next. Woof woof. The crisp barking of a dog suddenly sounded, and the entire battle hall suddenly became extremely silent. Everyone's eyes widened instantly. Their brows were knitted together in unison, and they couldn't help but look at me, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Woof. Another dog barking sounded again, and this time they confirmed that the sound was definitely that of Jin Sandao. After 3 rounds, they immediately couldn't help laughing. Ha, I'm laughing so hard. What happened? Am I right? The golden Sandao is actually barking at the dog Wang Li's. No, does he still have this hobby? It was at this time that Jin Sandao's face instantly turned extremely red, and he really wanted to find a hole to drill into. He didn't know what was going on with him, why he couldn't help shouting all of a sudden. The key is that now he is not angry with Guu Chang at all, and actually admires Li inexplicably in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he walked directly to Guu Chang, then knelt down on one knee with a sincere look on his face. Guu Chang, you are too strong, I give up. From now on, you are my goddess. He is also the new boss of our 4 heavenly kings. We will give everything to you and do whatever you want to do. Meet the new boss. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 of the 4 heavenly kings bowed to him and shouted in unison. Meet the new boss. This time, it was Guu Chang's turn to be embarrassed. He suddenly looked at the husky fire stick in his hand, is this thing so effective? Hey, have you heard? Guu Chang, the super freshman king, beat that crazy demon knife to the point of calling him daddy with just 1 stick. Ha, who doesn't know about this now? I could be there in person that day, and now the 4 heavenly kings have recognized Guu Genius as their boss. But it is said that he is not very happy. I'm sure. The looks of the 4 kings are indeed a bit hard to describe, but it's really cool to have these 4 top 3rd order players as my subordinates. Why not me? I really envy Guu Dakai. Just you. What a beautiful idea. Student Guu is so handsome and strong. I couldn't even dream of it. In the small courtyard, Guu Chang, who had just finished his morning meditation, heard the conversation of several classmates not far away and shook his head helplessly. What a trap. After defeating Huong Mao from Jin Sandao last time, those 4 killers became attached to me. Every day, the boss is long and the boss is short, he is really helpless. The strength and talent of these 4 are indeed quite good, but who can stand those 4 big losers? The key point is that Huong Mao actually said, "Boss, you are our boss now, why don't you dye your hair green, so that it suits your temperament and identity as the king of the boss?" Hearing this, he almost beat the shit out of this guy on the spot. Fortunately, there will be a quiz in the college these days, and the 4 of them are busy preparing for the exam, so he has a little leisure time. The quiz, which can also be understood as the monthly exam, is a small test conducted 1 month after the start of school every year. The purpose is to check whether the students are serious and in a learning state after the school has just started. Yes, even the top geniuses in the academy prefer to take vacations, and some people will be unable to get into the learning state after the first semester. This is normal. Geniuses are also human beings and have various emotions. Guu Chang has already completed other subjects in the past 2 days, and his results are naturally full marks, which has been unanimously recognized by all the teachers. There was only exam left for today's Combat Basics course. His quiz was over and he could rest for a day or two. Before leaving for the exam, he looked at a drawing on the panel. Self-made mythical equipment blueprints, main weapon. Item type: drawings. A mythical equipment of the main weapon type can be created according to the drawings, and the specific equipment characteristics are randomly generated. Hidden attribute 1. Corresponding drawings can be generated based on the provided equipment characteristics and appearance, and you can determine the equipment model at will. Hidden attribute 2. Equipment creation success rate plus 90%. Hidden attribute 3. Equipment must have 2 attributes above rare. Hidden attribute 4. The difficulty of equipment creation is reduced by 50%. This is how Guu Chang used 6 fragments to synthesize the blueprint of mythical equipment, and the 4 hidden attributes also gave him a big surprise. Generally speaking, the specific equipment models of the generated drawings are random. For example, the drawing of Guu Chang is of the main weapon type, but the specific main weapon drawing is random. It may be a staff, a spear, a shield, etc. To sum it up in 2 words, look at your face. Therefore, it is not easy to get a weapon that suits you, let alone an artifact. The first hidden attribute activated by Guu Chang perfectly solves this problem. In layman's terms, Guu Chang can input the weapon model and accompanying functions and other information you want, and the corresponding drawing information will be generated. For example, how to refine it, what materials are needed, etc. I have to say this hidden property is really cool. This was the perfect solution to his problem of making his own artifact. Without any hesitation, he immediately entered the weapon model he had thought of for a long time. The drawing data came out quickly, but when he looked at the required materials, he couldn't help but be stunned. Ancient Star Stone, Sea Tower Stone, God's Chi. The pile of secret and numb materials gave him a headache, and more than 90% of them were mythical quality materials. It can be said that, let alone a rank 4 guy, even a rank 9 boss might not be able to get enough. But he knew that based on the equipment model he entered, this amount of material was really not much. If that piece of equipment is really successfully built, not to mention that it can crush all other artifacts, but it will definitely help him become invincible. Well, that's pretty much the same thing. Fortunately, people from the Magicians Guild sent some materials before, otherwise the difference would have been even worse. Looking at the 10 mythical quality materials in the space, Guu Chang's favorable impression of the Magicians Guild increased a lot. Some time ago, the tomb elder of the Magicians Guild came to the school and specially gave these to him, saying that he would accept them as a thank you for saving Anna. Of course he knew what this meant, it was nothing more than fancying his potential and making friends with him in advance. This kind of thing is not uncommon, and the level 9 Magician Guild is not uncommon in doing it, so he naturally did not refuse. After all, this thing is really needed for him now. It's nothing more than waiting for him to grow up in the future and giving some appropriate help to the Magicians Guild. Although we have the blueprints, we still have to become the second sequence as soon as possible so that we can have the authority to redeem enough materials. Seeing that most of the missing materials were available in the college warehouse, he decided to wait until the exam was over today to climb the tower and save enough learning points to upgrade to the second sequence. Coming. In the battle hall No. 3, Huong, who had very broad shoulders, saw Guu Chang, and a kind smile immediately appeared on his serious face. This made the other students envious. They were all freshmen. Teacher Huong treated them and Guu Chang as if they were his own children, and the other was the brother of Lao Huong next door. How can the gap between people be so huge? Okay, the battle begins now, all of you attack me. Huong was wearing a yellow robe and looked at the dozens of freshmen around him casually. The content of today's combat test is for all freshmen to fight him, and he will be graded based on their performance. Teacher, you have to be careful. Classmates, come together. Fit, it's time to hunt. Dozens of freshmen showed no mercy, all using their strongest skills to launch a siege against Huong, the 8th level Sky Knight. Guu Chang is no exception. He has no intention of facing off against this rank 8 boss. Besides, why should we challenge one another when we can sneak attack and surround them? Countless skills and magic were hitting Huang Shen like a rainstorm. He smiled confidently and lightly drew his thick arms in front of him, blocking all the skills instantly. Kazak. At this moment, an invisible assassin suddenly appeared behind him and stabbed his anus with a small dagger. 3 consecutive blows of anus. HMPH, it's full of loopholes. Huang Shen smiled disdainfully, stepped lightly on the air with his right foot, and jumped into the air. Go away. With one kick, the sneak attack assassin was embedded in the wall. The binding of wood. At this time, vines suddenly appeared under his feet, trying to wrap him around. He didn't avoid it and didn't seem to expect this scene. Haha, it worked. The students who performed this skill were all smiles and very excited. Ah, the next moment, screams came out, but she was stunned. Because it was not Huang Shen that was entangled in the rattan, but another classmate next to him who was preparing for a sneak attack. Too weak, too slow, 1 inch, have you not eaten? A show of strength is not even as powerful as a female doll. Otherwise, I will help you solve your troubles and just become a woman. And what are you doing? You are hiding aside and don't even have the courage to take action. This is the so-called genius. I think you are a fool. You are directly unqualified. In the battle hall, Huang Shen was very relaxed. With every blow, one person would be eliminated. In less than 2 minutes, only one of the dozens of freshmen was left, and that was naturally Guu Chang. Most of the other students were lying on the ground, looking up at Guu Chang with admiration on their faces, but they were not very surprised in their hearts. After all, Guu Chang usually performs best and is so strong, so he will definitely last longer than them. Come on, Mr. Guu, defeat Teacher Huong. Yes, defeat him. Come on, let Teacher Huong also taste the taste of failure. Although they all lost, they couldn't help but get up when they saw that Guu Chang could compete with Teacher Huong. Let me go. Do you think student Guu is so powerful? Can he defeat Teacher Huong? It will definitely happen. Student Guu is a super genius. Ha 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 ha, if he really beats Teacher Huong, that would be so exciting. It would be really cool for the freshmen to defeat the teacher. For a time, they were full of confidence in Guu Chang, even more confident than Guu Chang himself. Teacher, please enlighten me. Guu Chang has a purgatory staff in his left hand and a husky fire stick in his right hand, looking at Mount Huang Shen seriously. Although it is said that Huang Shen will not use more power than him, this is an 8th level knight after all, and his combat experience and various methods must far exceed his. He really didn't know whether he could win or not. Haha, not bad, not bad. It still surprises me that you have persisted until now. Huang Shen showed an expression of satisfaction and surprise on his face. He knew that Guu Chang was much stronger than others. Therefore, I paid special attention to him just now, and the attacks on him were more cunning and stronger than others, but Guu Chang was unscathed and has persisted until now. It seems that he still underestimates this opponent. If that's the case, then get serious. A red light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly became excited. Well, if you can beat me, you can come to me this year whenever you want. As long as you don't understand something, I can come to your door and do it for you at any time. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone else's eyes widened in shock. Teacher Huong actually agreed to provide door-to-door service. Guu Chang's eyes also lit up. If he really could skip class, he would definitely be able to save more time to complete tasks, upgrade, and change jobs. After all, in the basics of combat class, if you want to improve faster, you naturally need to continue fighting and tempering. If you just go to class, the improvement will not be very big. Okay, teacher, this is what you said. Guu Chang smiled slightly and his expression became more serious. At this moment, Huang Shen was suddenly shocked. Just now, he actually felt a sense of danger. How can this be? He is at rank 8. Is it possible that his rank at rank 8 is fake? Wooden cage. Dense vines appeared around Huang Shen Mountain, as if a cage completely surrounded him. Nice magic, but it's not enough. Huang Shen punched out, and the wooden cage shattered instantly, but as soon as it came out, a huge fireball appeared in front of him. Ha, I'll destroy it myself. Huang Shen didn't panic and continued to use all of them to solve them. Then fireballs fell from the sky one after another, and their power was amazing. If he left it alone, with his current suppressed strength, he would really get hurt. Treading the heavenly dragon, he suddenly jumped up and stepped hard with his right foot. The sound of dragon roar could be vaguely heard, and all the fireballs in front of him were suddenly shattered by the mysterious power. Guu Chang, what are you looking at? I'm behind you. While everyone was being attracted, Wang Shen's voice suddenly appeared behind Guu Chang. The students watching the battle were all shocked. Even they didn't realize when teacher Huong appeared behind Guu Chang. It's over. Classmate Guu, quickly get out of the way. Hey, although Mr. Guu is very strong, the teacher is the teacher. We are still too naive. Although the results haven't come out yet, they can't help but feel dejected. None of them noticed when teacher Huong disappeared. Needless to say, student Guu was definitely unprepared now. You're doomed now. Why are we so frustrated? Student Guu is already very good at persisting until now. We should congratulate him. Yes, it's already very powerful. After all, teacher Huong is at level 8, who can beat him? Everyone looked at Guu Chang again, but their expressions suddenly changed. After Wang Shen's fist hit, Guu Chang's body turned into pieces and disappeared. What? Classmate Guu was beaten to pieces by teacher Huong. You idiot, that's fake. Classmate Guu has left long ago. Many students looked confused, and Huang Shan also showed a hint of surprise on his face. Guu Chang actually left early, this was just a shadow he left behind. So fast. At this time, Guu Chang appeared in the air 100 meters behind him. But the moment he appeared, the surprise on Wang Shen's face suddenly turned into a smile. Took the bait. Combat technique. Sealing the heaven and locking the earth. Dark chains suddenly appeared in Zhou Shen of Guu Chang, exuding a strong murderous aura. As soon as the chain appeared, it immediately began to shrink, making a clicking mechanical sound, which was very harsh and unpleasant. In less than a second, the chain turned into a sealed cage, exuding a mysterious aura. Each chain rotates slowly, leaking all Guu Chang's attacks. Boy, you've been fooled. At this time, Wang Shen also appeared, with a smile of success on his face. Haha, you're still a little too young to fight with me. He didn't talk too much. During the battle, things were changing rapidly. Once he gained the upper hand, he must pursue the victory without giving the enemy any chance to breathe. Steel God Fist. He waved his fist, and the dense chains instantly wrapped around his fist, like a mecha arm carrying unspeakable terrifying power and hitting Guu Chang. On the fist, small holes emitted hot flames, and the speed of the fist instantly increased, hitting Guu Chang's chest like lightning. There is no chance for anyone to resist or dodge at all. This is a life and death battle, and it is also the important thing that Wang Shen gave Guu Chang. But at this moment, Guu Chang suddenly grinned, and his heart trembled inexplicably. More than 100 years of combat experience told him that something bad was about to happen. And Guu Chang's words also confirmed his thoughts. No, not me. Teacher Huong, you were fooled. At some point, the extremely familiar fire stick appeared on his fist, shining brighter than the dazzling white light. Block. Boom. Completely irresistible force came from the fire stick, and his mecha arm was shattered at this moment. Bang. The powerful force also directly knocked him away. Block. He actually mastered the perfect block. Wang Shen hurriedly suppressed the shock in his heart. Tun Yan's combat experience made him instinctively want to adjust his body in the air. No, why can't I move? This is catalepsy, but how is this possible? The next moment, the blocked and rebounded attack came, and Guu Chang also waved the fire stick and chased after him. No, we absolutely cannot lose. He forced himself to calm down. The more disadvantaged he was, the less he could panic. Moreover, he was a teacher and he would really lose to the new student Guu Chang. Then he really can't survive in the academy. Steel guard. The chains changed again and turned into a steel wall, blocking the blocked rebound attack. Break. Guu Chang waved a fire stick and shattered the steel wall in one fell swoop, but Wang Shen smiled. Because this means that Guu Chang has also lost the best opportunity to defeat him. In just 1 second, he can resume action. But Guu Chang's hands were busy with the steel wall, and there was no way to attack him. Fortunately I didn't lose so quickly. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and was ready to immediately unleash a thunderous strike. No, then, what is that? Suddenly, he noticed that Guu Chang's seemed to be moving. The next moment, he saw Guu Chang open his mouth, and a small cross-shaped knife the size of a finger appeared on his tongue. His tongue rolled up the cross-shaped knife and he waved it lightly at him. Cross-cut. The extremely sharp cross blade came out of Guu Chang's mouth and quickly grew in size. It came to him in less than half a second, and it became 4 to 5 meters in size. Boom. At this time, Wang Shen's body suddenly emitted golden light and collided with the cross blade. He took several steps back before barely regaining his balance. He was not hit, but he lowered his head in despair. After a few seconds, he raised his head and said with a wry smile, "Guu Chang, you win." Yes, just now he broke through the suppression of strength and mobilized more than 5 or even 6 turns of power. Otherwise, he would not be able to block the cross-cut at all, and would at least be seriously injured. He lost this stop and had almost no resistance. He was led by Guu Chang throughout the whole process. Thinking of the perfect block and the long cross sword issued with his tongue, he also admired Guu Chang very much. Even he, the 8th level Sky Knight, has no control over these two abilities. You are a real fighting genius. Don't worry, you don't have to come to my class in the future. If there is anything you don't understand, send a message to Chica and I will come find you. After saying that, he immediately turned around and left, not wanting to stay here at all. 0.0. He, a rank 8 grade knight, actually lost to Guu Chang, a new student. This can no longer be described as shameful. Without even thinking about it, he knew how much of a sensation this would cause in the academy. But he has no regrets. At his age, if you say you love face, it is true love. But to be shameless, no one can compare with them. It's so worth it to be able to use your own humiliation to discover Guu Chang's unparalleled fighting talent. After teacher Huong left, Guu Chang did not stay, smiled and nodded at the others who were still in a daze, and then left. It took a while for many freshmen to react. Oh my god, it was classmate Guu who won. Use your tongue to perform cross/. How did he do it? We are all human beings, how could he hold it in his mouth like this? They were all stunned, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Some girls' faces turned red and they didn't know what they were thinking. Holy shit, no, I can't be the only one to know about such an outrageous thing. Guu Chang actually defeated teacher Huong. This is unbelievable. I want to tell others. Wait for me, I want to go too. These people soon couldn't hold it in any longer and immediately went to share this extremely exciting news with others. This news spread in the college at an extremely terrifying speed, and also set off another unparalleled shock storm. But Guu Chang didn't know all this, and he didn't care. After all, teacher Huong has limited his strength to 5 turns. For him, there is really nothing surprising or happy about defeating teacher Huong like this. At this time, he was standing in front of an ancient tower that was deep into the clouds with no end in sight, and there was more expectation and excitement in his eyes. This is the Infinite Tower. Learn a little bit. The second sequence, it's up to you whether you can accomplish these 2 goals. Infinite God Tower, here I come. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.